Good morning, Yadev and Delegate James on the line.
Good morning, Ganado Fire District on the line.
Good morning, Delegate James. This is Tim Benali from the Office of the Speaker. It looks like we only have about 5 people online, so we'll just wait for everyone else to get on.
Good morning. This is Delegate Rick Nez on the line.
Hi, Shami. This is Bitta Becker. I just wanted you to know I was on the call in case you're on the call.
Good morning, Mrs. Becker.
Oh, yes, hey, Chairman. Thank you.
You are unmuted.
Good morning, Chair. I'm online. It's Delegate Stewart.
Good morning, Delegate Stewart. What's your location?
Gallup, New Mexico.
Okay.
Chairman, good morning. Delegate Freeland here.
Good morning, Delegate Friedland. What is your location?
None, Georgia.
East Otherden, Nadish.
Gallup. I'm in Gallup this morning, Chairman. Dental appointment.
Chairman, this is Thomas Walker. I'm on the call. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. I believe we do have a quorum. Honorable Walker, what is your location?
Winslow, Arizona.
Okay, thank you. We have 4 members on the line with us this morning. So it is currently 10:04 a.m. My name is Rick Nares, Chair of RDC. We'll call this meeting to order at this time. Ms. Cook, would you please provide the roll call?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, I will. Wilson Stewart Jr., Thomas Walker Jr.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Herman Daniels.
Good morning. Present.
Good morning. Thank you. Mark Freeland.
Present.
Thank you. Key Allen Begay Jr. Going back up, Wilson Stewart Jr. Key Allen Begay Jr. Chair, you have 4 members present, including yourself.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Honorable members of RDC, if you would press *6 if you haven't answered the roll call. Ms. Cook, Honorable Stewart was on the line earlier about two minutes ago. He did call in. Honorable Stewart, are you on the line?
I'm here.
Honorable Stewart. May
I'm sorry,
everybody
I couldn't
please put your...
find my button. Yes, I'm sir.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Ms. Cook, Honorable Stewart is on the line.
Okay, thank you, sir. You have
Thank you.
5 members present, including yourself, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Cook, for that. Down to invocation on the agenda. Honorable Walker, could you offer the invocation, please?
Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Have to check the muting and unmuting. Chairman, other committee members, legislative staff, the listening audience for today's meeting. Citizen be city costo be hati ziko. Hikati jashin citizen do edo be da hatato ziko. Ko hot echo kwe should on addition da district ko jodo le ko na sangima. Oh yeah, the sleeping tra alchin sola. I could out what the yen do what are the yen is a hanetsi the nancy the niki no the ne do no kat the yen the yen the ne parchin the nikle ko what are citizen behanet teacher so that this in what ego son mato yada season yitra I don't yitra holland ki chuila so it's again bit a holland ko to shin ta is ta ti to naka konzen to ado la ya konzen ko ego huina igen huina ta ba ban si ki so ta be ni sta ho chilne ti che ko so den ba ha si ki the dots to liaison sin ko igen den ko ya den banal che anitle na banal adanitle ko den ya ni ki da hotin ni to den yet ya kont danish hada asle quiz qui des na kina khato a khotichen peshmas an dan hit ne ko ebenan shigi de teacher khat akot ko penye kina ne khato le ti pesh behan ate akot khat jopa initsen large ben siki seko yat hon hado nexionitsen ato le yat bahtitsi in that in Texas so it's is at heki yat this at hot pan sikis tan sikis ko eating yat heki in the eating the sit iko adole pan sakis adan sisto hotes ado tan skach an skedne pan sakis kot ya edil nature needs neko dilade do benil dilade abo the need le abo on sikos do sisota ho koyo ne that nanjil do be the need ko diche ko ki ta ni ne ki ye hi khai ki da bi ke da holia kus khanda ko na sosta bakha ko yat ben dil nish ko ege so zun na do de ko digen den ni je den nit ko ege ki ko no so do de jonitsen ko de shne ko ado ho jitle yat an sa kisto hotes asabe yat ki and at see that again it's in second see that little the ban see kiss ko the quake be joba initsen ko even yen hit need omniens na hate see or the ko in ki kon so do this kon say joba ho ko and she beka ye holla odan ki stahazun akot ko and that she edeti holla ni na tind holla akot do ba konitsun then does it also is stahazun da do she do so ni stahado zintante is ba konitsun ni go kwado in sekisnat ko aka ye ni ki do di ne ko teacher ti gendena akot ko nan shidi national resource and development committee what anan shidi ko hilaj tahki to ko ana thanigi to kina na minister nahan da de shidi radit ahita ado ko nan shin hai de des ki hodlo ko question san dan tsa and that's the kid and in whole town quite that is maybe at adult home what is either behind the deeds in the has she ya da net on hat ado ya that he had she satan don he ya dot he whole ko in whole town but so this and all that is agito ni khandal nishiki never Washington yanad nishida so ni hol kat or le John so the sheko bahas sit or le adot jenant aho tahus aho toko the Lebanon hodlo ko shida is la asin le Lebanon or Lebanon الشنبنان أنت زال أجا بنات آن تدخلوكو لان ستيج هيكي بنات آن تدخلو أختار إتا إنشي هودا صباح ستيل ولا تلتو تو بندش عادة أصلا أنزلو بحات أصد السنة ودا أصد التاكو إنسان إكي كودين زن جونسون هو هذا كود Resource Development Committee بايل بانسي كيس إنت لا أدول إدات إسلا هذا بنتا إديك هات أدو كده هلا إشي نيجن سدا كيس أدا أكو أدينيتس نيجي تنادو كودينز تنبنان أكو جو باهوينز سخاكي إدينان تلقى le ko aje traditional so nishil so dali inso khata ye ben ye ho ko aje nat aban san hakise ko aya ta nta ajin so adole khada to shi ba yada ti ko ade hinas aje ko nta shi do yu ade lias link le ko ota yen sas case ko pitch ko do do shi di so there's an large dasit adole ko the net balchen da ni ko hikre jan rajo bashinde ata det on de ko ata ya det ti atan delnish atan siki ko de penitra ko kwage ka ye da sinde kacho inil hitzi lo le so ha inil ni do le so abla don jo desni do le e bansikis so di ne ko ado ho pajo ba initsin do ni shol kha dit the na ni the nancy ni gi do han ki ko ni ke ya to an schau de ni khaza justinsen el epi di ke ya ko ko ado tro to ho do kin ko ya hon sin da hazge ko kin na gon das le ko da dille ko to ni ke hot zo da atibi ni ke ya ko yo ni ko ko shi sa zido queen ko ado it's the hasid or little ben sas kesigi lache that ko and so there's an bihla or the ko ado ko the never kahit ni jo wat ban sikis ko ado ba inzen ya taho kahit idol ya taho United States or little danzen ko ya taho china واليهكي نوصل صوك نالك ناكد ناتسوي تراد ناتسوي ديد ناتسوي جاد أبياده ويدو شو تنزل جدنا شدو خينسن وتأهجي شاهد لأكو أكو ابن وت صدزن بهلا دولف إني هول دولف نخالشنا ويدا تأهجيكم ندهون يما نهجاب دي ننجيدا أبغى الزاها كنت أجي جاب بدتي إنسان بدتي الخشين إذا كاتنيت كون كده نهضو يو أجهنيتن هذا يكون تهون نهضان بحث كسلين نهجات نمسان نهجي هني أجي ده أكو كوسان نهجا هستوين نهجا أكو نهجا ماتال صن نهجا ماتان ليلا جهدا دبان سا كيسات صن هجدا إلا هجدا إلا نمسان دا إلا أكو كونت ياتأه بانسي كيسكو كأندان سأجي دي جل تقول كا سوزن بحث سيد أو لكو yat ho e ni has tui ni zani tlasani khato de ko Jean la e ko ndazit o ko shi ni shi ni ke ho lende bi hati kha ko ke ti le ko ta ko ta la na ni ta ti yi la ke kholo ni ta na yi la ke kholo ba hin ko ta e ban si ki son ke khol jishinte e che ko bi kha ki den tra ko ko ba ha ya do le cho ni zin ko de yin de hota be he zi do le ti zi so de zin ko ta ko adon dat ya kon kinan anan shi ta de shi ta to shi president ato vice president to bandad shi de na san zi ke ta hi kha ki to hol kha ba ha si do le to so the shida in siniki kodenzin ko nebana an the neban sa kis bahota and that never halfway sin a shi hot insida kis Johnson ko I don't the kujit na wait has ani ba ya has ani biki this ben an na wait chikolte edo ho himatan long edo large ho salate banan shite ado nan shi kitatez ki pandal shi ki kholo ko ado ni pesh pas and ho na hatra ni hol tra si ne ki kholo ko na tin te ben kit otche pesh pas an na khada sta ki do ni kitsel ke ye wet ego ko pandal shi ki to ko na dan le cha dan le ko na kedan le ko also ho bahasi dole machine you besan nahte trodal e pansas kisto to benish adan le ko te de idal so e bahasi sun di jeni ke ya bukai ho also wala to this dole di internet no fini to the shando la dole ko ado e hojo na ta hojo yatti hojo sa kis akot ego hojon kitla holji shole Johnson za elevan saski so hot eko kan it yese dalende so kwagi hot eki ben yetsa hotuzun ko wata na hando lado de ko hojon ko ya ta nas nani kato le to it's to hot eko tan hitzilo hata enil nedo ni hesta hojon ko so hot eko adon sa yel ko den ya ehiki en kil logo ko milchi ya ehiki kon kil logo be huina ko hot eko e to desin dole to e pakati Johnson hojo lesson so the show the in the no thing ko what the in has ade ko in kitchen hojo lesson ko hojo lesson so the Wajona Hasley, Wajona Hasley. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I sent Sago, Nahatsadan Zeniki, Roshin, Yega Banachin, I need needle, Quichin, though, Nanta, Nana. Announcements. Are there any announcements? I believe tomorrow we do have a Navigated committee meeting at 10 o'clock. So that's what we have. And then an RDC leadership meeting that will be approved today for Friday morning, I believe at 9 o'clock. So, are there any other announcements, honorable members of RDC?
Mr. Chair, this is Delegate Daniel.
Honorable Daniels.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. RDC members, Adonai Shamat Keno Senegi, Ado Kodoshin Shay. Yeah, but I think Kodo. So then Kodobe, Beden, native what the Benibi on a she Kodo, the nation need on the feature. Adonana Kodo, Mazeda. RDC meeting by name or cut I don't know, on this side, we have permanent trust funds is an update meeting. So I just don't know that I have Shanto Hotel on that side to report on. So I don't know delegate freely. I just have that been in contact with the Eastern, their projects. So what it is, I don't know that all these thousands on it. So I'm going to be jumping back and forth on that. So it is, sure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Any other announcements?
Chairman Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Chairman, good morning. Thank you for that prayer. Staff, good morning. Friday, we do have Eastern Joint Land Board meeting. They'll be meeting on Friday. That's why we have to re-amend or re-propose or reschedule our ranchers call with Eastern Navajo ranchers as well. Monday, we have a call with the state task force with Representative Jasmine Nygren. Monday morning at 9 a.m. I believe. I can put the agenda to my colleagues as well on that call. That's on Monday morning. And then, Chairman, when we get to the agenda, I wanted to schedule a visit to Wolf Springs if we can, Chairman. But Edia, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Any other announcements? None. We'll move down to number 2 on the agenda. Review, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Introductions for everybody. We'll start with honorable members of RDC. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Chairman, committee members, and staff, although listeners, audience, Thomas Walker. I represent Loop, City Talk, Talani Lake, Cameron, and coal mine chapters out in Western Navajo Agency. Echo, although don't mention أنا شجعي بينكتوني أنا شيء توصلني إذا نلاقو أنا شو نلاقي كديش كيجني أكيد أكو. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart. I'm sorry. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Okay. Chair.
Yes.
Intros?
Yes, Honorable Stewart.
Okay. Again, good morning, Shana. Chair, I got cut off the first time to try and call back in, so I'm calling in again on this one, my other phone. So I'm on the line again. This morning. Again, my name is Wilson C. Stewart Jr., for Defiant, Council Delegate for Defiant Sawmill, Red Lake, and Crystal. And again, Chair, I'm calling in from Gallup, Mexico for an appointment this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't know. I'm Senator with Inchgate Herman Daniels Jr. I don't know. Senator with Tani. I don't know. Kids are cheating. That's it. I don't know. Toy cleaning. That's cheap. I hate the net. I don't know. That's got so it doesn't matter. What I mentioned for the day was it total shanto. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, I'm here. Sorry. Good morning, Delegate Freeland here. I don't represent 8 chapters out of Eastern Navajo, as well as 23 others, 31 chapters total. The chapters that I do represent are Crown Point, Nadiskish, Te'ai, Vicente, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfino, and Nahize. Thank you, Chairman, and my colleagues. Look forward to a very thorough and good discussion this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Kiel Mbege. Push *6, Honorable Begay.
Chairman, good morning, Nana. Sana, other Kudo REC members, other Kudo staff, other Chicken, Sinigi, Dice, Nostrangi, Kudo Shedaj, other Hanrani, Aid and Enslonki, Ani, Ada Shizet, Ani Dashe, other the Ada Shanale. Koslao Atlanta Atle Patradashaki E Lumountain Sachibuga Salani Cottonwood Nazlini other mini farms chapters of our Ecuadorian Anish Inson hold the Shako Yat Epin on Anhidishni list chairman at Ashi Dasa Sidoli.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Shay Rickney is in chair of RDC. London Slow Zait Kachini, Bashish Chain San Habitni Dash Cherokee, Ani Dational Hotite, and then Shla Arobanash and Denigi Eyaha, Sadak Ondo San Juan in Hanzara per Fruitlam, Burnham, Don Newcomb. Thank you. Welcome, everybody, and please keep your phones on me. Let me go to, are there any 24th Navajo Nation Council delegates on the line? None? RDC staff. Well, we have Ms. Michelle Cook covering for Ms. Shami Begay today. So, Ms. Cook.
Good morning, RDC. My name is Michelle Cook. I am the Legislative Manager for Office of Legislative Services. I'm originally from Vanderwagen, New Mexico. Good morning and thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Woody?
Good morning, Chair. RDC members, Nikido Arnold, good morning. Shay ya Teresa Woody, ya in Seattle, Trapahan, Seto, the passage in the Ebashichin, Kia Ane, Dashichedo, Tnajane, Dashinale. I heard all any houses see door late today. Yeah, I'm in the office. Ado auditionanish ish ako ado here Shija Thomas Walker Jono and Hatsatinsen. Ishi Benani Edo late Jedo net Mr. Chair, what oh here don't need a houses see door late. Good morning.
Thank you, Ms. Woody. From OLC, who do we have with us today?
Good morning, Chair Nez, members of RDC. This is Kristen Lowell at the Office of Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Lowell. Aren't you going to tell us your clan?
Good morning and happy St. Patrick's Day, Erin Gobra. I am from the lush green state of Connecticut, and my ancestry is half Celtic, and I am Irish, Scottish, and Welsh. I'm also, I forget, there's so many. I'm also French, Portuguese, and Italian. Chair.
Thank you for that, Ms. Lowell. From Speaker's Office, Ms. Siako. None? Okay.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman and members of the Resources and Development Committee. I am on the line. My name is Melinda Urbiso Siako. I'm currently a legislative staff assistant for the Office of the Speaker. Thanks for having us on the line, and good morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Siako. Department of Justice, are you on the line?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of RDC. This is Michelle Brown Yazzie. I am the Assistant Attorney General for the Water Rights Unit. Tachi Nishle, Anaslana Bashishchin, Sinajini Dashiche, Anaslana Dashanala. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shirazi. Anybody else from Department of Justice? Okay, BIA, Ms. Curley.
Chair.
Excuse me. Good morning. This is
Ms. Curley.
Good morning. Yat Benin. This is Cheryl Curley, BIA Tribal Liaison. Yat Benin, Hidishnito, RDC members, and Ms. Begay, everyone on the call. Yeah.
Anybody else from BIA? Mr. Sosi, Dr. Curley?
I believe they may be in another meeting, but I will let them know in case there are any specific questions for BIA that comes up. Chairness.
Okay, thank you. We have from NTUA, Ms. Becker.
Yat Bennett, Chairman and distinguished members of the Resources and Development Committee. Betam Becker Dashijine, Kinflachini Nishle Bilagana Bashichin, Toachini Dashiche, Bilagana Dashinala. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else from NTUA? None? Mr. Nick Taylor, are you on the line?
Yate Bene, this is Nick Taylor from Navajo Nation Shopping Centers. Dona Nishinigi a Twitsohni Nishle, Kachini, Bashichin, my deskini desche, Aroskana Tohat Dashanale, a quit out the nest kinsle. Yeah.
Thank you. From Intech, Bernard Masters or Steve Yazzie? Do we have Stephanie Hall on the line with us?
Good morning, Chairman Nez. This is Cortasha Upshaw with Intech.
Good morning, Cortasha.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Cortasha Upshaw. I am the Community Affairs Coordinator for Navajo Transitional Energy Company, Intech, out of Farmington. My clans are Twetnesethni Nishlon, Sitna Jini A Bashichin, Kiani A Dashiche, Twachini A Dashanala, and I am originally from the Fort Defiance area. I also have my colleague here, Andy.
Good morning, Chairman. This is Andy Hawkins. I'm the Community Engagement Manager for Bisti Fuels.
Morning, Andy. Okay. Anybody else on the line that want to introduce themselves?
Good morning.
Good morning. This is
Jessica Blackett with Navajo Nation Department of Justice. I'm also listening in. I'm originally from Newcomb and oversee the Natural Resources Unit. I may have other staff listening in. I don't know if they're listening in now, but just so you guys know. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. This is Dan Moquin from Navajo Nation Department of Justice Water Rights Unit. Apparently was on mute and did not realize it earlier. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. This is Marcarlo Roanhorse with Ganado Fire District. Sanjikina Nishle Twotoni Bashichin Kiaani Dashiche Aros Najini A Dashanella. I also have Lieutenant Jeremy Begay here with me.
Good morning. My name is Jeremy Begay. I'm one of the lieutenants for Ganado Fire District. Touchini Bashichin Touchini Dashiche Kitlichini Dashanella.
Thank you. And we do have Chief Woody here with us, but he's currently on the other line. So with that, thank you, Chair and members of RDC.
Thank you. Next.
Chair.
Good morning.
Chair Nez, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
This is Delegate Elmer Pibigay.
So I'm joining in too.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Next.
Good morning. This is Eloise Brown. We're here to do a report with the farmers, and we're on the agenda. Yad e anos RDC members, Shik A Nasinigi, Ado Shigaj, Mr. Rick Nez. Here, do Ado Tachi in Shlon, Shin Bashish Chin, Tanisa Hindashinaldo, Kia Ani Dashiche. Here.
Welcome, Ms. Brown. Anybody else?
Good morning,
Good
Mr.
morning.
Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Sean Vendale, Risk Management, just listening in today. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. This is Felicia Adams calling in from Navajo Nation Shopping Center, serving as the board chair, excuse me. Tobahan Nishlan Nahale Dashiche Ado Nahale Dashanale and Akut Ego and Dene Asa Nishlan.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Chair. This is Jarvis Williams from Intech, listening in with Cortasha and Andy. So good morning, RDC members. Go ahead, Lini. Good morning, everybody.
Morning. Next.
This is Marty Ashley with Office of Navajo Tax Commission. Office of Navajo Tax Commission. So I'm going to be listening in this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Ashley. Next.
Good morning, Chair, members of Resource and Development Committee. This is Davis Filfer from OPVP. I'll be listening in as well.
Good morning, Mr. Filfred. Anybody else? None? Okay. We'll move right along. Go ahead. Introduce yourself.
Joseph Hernandez, Yeneshe, Koganishle, Nake, Bashashin, Ashingache, a Nake Dashanella, Yate Bene Committee. I am the Dene Energy Organizer for Native America NAVA Education Project, and I am from Shiprock, New Mexico. There's 2 more days left in this New Mexico legislature. Yeah.
Welcome. Thank you. Next.
Delegate James on the line.
Good morning, Honorable Vince James. Any other colleagues on the line with us?
This is Curtis Janito from Mexican Water Chapter President, just listening in.
Thank you and welcome. Anybody else? We're down to number 3 on the agenda, reviewing and approving the agenda. Ms. Cook, could you read the agenda, please?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, I will. This is the agenda for the Resource Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council via teleconference. RDC's regular meeting today is March 17, 2021. The time is 10 o'clock a.m. Presiding is Ricky Nez, Chairperson, Thomas Walker Jr., Vice Chairperson. Number 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, and announcements. 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving the journal. There are 2, February 24th, 2021 and March 3rd, 2021. 5, receiving reports. Report A, report from Navajo Nation Shopping Center. Report B, an update report from Northern New Mexico Farmers, Inc. Report C, update report from Intech operation relative to coal delivery across Navajo Nation. D, update report from Talani Lake Enterprises. 6, old business, legislation number 0021-21, and the sponsor is Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Co-sponsor is Honorable Seth Damon. 7 is new business, legislation number 0023-21, and this is allocating $2,644,380 from the Sihasin Fund to the Division of Community Development for the purchase of fire trucks and ambulances for the Ganado Fire District, adopting the Sihasin Ganado Fire District Emergency Vehicle subsection 2501-2508. The sponsors, Honorable Delegate Vince James. B, legislation, and this is confirming the speaker's appointment for Bitta N. Becker to the Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission. The sponsors, Honorable Seth Damon. Co-sponsors, Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Item C, legislation number 0034-21. This is approving a change of project and change of funding year in resolution legislation number 0035-21. This is advising that the Indian Health Services Office of Environmental Health streamline delivery of sanitation services. The sponsors, Honorable Edmund Yazzie. E, legislation number 0042-21. This is approving the supplemental funding for the unreserved, undesignated fund balance in the amount of $2 million for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice Water Rights Litigation Unit to continue litigating on behalf of the Navajo Nation and to protect the Navajo Nation's water rights, waiving 12 NNC subsection E, F, and N. The sponsors, Honorable Elmer P. Begay. F is approving to schedule a joint RDC LOC meeting to have some discussion regarding jurisdiction, enforcement, and other related matters. The recommended date is March 23rd or the 30th, 2021 at 9 o'clock. 8, conclusion of committee meetings, other announcements, and adjournment. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Cook, for that. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second for the agenda approval.
Chairman, I'll motion Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, thank you. Second by Stewart. Honorable Stewart, thank you. Shananta. Shananta, there is a request to have Talani Lake Enterprise, Ms. Hall, have the first section of the reports. So we will have that as Amendment 1. Included on there will be to remove legislation 0035-21, sponsored by Honorable Edmund Yazzie. And we will add G on there. G will be to schedule a visit, a site visit, and a meeting at Wolf Springs over by Alamosa, Colorado. Wolf Springs Ranch near Alamosa, Colorado. So, Shananta would like to establish a motion and a second for Amendment 1.
Chairman, I will motion to do that.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Is there a second?
Freeland. Chairman.
Honorable Freeland, seconds. So are there any additions or changes to the agenda on Amendment 1? Any comments, questions? Hello? Oh, I'm sorry. Here I was talking away, Shananta. We have a motion and a second for Amendment 1, which is to have Talani Lake do the first report, and all others will fall down to B, C, and D. Legislation 0035-21 will be deferred to next RDC meeting as requested by the sponsor, Honorable Edmund Yazzie. We will add under new business G to schedule a site visit to Wolf Springs Ranch near Alamosa, Colorado. Are there any questions, Nandai? None. We'll go ahead and vote on Amendment 1. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green, Chairman.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Kealan Begay?
Chairman Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Chair, I vote green.
Honorable Daniels? Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries for Amendment 1. Back to the main motion, Shananta. May everybody please put your phones on mute. Honorable members of RDC, any other changes to the agenda? None. We'll go ahead and vote on the main motion for the agenda. So, Shanantai, Honorable Freeland, how do you vote on the main motion for the agenda approval?
Green, Chairman.
Honorable Stewart? Honorable Stewart? Honorable Kealan Begay?
Green. Sir.
Honorable Walker, Vice Chair Walker?
Chairman Kealan votes green. Chairman, I vote green. This is Thomas Walker.
Okay. Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Walker votes green. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Honorable Stewart, how do you vote, sir?
Green, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. We'll approve the agenda with 3 changes and additions. Thank you. Number 4 on the agenda, Samantha, reviewing and approving journals. These journals were sent to us by Ms. Teresa Whitty for April 24 and March 3rd. Let's establish a motion and a second. Motion.
Kealan motion.
Honorable Begay, second. Honorable Daniels, second. Any questions or comments on these journals? None. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir? Honorable Freeland, Honorable Stewart,
Green.
Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Begay.
Chairman Kellen votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Will approve the journals from February 24 and March 3rd. Thank you. On down to number 5, Shanantai. Receiving reports. We have first on the list, update report from Tulani Lake Enterprise. Presenter, Stephanie Hall. You have the floor. There's *6 to unmute. Ms. Stephanie Hall or someone from Tulani Lake Enterprise.
Yeah, it's Bennett, Stephanie Hall, Unisha. My apologies, I'm having technical difficulties, but I'm here. My name is Stephanie Hall. I'm the Executive Director of Tulani Lake Enterprises. My clans are Kintlachitni Nishlan Tetnazetni Bashishchi, Gianni Deshache, Sanjakina Deshanella. I am originally from Loop, Arizona, and come from a generations of farm and ranch family. I've invited my board president, Mr. Gary Bykeddy, and board secretary, Mr. Jacques Sarand, as well as our colleague, Mr. Stan Robbins, and Mr. Regan Hawthorne onto this call as well for any questions that might be asked later. So I wanted to first introduce my organization, Tulani Lake Enterprises. Our mission is to cultivate healthy, safe, and prosperous communities by strengthening food, water, and economic systems for our Native communities, empowering our youth, and promoting Native cultural knowledge. Our vision is for a future where all our relations thrive in sustainable, economically viable, and environmentally responsible Native communities. This organization was first established in 2000 as a business incubator and got its 501c3 nonprofit in 2005. Over the years, this organization has pivoted and evolved to address the many systemic and specific barriers and challenges when it comes to strengthening food and economic systems in our communities. And these sort of projects that we've been working on over these past several years have focused in on, for food, providing technical assistance, workshops, and planning out and establishing infrastructure for farming and ranching communities along the Little Colorado River specifically, and then branching out to different communities throughout Navajo. We've worked with many different partners throughout the years, including USDA, the local Navajo-based soil and water conservation districts, our local chapters, and many grassroots organizations to establish many different innovative projects in our communities. Right now, we are working with our friends and colleagues in Cameron to do model-based designs for a 100-acre farm incubator, wildlife preservation area, and irrigated pasture. We're also working with small farmers who have established farms and garden sites throughout home site leases, and then well-established farming areas in our area. Most recently, we've been working with local chapters for master planning and have and brought in some private, state, and federal funding to do some master planning. And over these several years, we've again established the partnerships, the planning, the research with researchers out of Northern Arizona University, Diné College, and other established academic organizations to collect data. We worked with community or other small projects. And all of this culminated this year in what was our Telecommunication Enterprises COVID Relief Initiative, which was funded by this recent CARES Act funding. So I just kind of want to go through a really quick timeline. But before I do that, I'd like to invite Mr. Jacques Sarand or Mr. Gary Baiketi to offer up a little bit more from that summary that I gave before I move on to the timeline of this project, if they're available.
What is their names again?
Mr. Jacques Sarand, he is our board secretary. And Mr.
Farron?
Jacques, J as in Juliet, A as in apple, C as in computer, Q as in quiet, U as in umbrella, E as in envision, and S as in Sierra.
Thank you. Jacques, are you on the line? Push *6.
Oh, Yat, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Oh, Yat, Bene, Senat Anisha, Jacques Sarandinisia, Consanadena Shah, Shema, Belegana, Sujet, Do, Atsi Yashi, Datin, French, or ya, Nana, Shiche, Belegana, Do, Senale, Do, Yashida. I am 50-year in-law to Sunat Jini in Tuba City. I have my degree in plant biology from NAU, and I've worked since late 1970, 40 years, along the Little Colorado River to try to understand the water and the soils and the wildlife and the uranium, and how can we work together with the water and the soils to provide good food and water for livestock and the communities and our relatives, the wildlife. Thank you very much for the opportunity to listen in and participate in this discussion. I'm very grateful to you. Thank you, Honorable Walker, for your beautiful soldiers in this morning. Get us on the right path. Nana, Honorable Begay, good to hear your voice again. My work has always been for the water. When we first started in 1977 in Cameron, the BIA in Tuba City said there is no water, forget it. That was not true. There is a lot of water in the river. It's really hard to find it and to develop it in a good way. Because we've worked with the water from Cameron and Black Falls and Beaver Farm and North Loop Farm and Siditro, through the years, we have a little understanding of how it is and where it is and how to work with it. And our whole intention is to do everything we can to bring more water to the people. And if that is the truth, then we must really work very hard. That is my work with Tolani Lake Enterprise, is to try to help understand where is the water, develop it better so that people can use it for all the needs. We were very fortunate and grateful to be able to work with some of the CARES funding. And it was very, very fast track, as Stephanie Hall will explain. It was probably too fast a track. We tried to do too much in too little time. We did everything we could. We're very proud of what we were able to accomplish. And with respect to water alone, in about 1 month, 4 weeks of work, we got a contract driller to drill 14 new wells along the Little Colorado River from Cameron to North Loop. 14 wells, not Tommy. That's a lot of water. And not all the wells are good. Not all the water quality results have come in yet, but we know there is a lot of water there, and this activity needs to continue. now we have to pursue the water development to bring life to our children and our grandchildren. And so, yeah, I talk too much, but I am available for any questions, any way that I can help. And say I will go back on mute until I'm called upon again. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Saron. Back to Ms. Hall. Ms. Hall.
Yes, I'm here.
You're on a time limit of 20 minutes. Thank you.
All right, I will go through this really quickly. So as far as we know, the project performance for the U.S. CARES Act was authorized to begin on March 1st. And as far as we know, that March 1st was originally postponed because of the litigation with the prior administration for all Tribal CARES Act funding. And I believe that was resolved in May of 2020. And that's when we received word that the nation was starting to receive requested for white papers, proposals, ideas, and strategies from the larger Navajo community at large. And in the May timeframe, we also happened to lose our very beloved colleague and financial director, Judy Wilson. And that does play, I mentioned that because it does play a little bit into some of our delays in getting reports back into the Navajo Nation. So we know that there was, we first proposed a $32 million proposal for the former Bennett Freeze area at large with multiple partners. And we presented this to the Navajo Land Commission on July 28, 2020. This included a $5 million for food and water security. The Navajo Hopi Land Commission declined to support and did not move forward to the council. At that time, around that same time, actually in August of 2020, the council then allotted $87 million for water projects to Navajo Nation Water Management. Mr. Jacques Sarand and Mr. Stan Robbins presented a smaller project proposal in the amount of $3.46 million for food and water security to Navajo Nation Water Management. This was submitted to them on August 26, 2020, and that would eventually move forward as a subrecipient award to the Tallinn Lake Enterprises. This particular award had a lot of different legal requirements, and so we started to comb through, and we were not the only organization that was starting to try to figure out what it meant to receive a subrecipient agreement from the CARES Act funding. There was a lot of extra rules that we had to work with the Navajo Nation consultant Baker Tilly on figuring out what that would mean once we received the money. On September 7th, 2020, Water Management did notify us and our major stakeholders, including our Honorable Council Delegate Walker, that they would do their best to approve a subrecipient award to TLE for the $3.46 million proposal, and then sent the subrecipient agreement within a week of that notification for our full review. We sent that subrecipient agreement to our grant and contract, a certified research administrator who's our grant and contract person for questions. And, we spent a couple of days trying to, again, figure out what it meant to receive this money and tried to make sure that this was something that we would be able to accomplish during the time period that was allotted to us. On September 11th, we received written confirmation from the Office of Controller that all of the proposed expenditures in the proposal were eligible. And what that means is that we submitted our budget and they told us that, yes, our budget was good to go. On September 26th, we received a clarification on the questions that we submitted to the lawyers related to the subrecipient award. And I felt comfortable moving forward with the subrecipient agreement. On October 1st, 2020, we began recruiting project leadership staff and contractors, obtained quotes from major equipment contracts, conducted community outreach mobilization to engage communities to be served. Prior to that, we had actually started working with a lot of the people that we had worked with in the past to start discussing logistics, technical information, and started reaching out to potential contractors that we've worked with in the past to ensure that, we would be able to accomplish this work as promised to the Navajo Nation. Unfortunately, during that time, on October 8th, my little brother, who was 36 years old, passed away. And that delayed our work a little bit by a week. I had to spend a week, working with that. And so it wasn't until October 19th that our leadership met again, and I signed off on the final approval to move the work forward. We submitted the final scope of work and signed a sub-recipient award and sent it over to Water Resources on October 30th. And we worked with the Office of the Controller and Water Resources, and they were really fantastic, answering our questions in as timely a manner as possible. This was a very chaotic time, and I know that everyone had a lot of different questions that were being submitted, and the offices were trying to coordinate as best as they could. And so I commend the department on the work that they did to expedite a lot of these projects. Our agreement was signed by President Nez on November 17th, and we started making financial commitments. I had actually started approving a lot of the expenditures that very day. And so with that, we started spending money that day, November 17th. And that, I think I approved about $150,000 out of our own bankroll, which was a little bit of a risk on our end because we are not a large nonprofit organization. We actually operate on a reimbursement schedule, and so we don't have a huge bank account. But, this was so important to us, our partners, and our community members that, we had to get the project started. We're not the only ones who took risks during this time period between the final approval and receiving the funding. We had many contractors, private contractors, who started work, and they started work because they knew the timeline was really scrunched, and they took President Nez's signature as the go-ahead to move that work forward. So we worked with a lot of really great contractors and partners in that regard. The funds were not released to us until December 8th. And by that time, our partners, TLE, had accumulated about, I would roughly say, I'd have to go back to my accounting records, but I would roughly say about $1 million worth of services on the ground that hadn't been reimbursed yet. And so once the funds were released to December 8th, we all took a moment to breathe a sigh of relief and celebrate, and we started reimbursing. Because the funds were not released until December 8th, we had to do a lot of pivoting. We had to work with our contractors. Some contractors dropped off. Not all the contractors were able to take the risk and continue because they had to figure out how they were going to commit their time and their resources to our project and or other projects, given that, we couldn't pay them right away. And so we worked with we had to pivot and seek out different contractors. Some of the contractors, especially for bigger equipment, we ended up going into California, into New Mexico. And so we were scrambling to try to figure out, how to negotiate through all of these contracts as the deadline was approaching. And because of that did cause some administrative issues. We had to reissue contracts, renegotiate contracts. And my team, I have a team of 4 administrators. They were working about 10 hours a day, 6 to 7 days a week, depending on how much, work was kind of going through. Expending $3.46 million from our small organization was definitely a new experience for us and a challenge, but it was something that we were able to overcome. So the period of the performance for the agreement was March 1st to December 30th. So we Okay. During that time, we did kind of lose our well team for about a week because one was exposed to COVID-19. And so because of our sub-agreement to them, they had to all agree to go ahead and go into quarantine for a week. So the project ended on December 30th. We had to tie up a lot of loose ends. Again, we had to pivot a lot. On January 3rd, we lost our vice president, Mr. William Edwards, who we know as Bill, and that he was in charge of a lot of our other projects, and so that slowed us down. We submitted our January progress report, but we did miss our January and February progress and financial reports, or the financial reports for those 2 months. So with that being said, we are ready to submit those final reports in the next day or so. And it looks like we're going to be reverting roughly $450,000 to $500,000 back to the nation. I am in contact with the Office of the Controller on how to do that. And let me see. And as Jacques said before, I think, surpassed a lot of our objectives. We were able to drill 14 wells, a lot of water quality sampling. We're able to distribute 293 water filters into 30 communities, procure 5 new water delivery trucks, and deliver to 64 families in 20 communities. We established 98 rainwater catchment systems on local community members' homes. We delivered 138 water storage tanks and installed in 29 communities. That's roughly 234,050 gallons of new water storage added to our communities. We built 6 new food houses in 4 communities, which is currently producing food for people in need. We contracted with 70 local contractors and employees, keeping over $1 million in our local Navajo communities. With that, I will go ahead and wrap up my portion of the report. I don't know if there's any time for any of the other team to contribute anything that I might have missed.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Shananta, Kalani Lake Enterprises used up 20 minutes. And I don't know if you would like to give them an extra 5 minutes.
Chairman, this is Thomas Walker.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Thank you, Chair, the committee members, the presenters, though. Maybe some of the information they want to bring forth also can come out at the Q&A. Because we have some questions. I have some questions, or at least some comments, and they can bring up their information then also. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Chairman, I'll motion. Yeah, motion.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, motion. Second by?
Chairman Keelan.
Honorable Keelan Begay, second. Nandai. I know Honorable Vice Chair wanted to ask a question, so now's the time. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Okay, thank you, Chairman and committee members, staff, the listening audience, although the presenters, Janella, Ms. Hall, and then your organization's team, our faithful in-law, Mr. Surrounding, Mr. Baikeri, Stan Robbins, one of the associates there. So they're on the call. Although I had asked the committee to receive this report. Actually, it was meant for last week, but because of logistics and so forth. It can be done. I mean, the report is done today. We appreciate Shami and making that arrangements with Stephanie here. Recently at one of our meetings, NABI meetings, we had discussed the reversion of funds from the CARES Act allocations that went to different divisions, departments, and organizations. So out of that discussion came about how much reversion and then when and so forth. So we had heard from our divisions and offices that Tulani Lake still has yet to revert money. I think it was mentioned also that they had difficulties in doing so. I think that it pays to sit down and talk to people that have experienced some of the, I guess, difficulties, if you will, to listen to their points of view, listen to their experience, and you hear it, then you learn that, okay, ayaw nahoti la, ito taga ayaw nan tlan la, and then you factor in the human needs, the human experiences that we all go through. In this case, Stephanie mentioned a number of losses from the organization itself, and that's very unfortunate, very sad. And then in the area, Tulani Lake, Bird Springs Loop, Saline, that's the reason we received the CARES Act money. Our whole country, all the states, all the territories, U.S. territories, and all the tribes. That's the very reason, to prevent that loss of human life and property, and to sustain ourselves to get back into mitigating what damage that pandemic has put us through. Along the way, we had to deal with that. We had to fight, for ourselves. Unfortunately, our dear people became victims, even though they were fighting, the pandemic, fighting in the pandemic. I think listening to the report and leadership, we're there to respond to people's needs and to understand and to also furthermore try to help, be of further assistance. So money always brings about a big discussion, and use of money, especially the accounting for, although following the laws that govern the use of that money. So in this case, the CARES Act money, or the Nabigiyati resolutions, firsthand from those that are on the front line, those that have participated in mitigating dangerous pandemic, those that try to help, our community members by securing a really good source of water. And to make no mistake that, yes, it was difficult. Yes, they're somehow behind in the accounting, the reporting, but listening to what they've been through, we have to understand that. Even yesterday, the report, the presenters, I also am interested in seeing how Resource Development Committee responds to such a report. It could be today or down the road. But nonetheless, I seek support and understanding, great understanding from our leadership. And I know that some are at the position that organizations like Tulani Lake had entered into a contract. They signed that dotted line committing, saying they can do this. And then if they fall short, then it's back on them. So, the humans that we are, and then this awful pandemic made us do things that we would never imagine. And so I want to make my comments like that. I don't have any questions. I think a lot has been shared with the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comments, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Kialam Begay, you have the floor, sir.
Chairman, Ado RDC member, Ado Kudo Nikisinda Sosaki Adan Tulani Lake. This is just more of a general statement on this, Chairman. We have a lot of smaller programs that are being initiated locally. And I continue to say that the central government are not in full support or not equipping them sufficient resource. Department of Agriculture, then we got NAPI as well. But how each of these enterprises or local agricultural farming activities lies with the program. Earlier or last week, in our CS and other programs, these smaller areas of how do they get the support through the Navajo Department of Agriculture, through the water management, through the Division of Economic Development, and so on. Water rights, the are smaller programs. But we really don't provide solid response in saying that, okay, but what aimed and to the department. I see that these local chapter staff or programs will not be able to even be heard, or they're just brushed aside on Hadlen. I guess I'm beginning to be too critical, Chairman. I mean, let me know if I'm getting too far or going too far on this. But I'm beginning to be too critical to say that what and how can we change a policy to make this and get this different. Initiate that but yet you base up would be more helpful to making an amendment today, brother, Vice Chair, to say that the crop insurance that could be based about nedos bigant highlight all the 8 annasco koto na be hope Washington either that the Navajo Nation in general sato akat or was any no a need inkle what aimed if they're struggling what go aid or yego banate either but unless our own program go on the aid agushi kodo di ne la ye yal which what di ni na di ni to because there's much of a lack of equity of our local programs that we don't really look at or view them of their situation. Or at the local deed like enterprise niniki bebe tochi to ye that tochi niki halet ala kodobe na hot yego niniki gila hit abaka iji obohne zala. Within the Department of Agriculture, I believe that there should be some form of an internal program to have a reach out in coordinating with others like the state, USDA, and so on. I mean, the federal government, last week with this 1.9 trillion based on the certain group of farmers were neglected or were overlooked. No, based on us, I believe it was 500 billion based on no bayata. How do we stand as a Navajo Nation government in helping a lot of our local programs as such as Tulani Lake? How much resource, how much funding do we have for them to assist them, to help them? Washington and how is our Navajo Nation division programs prepping to help these type of programs that would flourish or succeed down the road? I need the infrastructure. Ako kwaki sister zido ako ego bahanana si tole. O bahasito pa yashke gisit aisit o nachwel to ibe pa konsen. Ako again hay ago kola hajo iliado at the so additional chairman other committee members need Lindegi. On it on and I really don't want to put ourselves on the spot. A lot of times when I say us, meaning including myself, that I'm not doing enough for my area, and especially for the Navajo Nation. But hey. Dit alla not so sabe dike do dit alla inske not so the snow that question at done. As of today, I haven't received anything. So I believe that majority of our Navajo chapters and programs and at the local level are very, very much are neglected and are ignored. I mean, that's the plain truth for me, that the way I see that, Shananta. And I don't know, with these comments, I'm sure I might be singled out that but nonetheless, as a representative for the central agency, I would report chairman, not to say any other as a leadership aid or aji bench dante Khalid alat ad apatsi loko kodo hohoto ni to tit out is ni ti ni te kikila it abe bit not outside not it af be koto hin has na kiki be na koto down na koto report isla to tit out down na in kitchen hot jo ni ko ad bayat to le kiki e ko kiki susizig lana banson additional chairman so what ego go shi susizig do koto bahasi to le.
Thank you for that, Honorable Begay. Let me go back to the presenter, Ms. Hall. Ms. Hall, push *6. Ms. Hall.
Hello. My apologies.
Go ahead.
I am one of the things I didn't share with the committee is that about 2.5 weeks ago I had to get admitted into the hospital, and I spent a week there. Then I had surgery, and I spent a week recovering, and that also led to some delay into our recording. So I am on my way to a follow-up appointment for a surgical consult. So my apologies. I'd like to divert the question to my colleagues, Mr. Jacques Cerrone or Mr. Stan Robbins, Mr. Gary Biketti, if that's all right, Honorable Chair.
Mr. Cerrone. Press *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed. Yes, we hear you. Go ahead. Mr. Cerrone, you may have to push *6 again. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Yes, Chairman.
Could I
committee members.
Give you the virtual gavel while I make a comment and a question?
Okay. Oh, I have a follow-up comment after you, sir. Hagoshin, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Ms. Hall, as well as Mr. Cerrone, looking at your PowerPoint presentation, I see that you're a non-governmental organization out of Talani Lake, and it appears you're doing a wonderful job over there for the Western Agency, including former Bennett Freeze area. And the money that was sent, that's being utilized for these projects in that western part of the Navajo Nation is the CARES Act funds. Now, are you only restricted to that area of the Navajo Nation to provide these water projects and other projects that is needed? I see there is a dire need in former Bennett Freeze area because of the restrictions that was in place for years. And I just want to know if you're only restricted to the Western Agency area of the Navajo Nation. That is my question. Thank you. I'm going to put myself on mute. Honorable Walker.
Okay, this is Jacques. Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead, Jacques. Respond.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I managed to knock myself out of the call. I'm back on again. I want to express my deep appreciation, Honorable Walker and Honorable Begay, for your really deep compassion and understanding of the situation down at the grassroots. And in response to the last question, absolutely, the needs are everywhere. We understand that so clearly. We're doing the very best we can with what we have, where we are. There's no question that if we work together, and there was mention made of this, there's a real need to work together better, to coordinate better. There are enormous resources coming down the line, not just the new COVID money, Department of Agriculture, many resources out there. If we work together, we can find ways to extend this kind of intensive grassroots work in other areas. What we learned is that you give people on the ground the resources they need, and by golly, they will take care of the problems. I am so impressed and moved by how much work that the NEC can do right down there on the grassroots. You give them the tools to work with. So right now, the reality is that Tolani Lake Enterprise, as you heard from Stephanie, we're staggering. We lost some of our loved ones. Every one of us has lost beloveds in this last several months, and we're still trying to stand up, trying to get the work done, trying to do what we can to help. Let's work together. We can get a lot more done if we work together. We can find ways to extend this kind of really intensive work to other areas. I'll go back on mute.
Okay, Jacques, the question also from Chairman Nez was, is Tolani Lake Enterprises restricted to only work within Bennett Freeze areas? That was his question.
All right, thank you for that clarification. I missed the beginning of it. No, we're not restricted. We're only restricted by resources, there's nothing to prevent us from working in other areas. And in fact, in this most recent round, the last 2 months, we were providing help and storage tanks and water catchment and other assistance in over 30 chapters, So no, we are not restricted, sir, only by resources.
Okay, thank you, Jacques. Chairman Nez, back to you. Do you have any further questions, comments?
No, I don't. That was just my question. So thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Okay, I'm going to hand you back the virtual gavel.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you now have the floor for your follow-up questions.
Okay, so Chairman, all committee members, and the audience that we have today, appreciate your time you've taken to listen to the Resource Development Committee meeting reports and the business. Although the presenters, Jacques Durande and Stephanie Hall and Gary Biketti, Stan Robbins, so the CARES Act, the peso di chose it to tona ajnista just hashin zashit na ajnishiki Stephanie gave an accounting of the work that was done. There is unfinished work. The projects are part of the project. They're unfinished. The funding that was meant to finish those projects, the time ran out. Therefore, there's unspent money, and then that represents also unfinished projects. And I appreciate our colleague, my brother, Key Alan Begay, for saying, okay, then logically, the next thing to do is look for funding so that the good people of Tolani Lake Enterprises and the community they work with, that they can finish these unfinished projects. Looking for funding elsewhere other than the CARES Act. That's sort of like history now. Funding will be reverted and so forth. If the leadership could hear, this report also, then they would understand. Okay, there's a need to continue funding. And I think it's incumbent on us, all of us, to be supporting projects like this and the efforts of people themselves at the grassroots level, especially as they take on developing water. So that responsibility is governmental right now. The Indian Health Services, the BIA, Department of Water Resources, Bureau of Reclamations, these huge governmental organizations. We leave that to them to do, and they do what they can, and they've done a lot these past several years of these major water lines that are being developed across our nation. And then there is this now, community-based organizations taking up the challenge in finding the ways to develop water for local projects, livestock and wildlife, and then farming. I am going back on mute, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, for your statements. Any other comments or questions, honorable members of RDC? None? Hakushina Shananta. Back to Honorable Kealan Begay's concerns. Ahoto Bayanski Shananta, Honorable Begay. Nitis Ahagishiminina. I been yes, so crowd, Namanat Anilko Resource and Development Committee, as well as the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We are lawmakers. It has Ani hat Ada to Hajona Nishkoko Bahun Agota. Fight Oshini Akui Inst Agogota. What else has on the Gogo Sahonat Neko A Ani Behas Ako Eben Yeshi Ben Yen da eat Akrovo and da eat hat Ashin Koro Sahodol Nace that ain't not a legislation Korobe land Aitle. A coin Latin hidden and the hot it. The Egeson has the and Nebe Vaka nail what Beniga. Today, Coron Hitler has Naki Yat Ehobanan Shide La Talani Lake Enterprise. She but Qui Delton Liniship and Nest Hoban Ado report in the Lara and the 450,000 to 500,000 not net on. A lot of that money should have been, I guess, in hit the net. If there was time for them, they probably would have drilled more wells for our community people throughout the Navajo Nation. So there's another round coming. Perhaps Palani Lake can just go across the Navajo Nation. I have 3 chapters that would probably need windmills for livestock. Burnham, Newcomb, as well as Tarakan, which is across, but it extends down to Table Mesaki. So a lot of these communities, not only my community, on the eastern side, Honorable Freeland's side too, there's a lot of need for that. And I wish more subrecipients, contractors, subcontractors would have came in and restored a lot of these windmills. So we pretty much had a discussion with the chairs and vice chairs meeting about a week ago in reference to the new funding that is coming. Tribal nations will receive $31 billion, and how much of that will the Navajo Nation receive? We're going to have to start talking and prioritize the 3 main areas: water, electricity, and broadband. So just to make that comment there, and thank you. Any other last comments or questions? None. We'll go ahead and vote on this report from Talani Lake. Thank you, Ms. Hall, as well as Mr. Cerrone. Appreciate your report this morning and letting us know your projects. God bless you. Honorable Freeland? How do you vote, sir? Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Begay?
Sorry, Chair, I was muted. Green, Freeland.
Okay, Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay?
Chairman Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Chairman, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels?
Vote, please.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. We'll accept the report from Tulani Lake Enterprise. Thank you. Back to B now, which will be report from Navajo Nation Shopping Centers. Mr. Nick Taylor, you have the floor, sir.
Yat-ed, thank you, Chairman Nez, for that. And Yat-ed to the honorable members of the RDC. I'm Nick Taylor, the CEO of Navajo Nation Shopping Centers. I'm calling in from Window Rock, Arizona. I'd just like to know, how much time do we have to present?
20 minutes, sir.
Got it. Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to offer the opportunity for a few of my board members to introduce themselves. So, board chair or vice chair, if you're on the line, feel free to introduce yourself now. Thank you.
Go ahead. Board members, introduce yourself. Push *6 to unmute. Mr. Taylor, back to you, sir.
Right. Thank you very much for that. I don't know what happened to my board members, but a few of them are on the line. So we do have our board chair, Ms. Felicia Adams, present, and also we do have our board member, Tony Skrulinas, with us. And with our report, I'd like to make sure that you all received our report. It's a 3-page document.
Yes, Mr. Taylor. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much for that. Okay, good. I'm just going to go through the summary of our report here. It's a simple 3-page document. And so Navajo Nation Shopping Centers, we manage 10 properties across the Navajo Nation. And there are a total of 13 properties for all shopping centers. So we don't manage 3 of them. The 3 that we don't manage are the properties located at Sanders, Ganado, and Chinle. So within our portfolio of properties and the amount of space we provide for retail and office space businesses, our occupancy is currently at 96%. So we're pretty well filled. And we currently have 8 vacant spaces slated for retail purpose use. And those are located at various properties across the Navajo Nation. So our enterprise, in comparison to the others across the Navajo Nation, we fall on the smaller scale of things. We're on the size in comparison to Navajo Times, Navajo Broadcast Media, and those smaller enterprises like hospitality. We wish we were as big as NTUA, NECA, the Net Development Corporation, but we're not. Our revenues in comparison to the other larger enterprises, what we bring in 1 year, the larger enterprises will bring in 1 month. So our revenues are quite different. But nonetheless, our main reason for existing as an enterprise is to serve the nation and to serve the people of the Navajo Nation. So what I'll be doing is answering 3 main questions. What did shopping centers do in 2020? How did shopping centers do financially through 2020? And what are our long-term goals that we have currently in place? As I talk through these points, I'm going to allow time for our board chair to offer additional words. So at the start of 2020, we had our plans in place for a great year of development, but that got pushed aside and we had to refocus to addressing and helping the needs of the Navajo Nation due to the pandemic. So in the corporate realm, we have what's referred to as a corporate social responsibility program. Typically, we provide small grants to community members and businesses to do their work, and that's the way we used to give back. But for 2020, we had to shift that focus to be more responsive to the pandemic. So thankfully, to the leadership of the board members, they made a choice to act instead of just sitting by and letting things pan out the way things could have been. So the decision to act, the board allowed for a donation to be made to the Health Operations Command Center. So in April of last year, we donated $25,000 to the Health Operations Command Center to assist them in their relief efforts for the purchase of food and water for rural communities. Next, we decided to also respond to the changing dynamics and limitations of the nation's health needs to the people. So because we cover quite a vast area across the Navajo Nation, we were able to actually partner with some NGOs off the nation and some nonprofits to actually secure essential items that the nation was lacking for the people. We were able to secure a couple hundred gallons of hand sanitizer, a couple thousand face masks, a couple thousand gloves, and some pamphlets about safe shopping. So our response was to provide a safe shopping environment for our customers and for our tenants. And from the months of April all the way through the end of July, we provided 6,000 packets or so to Navajo families. And our efforts were coordinated with our management team and along with our board members. We each volunteered our time, and we were out at centers distributing these to the patrons of the centers. So that there, we spent about $77,000 on that initiative. But that ended in July, and we turned our focus to other areas. So in addition to helping the people of the Navajo Nation, addressing the safety aspect, we also had to consider our tenants. Due to the various public health emergency orders enacted that place restrictions on business operations, we had to recognize that some of our tenants would not be able to pay their monthly rent. So we established a rent relief program, and we worked with our tenants and identified the ones that were deemed non-essential, and we worked out a plan to where we would provide them a reduced rent rate or provide them free rent for the month. So initially, at the start of the pandemic in April, we forecasted losing revenues of about $175,000 in free rent or rent relief. At the end of the year, the actual came out to about $193,000. So we were in the ballpark. We had a generally good idea of what to expect because of that public health emergency orders. So those are the ways that we responded. I'm going to allow some time now for our board chair to add additional words.
Go ahead, board chair.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please identify yourself.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. This is Felicia Adams, calling in from Yamato, New Mexico, actually. And thank you. Good morning to the other RDC members and other council delegates and other audience that are listening. So I do apologize for my technical difficulty earlier. I still haven't mastered the Zoom, but to add to what Mr. Taylor was saying, some of the things that we felt were important were, one, the success of our tenants, and two, the safety of our community members as they shopped at our stores, especially when there was limited access. Also, in terms of the distribution, I just would like to highlight that from the board down through to employees, we all actually volunteered and went out and distributed many of these items, which was important because at the time, a lot of people were unavailable and a lot of items were unavailable. So I'm very proud of our team for going out there and donating their time and putting themselves on the front line as well. We also provided space for the pandemic response organization, Navajo Hopi COVID Relief Fund, and we also provided free Wi-Fi at our locations, which we felt was important for many students and employees that were working from home. Additional ways we'd like to see ourselves helping is offering input on retail and shopping trends in the Navajo economy and surrounding areas, and also by assisting with the reopening plans and development, because we have been tracking a lot of the consumer shopping behavior and the impact of the Navajo dollar. And I'll pass it back to Mr. Taylor for now.
Well, thank you for that, Ms. Adams. So moving on to the next topic, answering the question of how did shopping centers do financially? So on page 2 of the report, in the middle of the page, there's 2 charts, Chart A and Chart B. So looking at Chart A, so last year in 2019, or just 2 years ago, shopping centers brought in revenue of about $4 million. 2020, our unaudited revenues dropped to about $3 million. So we suffered about a 27% decline in revenue, which is a pretty big amount for us. But we were able to forecast this drop in revenue in early April last year, so this was not unexpected to us. And because we're able to forecast our revenues a year out, we were able to modify our expenses and keep a cap on those. So we were able to stay below our budget for calendar year 2020. We did experience a slight increase in operating revenues compared to 2019, and that is primarily attributable to the COVID expenses that were incurred for the purchase of the hand sanitizer, face masks, gloves, pamphlets, and brochures, and getting word out through media about the public health emergency orders, and just being a vital source of communication between tenants and the customers and the public. So that's where we experienced an increase in operating expenses. One metric that we like to use as a property management company for gauging how effective our business is doing, we collect what's referred to as gross sales receipts from all our tenants. So this metric tells us how much money actually came through all our shopping centers. So that's referenced in Chart B. So in 2019, within all our 10 shopping centers, we had gross sales of $120 million. Going to 2020, that fell. Those gross receipts fell to $90 million, a decrease of $30 million. That decrease is due to the public health emergency orders with the mandated business closures, the closure of tourist sites and attractions across the Navajo Nation. So no tourists were allowed to enter or visitors were allowed to enter the nation. Some businesses temporarily closed or relocated off the Navajo Nation. So all that resulted in some changes in the consumer shopping behavior here on Navajo. So we were able to look at some of our data and see the trends that were occurring in various parts of the agencies. So we kind of have an idea of what families were doing with their shopping behavior through the summer and through the fall of last year. We were also able to secure a loan from Native American Bank as part of the CARES Act Paycheck Protection Program. So that did help us get us through a portion of the year. And so that's how we did financially. But we're looking to remain stable and consistent with our cash flows this year. And we're working closer with our tenants to help them prevent any kind of permanent business closures from occurring. We're glad to say that here at shopping centers last year, we didn't have any of our tenants announce to us that they were permanently closing their doors in 2020 as a result of the pandemic. So our efforts with the COVID expenses and providing tenants with some PPE, and also through the assistance of our rent relief program, we were able to prevent any kind of permanent closures, business closures. The third question of what are our long-term goals? So currently, our goal for this year is to get a new grocery store going at Navajo, New Mexico, within our Navajo Pine Shopping Center. So that's our main focus and goal for this year, is to get that store up and going. Thinking longer term, we'd like to actually help the nation address the issue of food sovereignty and food desert by working with small independent grocers to establish more grocery stores across the Navajo Nation in rural and remote areas, just so people have access to healthier foods and water. And also, we're revamping how we approach business people on Navajo and teaching them about how to do retail on Navajo. So we're beginning to put together a webinar program for retail education, and that'll be starting next month. And through these efforts, we're hoping that more Navajo citizens take on the venture of operating a retail business. That way they can provide employment opportunities for community members and have better access to retail services and goods for our people. And we're also looking to attract a good mixture of tenants from different industries and look at the economic, cultural, and physical well-being for each of these businesses and see how they integrate into our nation. So all these efforts point toward our other long-term goal of improving our brand, our image, and the properties across the Navajo Nation that we currently own and manage. I'm going to give the time over to board members if they'd like to add any other additional words. Thank you.
Board members?
Thank you, Nick. This is Felicia again. I just wanted to add another priority that we were looking at is our employees and the long term for them, and to make sure that we are not only creating employment within the communities, but creating competitive employment. Another thing that is important to us is that the impact of the Navajo dollar, it's already leaving. And so we're trying to recapture that and have a greater impact on our local economies, especially during the pandemic. One thing to also emphasize with the grocery store in Navajo Pine, we are emphasizing Navajo ownership. And so that is something that we were focusing on, and we've been trying to recruit the right type of talent so that we can support, like Mr. Taylor said, more Navajo businesses within the Navajo Nation. Also, I'm not sure, did you want me to mention about To the City, Nick, or do you want to share about that? And okay, so good news is there's going to be a Starbucks opening up into the city, and so get your mugs ready. Hopefully, we'll be able to share coffee in person one of these days. We do look forward to having meetings in person again. But we are also looking into more development in Chinle. Like Mr. Taylor said, some of our developments were put on hold because of the pandemic, but we are looking at ways to overcome that and still continue to be a leader in economic development and still continue to work with our leaders. I do want to take a moment and just recognize our other board members who humble me with their experience. Denise Canyon, Tony Skalunas, and Mark Graham. Together, we have the business, marketing, procurement, tax, economic development, law, governance, and culture experience. And we've been working with and supporting the CEO as we build capacity in not only a unified, but a purposeful way. And I just want to emphasize some of the comments that were made earlier by Honorable Walker and Honorable Allen, that I agree that the support and understanding from our leadership is very important as we accomplish some of these major tasks for our community. So thank you for those words. And a couple other things that I just wanted to highlight since our in-person meeting in 2019. We did lose our former legal counsel. And then we did also bring in the new CEO, Mr. Taylor. And so he's been fulfilling his role aside from navigating through the pandemic, but leadership, managing leases, developing properties, maximizing profit, and building relationships, enhancing the organizational culture, and really focusing on stability, not only for us, but our tenants. And so I just want to applaud him as a new CEO during the pandemic and thank everybody from our employees all the way up to our board members for everybody's contribution. And thank you all for your time today.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Escalinas, I believe you'd like to say a few words.
Yeah, long ago, it's not flaggy. Chair, Naz, Vice Chair Walker, and committee members. The today Diego, Dashi, Diego, it's not at the Mona Atleho, Hisindahui Neto, Ben Dale Nashia, the Kodona,
1 minute.
That 8 that no, though, Khalid, Lati, grocery store. Niki, that's also there's only 13 grocery stores. Ako da late la jono ke dati nesto jono kodo ni anga kodo na ho tada ato ako nda ata but no ben da ako be kashi da sa ako beef na kan da ni ho no eni la so da yego kodo job da hoti ati no even na je like Navajo pine aje na liha ba ho wan chian han ni ho niki hit this na do such can't no yet ne says that I not nishi yo so yi chi ako da I change that he deal so has all but but that the things no ko that able deal ne sto di net hatte so that man ni nas ne je ban si case di corner ni gila late apa si do been not see on that needs that he needs so that's I just wanted to add that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Taylor, Mr. Escalanas, and Ms. Adams. Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, would like to establish a motion and a second.
Motion, Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, motion, second by?
I'll second.
Freeland.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, seconds. Any questions or comments, Shanantai?
Chairman.
Comment nine.
Honorable Freeland and then Honorable Stewart.
Go ahead, I'll let my brother go first. I'll yield to my brother.
Honorable Stewart, you have the floor.
Hey, Nozzles go first. Shoot. Okay. Again, Shania, speaker is Shania Chernez, Ado Shijaya, Ado Shania Kef, Ado Shmaja Ado Kodom, Mr. Taylor, and the board, Mrs. Scrolanis, and board chair. I forgot your name, sorry. But my comment is going to be, thank you for the report, and thank you for the efforts to. I know we did meet before regarding the Navajo grocery store and the initiatives to move forward on that to make it either a grocery store or a little farmer's market. And I did present that back to the Red Lake leadership, and as well as the timeline that you had all provided to me during our meeting at the time, and they were looking forward to it. The only question that a couple of members from the leadership had were, why is it taking so long? But I told them it was because of the pandemic and that there was a slowdown in that area. So, but it's something that they're looking forward to seeing and to working on with you all as well. And I wanted to continue to work on that as well as other areas that you have presented to us today, and to let you know that I will continue to be a support to the shopping center enterprises as well. So thank you for that. Thank you, Shana.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, thank you, Adoshanantai, colleagues, Resource Development Committee members, Mr. Taylor, Tiliyaja, thank you. Mrs. Scrolanis, good to hear your voice again. Tony, Felicia, thank you as well, the board members of Senegi. Chairman, colleagues, Mr. Taylor, this is really a comment. I want to thank you all for your assisting in repairing the parking lot in Crown Point. yes, it could be used more work, but I think what we got by, what we have now with, we get by with. Just to see last winter, some of our elders trip and fall in potholes, and it was really a heartbreaking situation that we had to deal with there. But thank you all for assisting with that. I wanted to, and I'll come talk to you, Mr. Taylor. We need some help with bashes now, and I like going to other places, Window Rock. I like going to Chinle or even Tuba City. When I go to these places, I stop at their bashes and I take a look at it. I'm very observant, and especially Window Rock. Window Rock has a real nice bashes. We have the only bashes in New Mexico, and I was told that unfortunately our bashes doesn't make money compared to the other bashes, but we still have our people that rely on that bashes, even as far as Lake Valley, 30, 40 miles away, that drive to that bashes. It's a very important post or store for our region. And I really would like to sit down with the Bashes family at some point, and I would like for you to all be included in this discussion. How can we give the Crown Point Bashes a facelift? And how can we remodel it to make it more, I don't want to call it amenable, but attractive, make it, I don't want to compare it to Window Rock, but, every time I go to the Starbucks there, I always like, wow, they have a real nice bashes. I wish we had something like that in Crown Point. And then the other thing was, I know I talked to the vice president about this, was a coffee place. We talked about Starbucks, but the franchise fee is so much. We have the hospital right next door. All the healthcare workers go to that. There's a path that goes right to Bashes. They go there for lunch. They go there for, food. And, the doctors and nurses go there. So I just wanted to see. I'll come see you, Mr. Taylor, when I do make some time in Window Rock. But I really would like your assistance on approaching the Bashes family on how we can make remodeling, or if we can give the Crown Point Bashes a facelift. So, Eddie, thank you, Chairman, colleagues.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Mr. Taylor, your response?
Should I, Freeland? Yes, we can coordinate that meeting together with the Basha family. And I agree with your comment about the shopping center and the area needing a coffee cafe. So what we could do is utilize some of your help and your network to identify someone that could possibly open up a coffee cafe at our shopping center there. And we can discuss those details later on. Yeah.
Honorable members of RDC, any other questions or comments? Honorable Begay, you're next, sir.
Chairman, Nando Liscodo, Sanaho Agi, Do Kodo, I believe, your brother, I need Kodo presenter, Ado, Mr. Taylor, Ado, all the other board members of the present Sagi. The Navajo, New Mexico, I believe the building is in existence. I guess it's much more, a faster approach to revitalize that particular facility. In a different area, how do we expand out? I guess that's the one thing that I really like to know. Thirdly, burn site, Lowe's established earlier. I believe that particular location is building up as far as food store and everything else being purchased there. And then with the additional smaller facility to accommodate other tenants. Support that no do hotel Kodobe Kit Lake Katos Port Dail. Now, how do we, as an agency, how will you strategically continue to help Navajo people establish some of these facilities? I mean, I'm very much interested, one, for mini farms. This is also a crossroad. Additionally, to some extent, we got people that will be coming in from Monument Valley to go to Canyon de Chelly and vice versa, or coming in from Four Corners to Canyon de Chelly and so on. On a daily basis. Every chapter for many farms, as far as grocery, the farthest that my community chapter that I represent has to go into Chinle is an average about 20 to 25 miles. From many farms to Chinle, we're talking about exactly 18 miles. But you got community from like Round Rock, Rock Point, Likajake, Sealy, and then maybe the farthest north is Rock Point, and even going further up, Mexican water. And then on the south side, or east side, so anyway, these are the sectors, areas. Although the one area I continue to ask each of the enterprises is that the possibility of debt service. Like into a hotel, the ability, the capability of basically by ego a lot of these resources, the capability to finance a lot of these infrastructure to build what other major projects could we and help establish creating jobs, need the accessibility of getting these food supply to the Navajo people. Yego naso nsaki siki to nahaki edikila bakatan shi that's all yeah. A lot of time like for Navajo, New Mexico, the Niniki, what's a great benefit to the eastern people? The Niniki or the western or the southern part or the northern part. I don't know if you've if it's in the report that you provided. A lot of times we have the accessibility computers when we're meeting. Anyway, so Ade Kodo has been chairman. The expansion and specific request to dig bashes that that lows that that We create enterprise, but yet we accommodate outside grocery stores as such, because they're already, I guess, in full operation, and they already have tons of funding for their capital or infrastructure. Based on I don't know the hayu, ako ajuko in hagata hatit ako elahit ego go kodol he bebe kit nasi tsen kodol hit na hot anike ako di ka ben hat ahaki hahala it adon nediki ka di ka chiyan dan dahani edo da ishin kodo hit nan liniki Paholong inil zengo kola ihit abe ka ichi to lehn son adishna. Akoko o sat be hade to open da huit ashe. Odo o bayat hit ashe. At end do onne to hajla o huin zendalle. Ko okodat ego yad linigin dan de hiki ba hasuna e kwilhatla to bebe to huyele. Ko e bebe nach lachit a kodo policy that behes on it. Maybe when and how is it that you can, I guess, dominate the market of your the enterprise on the Navajo Nation expanding out, but yet we have good competition. Specifically for some of our chapters, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Back to Mr. Taylor.
Okay, Honorable Begay. So the Chinandit Kidigi. So there's just a strategy at ILA. How are we going to help the people? The development by Yadis you know, the getting that access to land at the chapter level. It becomes a lot of red tape. Although you're going to do the educating of the community members and finding the land withdrawal or land designation. And that's the first challenge there is getting that Kaya. Auto Kaya biological ayats finding the business. You know, who's going to do the business setup. And so we'd like to have the citizens set up their own businesses, like their small grocery stores to provide services to the community. That there is going to take a lot of work, and it's beyond shopping centers' ability to really help one-on-one these small business people. And that's where we would need some assistance from other groups to help us with that. And shopping centers, we can help with providing some information, some data about how to plan for a store, you know, how big is it going to be, and you know, that's something that maybe we can work with these people on. And each community is different. They each have their own needs and wants for food. But that's what we'd like to do, is just work on the land portion, just helping the business people get off the ground. And we want to start somewhere, and that place we're starting at is Navajo. And with that, I'd like to have our board member, Tony Scalunas, add a little more to the conversation about
Thank you, Mr. Taylor, for that. Mr. Scalanis, you have the floor.
Mr. Begay, Corona-19, Kidigi, Ajoba Nahat, Nenegi Iris, but now he Kodo, Sada Ashon, Vice President, Ayo Unit, Leah, Vice President Lizer, a bit of 80 grocery store, but in the seat, Ato, but now a Asho, JT, the Kodo Sado, the Sadalia, ako Aldo Wilson na to ato yun na iko ya choho Mr. Stewart, Honorable Stewart to ko bin na I see kids no di na bogi I hites na ya just to get the course kids and ako ni ko to skiing no hajo akita hui da ti na shi bo hone ko board ni executive do Nikito Ado, I think we need a joint plan. Yeah, I support big on the leakage at the Navajo Nation. We actually measured under shopping centers, and there's a 73% retail leakage. That's over $1 billion. That's just leaving the Navajo Nation when a dollar is earned on the res. Ako just now ishi nisen kon coffee shop the hatnia. Akon the national da dangi the heites do hat so the sabata the kandas lead ado da neda ado la aso just all kiss the in and sports the and do dessert the danes and 8 oi says a bit and hoigi ako even na ekoto nikito management and clinic we've been mainly a property manager shnanta koto division of economic development na nish base kaya higi na khai yo bin ado the base ka federal government yo but just need even na che base on the shopping centers it takes too long. Generally, like Sanders, just the shopping centers, it took 20 years, and that's too long. If we're going to address this leakage, so we are looking at that, and we are changing our management structure, and we want Nick to spend more time on that instead of this property management. We want to really. So we're going to be hiring an assistant for Nick, but not a. So they we really need to cut into that leakage study. No, but the grocery store, it's out of that's the kaya kodo. Alit ala the saho at the house so not did Janiki bandahani Khalit al the nebach at the known the seal ka. Some of them are mobile grocery stores. Some of them you could use the existing buildings. Like Red Lake Trading Post. We're just have all these buildings that are in inventory that we really could use as many grocery stores that our entrepreneurs could reopen. So there's a lot of options, but we need your support. Jointly, maybe Vice President, most of us have worked in grocery stores. So we've worked in shopping centers. Our people deserve really good shopping. Our people, that soul is not there. Late although we can reestablish that since even
Thank you, Mr. Skolonis. Honorable Akil and Begay, do you have a follow-up question? Honorable Begay, do you have a follow-up question? None. That question, Honorable Stewart.
Yes, Shania. Again, listening to Shania, Kim, Delegate Freeland, and Key Allen, and I believe that a lot of effort, and like what Mr. Skolonis said, it takes good effort from all parties, and I think this is going to be where Shania, Chair, if we can request a meeting with Division of Economic Development and shopping centers, as well as the Net Chamber. And remember, the Net Chamber has been requesting for these meetings as well to give assistance, because not only does the Division of Economic Development, they can't handle it by themselves, nor the shopping centers, nor the Net Chamber. It's going to take a team, and I believe with the efforts of all three, including RDC and executive branch, vice president or president himself, instead of a staff representative, come in at our table and see how we can improve these shopping centers and these small markets within our communities. We have Crown Point, we have mini farms, like Shana said, we have Fort Defiance, we have also Sawmill that only has one store, and then we have Red Lake that's trying to get one going, and that's going to serve, Crystal and then those communities there. Because, as we all know, when you go travel that way towards Wheatfield, that was the only store that was there, that was available, but then it shut down. And so, but each of us have a different community, and each of us represent an agency. And I know that we all have these different stores that were in operation years ago. And I think with all of us coming back to the table to see what we can do to revitalize those communities, I think that would be better. Shana, Chair, and RDC colleagues and staff, all put out on this case, Shana, and that's why I want to express awesome sorry.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart.
Chair.
And Ms. Begay, we would like to add, just one moment, please. Ms. Begay, if you would add this to the next RDC agenda to schedule a meeting between the Navajo Nation Shopping Centers, Division of Economic Development, as well as the Net Chamber of Commerce and the Office of the President and Vice President. So these are all good recommendations that are coming out to really help the economy of the Navajo Nation. And when DED presented to us, they had also requested funding for an economist. So we're right on track as to how we can move forward with all this going forward. So and who is that one to speak?
This is Delegate Elmer Begay.
Delegate Elmer Begay, you have the floor.
Chair Nez, other members of the RDC committee, other Mr. Taylor, my question is directly goes to Dalcom Shopping Center. We know that there's a medical center which is a lot bigger than the regular hospital. The becoming construction is in the works now. So retention and the recruitment is very an issue for IHS. Because of that is because we don't have no economic development. You know that you have the 10 acres already, it's just already been withdrawn. So the 5 acres is announced. So if you need help, what can we put there? Because of the this is a 24/7 operation though. That's going to be by next year, by April. We're always behind schedules. We're already behind projects like economic development in the area. As far as we know, that there's going to be $42 million payroll check that will be generated in that. I proposed that you have 5 acres that's already there. So you need to work on it with us, or you can work on your own. Because there's going to be 109 units be coming into that with that quarters of it. So we have in that Dalcon 300 units, homes in that vicinity now. I think we need a post office. Those people want to do something writing. A lot of it are being internet services, not so you need to look into that. So I think development so I want you to start working on it. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Mr. Taylor, your response?
Yeah, Mr. Begay. Del Carnegie OA chapter for the development by NNC. So that's on the way, and we want to continue those discussions and meetings again. And those projects you mentioned, the post office and cafes, those are on our to-do list. So we do want to develop Delcon, and we're kind of already making those preparations for our plans. And so that's there. I'd like to also talk a little bit about how RDC can help us. Mr. Kiel Begay, he asked us in debt service, so other shopping centers are tied because of our limited ability or no ability to do the limited waiver of sovereign immunity. So a lot of enterprise, the limited waiver of sovereign immunity, shopping centers, then we don't have that. And we need RDC's approval to be able to do that through modifying our plan of operations, or our articles of incorporation. We need to change that and change the language. That way we can take on debt service from either from banks or other lenders. Although we need some help with getting our administrative and management plan for business site leasing approved by RDC. Back in 2018, 2019, we had our A&M plan to go on the agenda for RDC, but it never got voted on. So we'd like to have that plan be put forth on an agenda for RDC to have RDC vote on that. That way we can go ahead and start securing some land and also start securing business site leases with future businesses. Once we have all those in place, Joel, it's going to be a lot easier to do development, and it'll be a quick process. It won't be that 20-year time period that Mr. Skrilinas had mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Honorable Kiel Begay, do you have a follow-up question?
Chairman, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? None? Thank you, Mr. Taylor, Mr. Skrilanas, as well as Ms. Adams. Although we'll probably have this, what Mr. Taylor had talked about, it will require legislation to modify the plan of operation for Navajo Nation Shopping Centers Incorporated, just as we did for NECA also. So thank you for that. We'll go ahead and accept the report. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Stewart? Honorable Stewart?
Chair. Green.
Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kiel votes green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Daniels? Honorable Freeland?
Green, Chairman, thank you.
Honorable Daniels? We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. We'll accept the report from Mr. Taylor, Navajo Nation Shopping Centers. Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah,
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have a report from Northern New Mexico Farmers Incorporated. Ms. Eloise Brown, you have the floor. Push *6 to unmute. Eloise Brown. Press *6.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Go ahead. You have
Okay.
the floor.
So,
You have 20 minutes.
Okay, Yate RDC Committee Ado Shiyaj, Mr. Nez, and also thank you, Shami, for getting us on the agenda. Kudo Dinil Ashin Hilton the Hilnet Ole. Let's say her name is Sherelle Mesa, A10 Hilnet Ole. Aruin the 5 minutes each or she that these needs her don't need a co. Kudoshi dark gathered at Lehegi aid at and Kodon the has net all this. A co Judak a habit other Gian Holodo Ado Tadin that the Holon comp and not a Yaha con that is the Eben Nai Kodoi. Sherelle, go ahead.
Sherelle, you have the floor. Please identify yourself, your full name. Sherelle, push *6 to unmute. Sherelle? Ms. Brown?
Yeah, maybe we can move.
Okay, I'm here.
Go ahead. Okay, great. Go ahead.
This is Sherelle Mesa. Good morning, RDC Chairman Rick Nez and RDC Committee audience. This is Sherelle Mesa again from Sedicon chapter, and I'm a farmer from this community. And my mother, she's Kia'ani, and my father is California Indian. He's a Chumash, Laseno, and Kuya. And I'm also the Vice President of the Northern Navajo Indigenous Farmers. And we have 40 members which represent 5 different communities along the San Juan River. I would like to report on the current status of the farms along the San Juan River, namely the Hogback A and B Line Canal. First of all, this irrigation system is serving the A and B Line Canal and is in dire need of replacement at the main pumping station, as well as the need to install underground pipes for both canals. The current pumps have been replaced numerous times throughout the past years from the Shiprock Irrigation Department, using funds appropriate from the New Mexico Capital Outlay Funds. Sedicon was successful in securing $743,000 to reconstruct the pumping stations, and replace 2 new pumps in a fenced area to keep vandals out of the area. But the project went as far as just getting 1 pump replaced with no feedback on how the remaining funds were applied. Because of the aging irrigation system, local farmers are not able to farm on their agricultural land permits to the fullest, that they will suffer crop losses. The farmers have tried numerous times to work with the San Juan Farm Board and the San Juan Dene Water Use Incorporated in the past to address this issue, and nothing's been done so far. This is the reason a majority of the farms are in idle status. In closing, on behalf of the San Juan River farmers, we would like the RDC committee to identify and advocate for funds through the Sin Hope Agriculture Fund and through the upcoming federal COVID-19 relief package for the Navajo Nation to help all Navajo farmers to begin farming practices and continue the traditions of our past generations of grandparents who have worked and prepared and passed on the land permit to the family members to continue and carry on the planting of our native crops, which we share with our neighboring tribal members and families. We farmers have a strong bond to the land and hold the land close to our hearts because it gives comfort from what our past generations of elder farmers left us. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, RD Chairman Rick Nez and the RDC Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mesa. Back to you, Ms. Brown.
Okay. Thank you, Sherelle. Next would be Lucille Clanny. Lucille, go ahead.
Ms. Clanny,
Yeah,
could you identify, Lucille Clanny, could you identify yourself?
Yate Asena Ani to Honorable Resource Development Committee. She Lucille Clanny Wanshie. I am a local farmer in the Northern Agency of New Mexico. I have been farming on our family farm for many, many years and raised our two sons on the farm, teaching them the value and farming way of life. My spouse deceased this past farming season, so my sons are taking over the farming responsibilities with the help of our family members. Our land use permit holds a great value to us, and I hope to pass it on to my next generation of farmers. Right now, we would like to prepare the field to begin planting our traditional food, such as corn, melon, squash, and harvest pollen for ceremonial purposes. Excuse me. We have requests from the Navajo medicine man from the Navajo Nation for corn pollen. My family valued the Navajo traditional culture and ceremonies and use our fall harvest for healing prayers. Right now, the farmers in the Shipro area are in need of upgrading our farms so they can be used to the fullest extent. Also, farmers want to plant and have abundance of harvest this upcoming season. With the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a lot of setbacks for farmers to grow their crops. This is true when the gold mine spill happened. Buyers did and do not want to buy from us, saying that our crops were damaged in the pandemic and King coal mine. We believe that since the Navajo Nation received settlement monies from the Coal King mine spill, we are hoping that some of the settlement funds can be applied to the Navajo farmers to upgrade their fields and begin to use the farms to its potential. Land use permittees are required to use the farms and to care for the land with the help of the tribal programs and departments. With the limited monies, our farms are not being used as to what we are expected to do. Farmlands are sitting idle with no means of help coming from anywhere. We need help. On behalf of the farmers, I would like to request the RDC committee to appropriate $10 million for the Northern Agency farmers to upgrade farms, canals, pump station, underground piping, and so forth for prioritized projects submitted by the local government chapter houses. Ado ito na nslini ado besan nasa shay tachi nsle tori ni bashin ashin da shanalda but anita che oshin yu shamato shjeta tanusha koto Nhitche da Sidi Shehan. Ado Kodon Hichahasito. Thank you for your time. Ado Kodo Shijash Chain Lamp Anadan Shato Perry Hayes. Actually, you asking for me. Yeah.
Mr. Perry Hayes?
Yes. Oh, this afternoon. Okay, I don't that this so Toske na right as a bench and that it Kalat Kale Holioya. It hit order. Ben ran to that case of that shown and oh, you ought is be Toske Windanest and it's on a todit on. Hun sorry and it still a hoche and
Okay. Ms. Clowney and Mr. Hayes, back to you, Ms. Brown.
Yeah, Nana. Joe could had the farmers and then ho cattle and hitch at the hospital do Adoshin Baban Sokesto and Haban Sokesto les get at Iliahagi. Ado shito track at the Schleho, the Schneko. Ni yaha o hayugo o lana finten ako hong at based on dante ne pandemic the nature I see a year ago a ban so case to later a shondish mihinan no sinigi dan hini kaho dan hidi ne a shonde ado ashin hitin da huil ne to later ashin could report Beni agenda and habaka and that hut out hitting the huil net all day. Kodo hut out a yaha Beni yaha hut out agenda and habaka that or least and he did need on habeda or sagi asi he. Ado daidos kidoshin yaha a fishing stock at Beni ya hut air all less ado. I hear Nana, out of store in a need Johot out can't nature hot, the hot out a nashable ye ka. I hear and nothing give best one for nothing RDC committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second. Motion.
Chairman, I so move.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker motions. Second by?
Second motion, Freeland.
Honorable Freeland. Any questions or comments to the Northern New Mexico Farmers Incorporated? None. None?
Chairman.
No questions?
Chairman.
Yes. Honorable Vice Chair Walker,
Yeah,
you have the floor. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Okay. Yeah, Chairman, though, committee members, legislative staff, and the listening audience, though, presenters, though, yeah, Doug, hiki to tada to nahat adahulonigi to be hodoni that hiki tak as aniki be hodoni be na nashe that hiki bahatsiki Chairman, though, committee members, the Navajo Nation, understanding the government sector, the Department of Agriculture, Department of Water Resources, and other departments like division of Economic Development. That they relate to what the report that we've received here. Although earlier, Tulani Lake Enterprises report as well, they relate to those activities, those kinds of development and interests. Across the Navajo Nation, these private sector that's non-profit sector that's certainly community-based, though certainly non-government sector. These sectors it ahojit ego na ye daily nishigijo ko adot ni peso shin la yin yahda to da yokke do ego ye daily nish most likely, and in all cases that I am aware of where nonprofits, community-based organizations are making efforts to do things that benefit community. In all cases, it's for the community good. And it's not for these, like the individuals that are on this call today that have provided reports. It's not to benefit, individuals or even just a group, but for the community good. And then usually they talk about the future, Nasta, the next generation, the generation after that. Though usually it's about reclaiming our land use, water security. Although in this case we've heard about water security and food security. Those are within our reach, within our focus or scope of responsibilities as communities, so as responsible adults and leadership. I see and then the group that's on the call, I appreciate the effort to come together, organize, and speak to the leadership here. Even with the shopping centers report earlier, we're talking about the same thing now. Commercial, non-commercial. As we know, at some point there has to be a meeting of the non-commercial goods, especially produce, though transitioning into commercial. These products, peso bahila, peso bahili dolito, anche qua na liha inil zindolito anche, adolah hiketi lieto na nilt agita peso nantli dolita na nishto inna pe penhitzilo benhitraya hot penil zildole pe don hotel ni the dole so ben yet insen yatal kitida ban suskishin and I need if there was an inventory somewhere listing all the nonprofits, community-based organizations that are focused on water, developing water, or securing water, managing water, reclaiming water, applying water. It has unkito banan shamlinigi. Khashanel what inish Johnson the question on Bansas Kisto Ashinhada the Baka, that's it. Then maybe there's an inventory, maybe there's a registry that would show us what we have out there in our on our Navajo Nation aid, we can look to that as resources. We can look to that as efforts being made in these communities. The opportunities we have now as a nation, once again, receiving federal assistance or federal aid during this pandemic. Ben hitsin di plekigi ede ko e peso pan ben yen hit hanan le ko ti kwa has an ki it I see e peso ki la ajgo baban si kisuyat eto licensinanta as we get to the council nabi level and the full council, when we start discussing strategically how we're going to use such funding, and then this opportunity we have now. Those are my comments, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
Chairman, I guess this is one reason why, even though it may not be that much for the possibility of making the amendment to 2121 that's on the agenda today, all the farm boards, other farm board members, and Lindikito, only that I can't delete it, and then Lindiki nature. From the central level, .ica go. Cohort at Lindiki bed, it always goes back to us as leaders at the Windward level that we're not really providing sufficient funding or sufficient resources to the local community. As I indicated earlier, that federal government, you based on the subsidies, the farmers, Midwest, or you based on a yearly base. I don't know if we'll be successful in making the amendment. Otherwise, it's just going to fall through the crack again. And then is not addressed it only from the chapter level. There should be a broader, bigger boost of proper planning to help the local chapters in terms of agriculture activity and farming activity. Maybe I'd like to hear directly from the Department of Agriculture. So 2 areas for us is policy change and appropriation of funding. So that's the 2 main areas. Chairman, I don't know if that would be more appropriate to get a response from the Department of Agriculture.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Ashwara, everybody, please put your phones on mute. I hear vehicles honking, so please put your phones on mute.
Sorry, Chairman, that was me. That was Delegate Freeland. Apologize.
Okay, appreciate that. Mr. Leo Watchman, are you on the line?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm on the line.
Thank you for being on the line. As you heard from the Northern New Mexico Farmers Incorporated, as well as our colleagues here speaking out, and Honorable Begay would like to hear from you, sir, on these issues. as far as allocating funds, also to the farm boards to help the local people at the local levels. So, your response, sir?
I'll be as brief as possible. Mr. Chairman, thank you, and also members of the committee, and also who is listening on the line this afternoon or participating in this meeting. I have to kind of refer back to a couple of things to give somewhat of justification to my answer. When it revolves the CARES Act, back in February, March, we were detailed, the department and along with the division were detailed to provide projects, and in lieu of spending monies that were forthcoming. And so the department, talked to various programs out there, and I know earlier there was Talani Lake Enterprise, and worked with these subsidiary, programs, I guess you can say that, where they had their own fiscal agent. The original thought was, in order to spend money within a period of time, it was going to be really a big task for Navajo Nation to take these on, since most of the projects were not shovel ready. So what we entertained at that time, we compiled, and was about $166 million worth of projects, and that included Talani Lake Enterprise, others in communities, Navajo Mountain, and also the San Juan Basin. This particular group, unfamiliar with their request to the exact amount, there's another organization that it's based out of the chapter that also requested some dollars. So we incorporate all of that. However, I guess, and this is where it kind of gets a little sticky in terms of the missed opportunity. Leadership basically didn't take that up. So earlier when the question was being posed, why wasn't this funded? What's the department doing? It really comes back to leadership not appropriating those requests. I think the initial thought was the AIF should cover all agricultural stuff, but as you can look at, these are heavy amounts to do major development for really non-funding going into the communities for years. So to hopefully that answers some of the question moving forward. Okay, now what we essentially are trying to do, and I know there's some legislation moving forward that looks at maybe targeting agricultural Pacific projects. The second item that would probably be a missed opportunity is that the nation also received $554 million, or around $400 million plus. Of that, there was only around, I believe, about 10 million to 12 million for Pacific agriculture projects. So you can kind of see the leadership, whether it be executive or the legislative branch, really, that's not what they review as a priority. I think that needs to be brought out. And I enjoy the conversation or the testimony being given. They're basically saying, we need to make this a priority. So in that vein, the monies that the CSN that has put out, I think there's recipients, and San Juan Basin is a recipient, as well as many farms and also wheat fields. Those are projects that are moving along or have been funded. Unfortunately, those are the only ones that receive, support from our appropriators, which is the council, as well as the executive processing them through. So we are in the process. Again, Talani Lake Enterprise is probably a good example. They took on a CARES Act project, and unfortunately time kind of caught them. But in the future, those are something to explore. Under the current funding, and sort of maybe answer the question that was posed earlier, the AIF fund itself has its limitations regarding, say, farms. But what we have been trying to do is basically relate that back to a producer of livestock. So again, we are expanding the use, but to answer the question in reference to whether we can fund, say, an initiative locally, we do have a proposed budget that looks at funding subsidiary or private initiatives. I believe we've done that in Newlands. there's funding a subsidiary government or a private foundation. That would be the same thing with taking in the Tulani Lake request as well as this organization. And I think there's other organizations within San Juan that look at, requesting dollars. Some of them are really high, like $10 million is a lot of money to really look at. But planning is probably what we need to look at, qualifying these organizations, making sure they're shovel ready, and then where project monies could be basically pushed if they are funded. So in reference to the AIF, we do have it under proposed, and I guess we're struggling over the amount that's available. The Department of Ag has put a $9 million budget together. Within that, it is looking at funding some organizations that want to directly help or can provide services directly in their community. I would assume this would be one of them that possibly could be categorized as a project is relating to the presenter. But there are some other things that are proposed that look at spending monies in communities at the chapter level with those particular projects that have been requested and also verified within the proposed amounts that we have. As a secondary proposal to today on the agenda is looking at spending $4 million, but there's also some other amounts that have been requested. Likewise, what is being presented. So we are for providing funds within the community that best spends dollars with the quickest result, and also looking for improving our plans as we move forward to the possible thought of other monies coming forward under the CARES Act. I can say right now, there was a gallant effort back in June of last year, compiling basically a booklet of documents that look at spending agricultural related projects in about eight to nine communities throughout Navajo. But unfortunately, that didn't gain any steam, and it wouldn't encompass the San Juan Valley. So, Mr. Chair, hopefully I answer the majority of their question, but I look forward to propose moving forward and seeing how we can identify funds, whether it be AIF or some of the relief packages that might be coming forward to the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watchman, for your response. Let me go back to the presenter, Ms. Brown.
Good afternoon again. One thing I'd like to request is you guys have us down for Northern New Mexico Farmers Incorporated. It's Northern New Mexico Indigenous Farmers Incorporated.
The proposal from Chile, not them though.
Korea.
I don't hear, like I said, later on, we can come back and get back on the agenda. I think nasa hol just all this kodo John you had Jan you had beda inado and then sagi. I don't, like I said earlier, had the thing that should out. A call a the pandemic no Joe Hayugo Hohatne do the needs and what out a virus in the hands ni a call when yes has the needs and change the hot and hot ashing the all you then hit on the house kind of all less net or the net chit and long when you now go dark do non sagi. It's very important. You say I got you a yard or done sagi a bit hot out of fast food has a hot a cock you have a banana street or less. I don't hear that he not argued na cannot alcohol have a half ziggy Mr. Key Allen Begay and I forgot who the other one was. He had Ashin had always Arushin could not have the Neti could buy a day. He had RDC committee.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Honorable members of RDC, any other questions or comments? None. Honorable Vice Chair, I would like to hand the gavel. I would like to. Okay, go ahead, Honorable Begay.
No. Go ahead. Go first, Chair. Sorry.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, I'm going to hand over the virtual gavel to you. I'd like to be recognized to speak.
Okay, Chairman Nez. Hakoshi, go ahead, Chairman Nez. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Dida dag ehas aje and dash nishikito hot on hitchin the hot that don't non hitting the house of Necro, Eloise Brown, Cheryl Mesa, Lucille Klein, Otto Perry Hayes, Rick Nez in Shia, Wasan and Slow, they touching, Bashes Chinson, Habitin the Shadow can on it as a chapter piece in the legate of Baki. Did it Sadak Ondo San Juan, Ninahanzada, Upper Fruitland, Aja Ebanashnesko, Beshbans, Ananshla, Any na Slatnachadan, she Speaker Bates, Bidi, Nego, Aja Banashnesko, LDA Banshlo, deep base, or Gishude sealed, and a ray or Toha hot such a Ege se peso bene gehegi ya kui tadak anja toha lenege tohe or ge pump station hasht edo nesben yego holia a copeso okogo sato senators EJ do the state representatives EJ go hot beso shows go aja hasht another nehoban as de jot attend in the hot itla Ako Ahane Adi Asatavich Asho Jago Yaha Northern New Mexico indigenous farmers that you don't know Yahake Yahakishi Yego Bayas Tikit Doshin Kayat Yahada Jo Ton Lenigi Benina Ebits Ado in that Nigasho age Yaholo Ahut Shift Okoroshit Naya Ton Lenibits Ado a cautious spouse and the hot Kaya has Arjun on Nation Lenigi on Nesto and a way Tadatin do not Dandanesk and it's a sonic edelige of the Naron that on Honey has Arjun art about Honey action Schnedo Hajan Master. A course Lagon nay yek at last or Lago Kayas and Neligate then or Nahoya Plante Hanazon that a ho. Hatta she ton land Saedo in that Nesta Cote Archity hot Hanedo safe of the Department of Ag do BIA do Archibita dead Egi Haneds na hati Kaya or hot out or chon ego has a lot the naked ashlations and la did of a chidna night that the Halno say O the one national dark have a cargo co I say do yacht a hot in Aben Hawin the water rights New Mexico that do the contour has Arja San Juan County did the Negi lay Google Earth dates not in or dish hot on the Neno Senegin Kaya at then do today not in Ishabini hot day no kid lago. Then hit no Arabalagana yin Hanat. Even in a day, they sato farm board and Lenigi babies in the house season, and in a kid, Nakitamoya dancing. A coti ahuna nana kahagishin to Arja, which reported of safety the New Mexico Indigenous Farmers Incorporated in the Jahaki Farm Board has job at not installed late. A cottage let Nachadan Shinty peso that about 4 million, start 5 million. The Portlandito Nagay, Dak Halanjado, look a chicker has Arja Qui Wheatfields Holgego, Arji Giddy peso, what Archie they don't eat don't ne. A cotty Kochigi ya. Stop and Yena at the dog kit Halet, Halet, or that's a son, Godat, Elskopeso, yet, Lata, Zlin. Peso has short hat or Gistoti Ishi Kodoto Lenigi Tohada Gisto Sahotsana Telebiki Hashtera Hador Nesto or Hatzena Lati Chil Istoyat Hegi Bakon Hatan Segid and Nation Hodador Nest. A Cotide hot Aben Hitch has Zito Nehi hot on hit that on no. din hit ich aron hika of jeta ninigi aro 10 million den no kid audition the agriculture infrastructure fund nindig a legislation hit that on il source mazdona din sato astona din sakishi corona bikil tio hit at ordinate khala corona best bans an e bansaland hun sagoy bahasi to here in here nation hitting down sort nagi back to you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Thank you, Chairman. As presenters, Ms. Brown, do you have a response for the chairman?
Yes, actually, ako don nisto jo hodishne ni actually hitting the hoil nesto lesto hitting bail neston he kana cha do les not on in nothing jo even ye kodo the nen handa neston hido kodon handa nesloko he ka oje I see here do les I don't hido kodo we're willing to work with whatever we need to do to help you get to where we need to get. Mr. Nez.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Chairman, any further comments, questions?
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, I don't, sir.
Okay, thank you. Goshin, the virtual gavel back to you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. I will recognize Honorable Kialan Begay at this time. Honorable Begay. Press *6. Honorable Begay, I'll come back to you. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? Honorable Begay, are you back on? Honorable Kialan Begay, Nanana. I don't know if you lost reception or you're trying to unmute. Honorable Begay.
Chairman, though by not this maybe I guess it goes back to the administration again. I'm picking on the administration, but Jope has only do baby kahota inishiki jo aketnas nel koko. Jo hot e koko shida hot e do this. Did our el be has only do the plan again habit we need them. Ako has jo did e koko ebe nas stop but they not least he kododi take support and he either supporting he needs them administratively or financially, if not a resource. Akoko a dikiti habit ya don habit ego on he has only the plan I think other programs what I mean it's not the chapter as the materials but the responsibility of the Department of Transportation is to get the right of way, get the art clearance, get the funding, and get the construction completed. Adore the night cotton nas day. According to what answer that Hodordat a Hodla drug dyke a yankee the unhide also innocent open and flesh. That's the notion, which is yes, that's true, but at the same time we're not providing sufficient resource. Akoko dikat yard and dendiki hit ego konkat azo babik hakui ya sheep of nets but how much more do we need an organization to advocate for? The Northern Agency, GT Farm Board, Asian the nan diniki hit ego shink up and on the yosundo hit ego was shink could bahot other each air agency they have their farm board a coco a hotel the nan diniki launch yanaz a co a plan of operation the hondo button that is got it kaya diniki that there's because you have to work with the government, you have to work with the BIA as well. Land use plans that are actual get it out in the Baha that other NRCS that are the later USDA that is based on Denigi Bedal Shade, other conservation districts that are Yadas art ego conquered their coordinated effort go did out that in niche art has had it out that chairman on behalf of the report. I don't know if it's appropriate in doing asking for a directive with this report or after the report, asking for a directive that what is the overall comprehensive plan that the Department of Agriculture has in the very aspect of agricultural activity on the Navajo Nation. I mean, as far as plan, as far as resource availability, and as far as funding allocations, chairman, and I don't know appropriate document or memo format of that. There's a statement, written statement. They've been much and then Lilikin La the Katcon, the farm board that and Lilikito agriculture in that Liskita do other farmers that and Lilikit out and Latin had and Lilikin ha not so that it up is go baby how that it I couldn't fit at all or Lilikito Sato a cat did what he it on him Hasala to the Huins and the Lihiki kissing with others and not so that British chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for that. We most certainly can provide a directive to Department of Agriculture in reference to how the overall comprehensive plan should be disclosed and shared, and see what's in the plan and what funding sources there are available to pretty much ameliorate the farming communities on the Navajo Nation. So we can do that when we accept the report also. We can do it that way. Honorable Gay.
I appreciate that, Chairman. A few times you shall indicate after we accept the report.
Okay. Any other comments or questions, honorable members of RDC? Then, yeah. Okay. There's a motion by Honorable Walker as well as Honorable Freeland. Second to this report by Northern New Mexico Indigenous Farmers. And we would also include in this report a directive to the Department of Agriculture to provide an overall comprehensive agriculture plan on the Navajo Nation with all the amounts that would be needed for resources to better the farming community. May everybody please put your phones on mute. So with that, Honorable Walker, would you concur to provide that directive within your motion?
Chairman, okay, I can certainly do that. I concur.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay,
Green.
thank you. Okay, good. We'll include that when we accept the report. Are there any other comments or questions?
This is Eloise
None?
Brown again. Yeah. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much for listening to us, and keep us posted. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I believe we'll go ahead and vote on the report as well as the directive. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kell votes green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels? Honorable Daniels? We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Thank you.
Chair, this is Daniels. I was muted there. I vote green.
Thank you for that, Honorable Daniels. The vote will change to 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting, motion carries. Thank you. Down to C, update report from NTEC operation relative to coal delivery across the Navajo Nation. Presenter, Mr. Bernard Masters, Steve Yazzie, or Kortasha Upshaw. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nez. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Nez and the RDC committee and guests. Thank you for giving us some time to provide you information on our free coal program. My name is Kortasha Upshaw. I am Twetnesetin and Shaw, Sitnajini A Bashachin, Kiani A Dashache, Twachini A Dashanale. I am originally from the Fort Defiance area. I am currently the Community Affairs Coordinator for Navajo Transitional Energy Company, NTEC, out of Farmington, New Mexico. Today, I will be presenting on behalf of NTEC our Community Heating Resource Program presentation. I have here with me Andy Hawkins with Bisti Fields, Jarvis Williams, and Bernard Masters on the phone for NTEC. Chairman Nez, I have provided my presentation. Have you received that?
I believe we have.
Perfect,
Ms.
thank
Begay.
you.
Just one moment. Ms. Begay, did you send that out?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, those documents were all sent out to you all this morning, along with other PowerPoint presentations that were provided. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Upshaw.
Thank you. Going into the presentation. This is our Community Heating Resource Program presentation. NTEC's Community Heating Resource Program, CHIRP, has radically changed and expanded over the past 2 years. These changes have happened very quickly and are so significant that many members of the public may not know the full extent of the program and the benefit that it provides to the Navajo Nation. Today, the CHIRP program in itself constitutes a direct contribution by NTEC to the Navajo Nation of almost $2 million annually. This contribution amount includes the value of the coal and the cost to run the program. Over the course of this presentation, I will detail the success of the program and explain how it has evolved and expanded. I'm on slide 3. So Navajo Mine is located in the northwestern part of New Mexico between the Ninahanzad chapter boundaries and the Burnham chapter boundaries. Navajo Mine has provided free coal to Navajo communities living near Navajo Mine since the 1980s. Back then, community members and families, including our elders, loaded coal by hand, which took several hours in a day. Also, back then, the community coal yard could only handle 60 vehicles per day due to people loading throughout the day and traffic. If a vehicle arrived after the 60 limit capacity, they would either have to come back the next day or purchase coal from another vendor for the night, and the cost of the coal was easily $130 a ton. Founding CHIRP. INTEC identified a need. With the closure of Kayenta Peabody mine, INTEC recognized an immediate need to increase the availability of coal to heat homes across the Navajo Nation and the Hopi tribe. The current layout we had was too small to meet the immediate need to handle the rise in anticipated traffic volume due to the increased need for coal. In addition to expansion, INTEC realized the entire coal distribution process needed to be redesigned to meet the urgent need to scale up the program. This redesign resulted in the creation of our Community Heating Resource Program, CHIRP. The CHIRP program is guided by two key principles: ensuring safety, providing community members safe and efficient access to coal. In doing so, we are following our COVID-safe protocols we implemented. Maximizing efficiency. So we created a bulk delivery program to deliver coal to chapters across the Navajo Nation to reduce the need for people to travel long distance, like the communities such as Coal Mine Chapter or Loop Chapter. I am on slide 6. Our community coal yard we re-engineered the coal yard to handle increased traffic and loading. We moved the entrance to increase safety and adjusted mining practices to ensure the best coal was available. We provided equipment to quickly load vehicles and security to ensure safe access to our community coal yard. Loading of the coal had previously took a family a couple of hours by hand, now takes them less than 60 seconds to receive a load of coal. The new community coal yard serves hundreds of vehicles per day, and this past winter season, we actually hit a single day record of receiving 318 vehicles to the coal yard in one day. Slide 7 provides you a picture of our current community coal yard. So the new entrance of our CHIRP yard comes off of Navajo Route 4104. As you can see in the picture, the traffic lines up. We direct them past the traffic booth to the loaders, where they will receive their load of coal. As you can see, we have 2 skid steers loading, and that's based off of capacity. So if we have a huge capacity of vehicles that day, we'll utilize 2 skid steers. If we don't, we'll usually do 1 skid steer. We also provided porta potties for community members traveling from long distance. We have implemented COVID protocols, masks with no contacts to the public as they come to our CHIRP yard. And we continue to follow all the Navajo Nation public health orders. Slide 8, our loading efforts have gotten a lot of wonderful praises from our community members, especially our elders. They are happy and thankful that they don't have to pick and load the coal themselves. This picture shows happy community members leaving with a load of coal. The bottom right is a picture of a skid steer loading a truck with coal, and the top is a semi being loaded to be delivered to one of the chapters under our bulk delivery program. Slide 9, ensuring quality. So when we say ensuring quality, INTEC made changes to our mining methods in order for us to get optimal size and grade of coal for home heating purposes. The coal we provide, APS, is basically the size of, let's say, a quarter. So it was crucial for us that we made changes to our mining method to get coal the size of a volleyball for home heating purposes for our community members. In order for us to change this mining method, we purchased a screener. This screener is able to sort and size the coal for home heating purposes. That led us to ensuring our quality of coal for our CHIRP program. Slide 10, ensuring access. So we improved distribution. We have two ways to receive coal under our program. Individual coal cards can be loaded with 1 ton of coal by individual chapter members. We distribute coal cards to the chapter and they administer the tickets on their end. Our bulk delivery program is offering chapters bulk distribution of approximately 20 tons of coal per shipment to be delivered to their chapter for community members who cannot make the trip to Navajo Mine. Our bulk delivery is delivered to the chapter and again distributed on their end. Slide 10, we'll be going through some charts. Slide 12, total visitors by season. The slide that I provided you is from numbers from February 20th, 2021, but I have the updated numbers from yesterday's count for our current season in front of me, and I'll read the updated numbers as I get to the 2021 season. And if you want a copy of the updated numbers, I can provide that through email. The total visitors by season, 2016 to 2017, we had 902 visitors. 2017 and 18, we had about 1,100 visitors. 2018 and 2019, we had approximately 2,300 visitors. Last season, 2019 and 2020, we had 5,900 visitors. This season, we are currently at 9,249 visitors as of yesterday. That's basically from the 2018 to 2019 season, that's a 75% increase in visitors to Chirp Yard. And this season, it's an 85% increase in visitors to our Chirp Yard to our current season. So as you can see, we implemented our chirp changes in the 2019 and 2020 winter season into this past winter season as well. Slide 13, total visitors by type. So this slide separates the visitors from community members to employees, retirees, APS, as well as our bulk program. 2018, we had 586 community members. We had 382 employee, retirees, and APS. 2019, we had 3,320 community members get a load of coal. We had 1,377 employee, retiree, APS. Also in 2019, we had the bulk program, which we had 211 visitors. In 2020, I'll provide you with the updated numbers. Again, if you want the updated numbers from yesterday, I can provide that to you. We are currently at 6,770 visitors of community members and 2,413 employee, retirees, and APS. And we're at 66 visitors for the bulk program. Slide 14, total visitors by tons. Again, it's separated by community, employee, and bulk program. Last season, we had handed out 3,707 tons of coal to community members and 1,542 tons to employees, retirees, and APS. We handed out 1,336 tons under the bulk program last season. Currently this season, I'm going to read off the numbers from my updated slide that I have. So we are at 6,770 tons of coal to community members. Currently, employee APS, we're at 2,816 tons to employees and retirees, 1,367 to under our bulk program currently. Slide 15, total tons, total cost coal by tons, and this is where our chirp coal goes. So we separated this through the different agencies on Navajo. So the Northern Navajo Agency, my current numbers read from yesterday is 3,242 tons of coal to Northern Navajo, and that's our highest users. Western Agency is at 1,258 tons of coal. Eastern, currently, we have 1,032 tons of coal. Our Chinle Agency, we provided 923 tons of coal. Our Fort Defiance agency sits at 1,535 tons of coal we've provided to Navajo communities there. If we're visualizing, and I've tried to wrap my mind around visualizing tons and not being a technical person that I am, and thinking about it in ways that I cook. So I compared tons to pounds. So we are extremely proud to say that on February 26th, this winter season, NTEC has provided 10,000 tons of free coal. And if we compare that to tons, that would be 20 million, I'm sorry, if we compare that to pounds, that would be 20 million pounds of free coal that we have provided to our Navajo Nation. So I just wanted to throw that out there because I'm not very a technical person, and it's easier for me to visualize it in pounds. So slide 16, we were able to take care of our neighbors, the Hopi tribe. Last winter season, the Hopi tribe received 141 tons of coal through individual mine visits. This season, with bulk pickup and distribution through the Navajo Hopi Relief Group, the tribe has received 147 tons. Slide 17. Our total contribution to the nation. NTEC pays for 100% of this program. This includes the mining of the coal, screening, sizing, loading, yard operation, and our bulk delivery program. This program is completely free to all of our Navajo Nation community members, and no coal is sold to the public. Our operational cost sits at $889,726. The value of the coal sits at $1,251,120. So the total contribution to the Navajo Nation just through our CHIRP program sits at $2,140,846. So in closing, I just want to reemphasize that our CHIRP program identified a need. We were guided by two principles: safety and maximizing efficiency. We provide easy loading for our community members. We ensure our quality of coal and ensure our distribution to all 110 Navajo Nation chapters. And NTEC is still committed to covering the cost of $2.1 million to keep this program operating. Also, our team is very dedicated and continually humbled in providing our CHIRP program to the Navajo Nation. Again, our NTEC management and board continue to support and provide any assistance necessary to continue this program going forward. Again, thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions if you have.
Thank you very much. You had mentioned Mr. Andy Hawkins as being on the line also. Mr. Hawkins?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to say a few words, sir?
I think Cortasha basically covered all of it. My response, so I work for North American Coal Bisti Fuels. We provide the day-to-day operations of the mine on NTEC's behalf. Then specifically, I oversee the day-to-day operations of this program. And it has been, so I've been in charge of the program for 2.5 seasons now. And the growth that we've seen over the last couple of years has been amazing. You know, we look back on what we did 2 seasons ago when it was hand picking to what we have now. It is amazing how much more efficient we are in our process. The feedback consistently that we get from the community members who visit us is they're very thankful that we continue to provide the program, and they like the changes that we've made, especially with the loading of the coal. So something that used to be very difficult for families to come and do, they would have to come on specific days. You know, chapters got a scheduled day, which wasn't always convenient for everybody. And so, you know, listening to feedback from the community, we've made the improvement of taking away scheduled days and adding the coal tickets. And so when it is convenient for community members, they make the trip out to Navajo Mine, pick up their load of coal. They're not there very long. We're able to very quickly process whoever shows up and get back on the road to wherever it is that they came from. And so the feedback we've received directly from community members has been overwhelmingly positive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hawkins, for that. Committee members like to establish a motion and a second.
Mr. Chairman, I'll motion.
Okay, Honorable Freeland, motion, second by
Stewart.
Honorable Stewart. Any questions for NTEC?
Chair, just a comment.
Honorable Stewart, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for the report, and thank you for helping our communities. I know the four communities I represent, they always talk about the coal tickets and the assistance that is given to the families within the communities which I represent, and they always update the officials every month as to how many tickets are left or what is the goal to give out. So I thank you for that, and not only for the four communities, but also across the nation, and how many families you have assisted this past winter and winters past with the coal and keeping our families warm and our children. So thank you. That's all, Chair.
Thank you. Kortasha?
Yes, hi, Chairman Nez. Thank you, Delegate Stewart. We appreciate that. And yes, we are more than happy to continue to support all of the Navajo Nation chapters. Thank you again.
Honorable members of RDC, the PowerPoint was sent to us at 11:05, and apparently some of us didn't get it and some of us did. I did barely receive mine, and I re-forwarded the whole presentation to RDC as well as Ms. Begay and Ms. Woody, just for your information. In the future, Ms. Kortasha, please send everything to Ms. Begay, Shami Begay, that way she can distribute through the Navajo Nation email. It may work better that way. So thank you. Any other questions or comments, Shananta?
Chairman Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead, sir.
Chairman, thank you. Colleagues, I too want to resonate what my brother just said, my little brother. Thank you for you all supplying our area as well. Lake Valley, White Rock, Crown Point, Herfano, Naize, Vicente, Naudashkij, and Te'ai. It's always good to see and hear, especially at chapter meetings, announcements being made of coal tickets still available, and especially when in the wintertime or in remote areas or rural areas of our chapters, it serves as a heating source. It serves as a purpose for our people, and I'm very thankful for that as well, because of course a lot of our people rely on wood, but at nighttime, a lot of them utilize coal. So, Intech, and thank you for your continued work and support of our people and of our chapters. So, Chairman, I just wanted to say that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions?
Chairman Callan.
Honorable Begay, you have the floor, sir.
Chairman, the chapter Niki report is a lot of time we begin to be just messengers between chapters and Intech. So I like for Intech to establish a dialogue, immediate contact with all the 110 chapters, That way they have direct communication and who to contact, and maybe the CSC or the chapter official. What ego go kodo but much a I directly you can dad shabohnet zanto lesson so it kodo request chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Ms. Upshaw, could you expound on how all this is done with the 110 chapters?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Nez. Thank you for that question, Delegate Begay. Before we start our TERP program, before the winter season hits, we provide presentations to all 110 Navajo Nation chapters. So we reach out to the chapters via snail mail, via email, via phone calls. So we basically reach out to every single Navajo Nation chapter, and actually we do presentations. We used to do them face-to-face, but because of COVID, we were able to provide all of the chapters with a Teams meeting, almost like Zoom meetings, and we were online that way. We provided them the presentation. We also provided them with handouts that they could distribute to their community members on location, or numbers to call for if they get lost, or if there's a weather that comes in, whether our TERP's going to be open or not. So yes, we do provide all of our information to all 110 Navajo Nation chapters before our TERP season begins. And we actually can provide you with the dates and times of our next meeting this coming winter season. So we do communicate directly with the chapters. Delegate Begay, thank you for that.
Honorable Begay, do you have a follow-up question?
Chairman, I don't, but maybe hopefully that we get a response back from our chapter that they had a contact from Intech organization. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Begay. Ms. Upshaw, I'm glad that you all, Intech does work with Bistai Fuels under the guidance of Mr. Andy Hawkins to distribute this across the Navajo Nation. Not only the Navajo Nation, I'm sure the Hopi Nation is very thankful for the coal that they are receiving. And I just would like to express my appreciation to Intech. So thank you very much. I'll continue working with the chapters and send them all the information. Kortasha, so how many more deliveries is needed?
We actually have scaled down our schedule for the March month. Our closing date is now scheduled for March 27th is our last day. The schedule went down for only Friday and Saturdays in the month of March. So we're open Fridays and Saturdays in the month of March from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And so we're still accepting individual coal tickets at the mine. And if chapters still need bulk deliveries, they're able to call us directly, and we're able to provide that until March 27th.
10 more days. Thank you for that. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? None?
Chairman, this is Thomas Walker.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair and committee members. Other presenters from Intech. Ms. Upshaw, I guess my question is on in addition to the heating resource program, are you still doing the community benefits fund? Are you still providing funds for projects to communities? If so, I'd like to know about that, and also if you can give an example of what that is. Thank you.
Ms. Upshaw, your response.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. Good afternoon, Delegate Walker. Thank you for that question. So yes, on top of our TERP program, I also oversee our Community Benefit Fund program. This program actually provides funding to Navajo Nation chapters for project-based grants. So this past year, because of COVID, we were able to implement a COVID relief fund under our CBF grant. So we were able to provide chapters with funding in regards to safety for COVID, addressing COVID-19 in their communities. So some of the chapters had applied for our grant this past season, and the projects that they submitted were basically disinfecting their chapter house for their community members, or getting the sanitizing or the plexiglass, all of the stuff that they need to be COVID safe at their chapter communities. So we were able to provide funding to actually quite a few Navajo Nation chapters submitted funding for that. This year, we're opening up again for the Community Fund grant, and it should be opening up, I'm going to say May, and we'll be opening up the grant for next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Upshaw. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, do you have a follow-up question?
Okay, Hakushi, thank you. Appreciate the response.
Okay, committee members, any other comments or questions? None. We'll go ahead and accept the report. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Good evening, Chairman.
Honorable. Thank you. Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Honorable Begay.
Kiali votes green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. We'll accept the report from NTEC. Thank you very much, Ms. Upshaw and Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you very much. Thank you, RDC Committee.
Thank you. Thank you. Number 6 on old business on the agenda. And we're down to A, legislation 0021-21. This legislation was already read in for the record by Ms. Begay, and it was tabled on February 27. Motion by Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart second that motion to have it tabled. We did not have the funding available at the time. Ms. Begay, is there funding available now? Ms. Begay, *6.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I forward you that the document that I received from Office of the Controller this morning. Those documents came in along with other documents that have been coming in. I've been forwarding all of those to you all for you to utilize to make your decision on the document. There's also amendment that were also forwarded along with the budget forms. So you should all have that as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion to recall legislation 021-20 from off the table for discussion. Motion.
Chairman Freeland.
Chairman, I so moved.
Honorable Freeland and Honorable Walker. Any questions? Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green.
Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Honorable Begay.
Kiel votes green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Daniels.
Green.
We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. We'll recall legislation 0021-21 for discussion. The main motion was held by Honorable Freeland and seconded by Honorable Daniels. So let me give some time over to Honorable Stewart, sponsor.
Okay, again, good afternoon. Tonight, presenters that are probably still on the line with us from this morning to now. So today on almost but this legislation engaged on the need out it was tabled due to no funding at the time. Auto the been down to data so in now so that you love from emails Asian big we will present this legislation again back to RDC 0021-21 auto hashin so here in the previous meeting auto this morning's presentations so hashin so they reflect and they are in close ties with this legislation. Gave us some input on that one. What we're seeking for the $4 million EA from the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund EA, not EA, based on the Nikkei for $4 million. Though we have chapters out there that gave us support too in chapter resolution format. So to add into the legislation to support this move to request for $4 million from that AIF funding. So right there, that's gonna be my short presentation for now. Shanado, our colleagues and the for RDC.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Honorable members of RDC, any questions or comments?
Chairman Kellen.
Honorable Begay, you have the floor, sir.
So we're back to deliberating on this legislation, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. If that's the case, may I ask if our legislative council and staff had produced the proposed amendment that I was asking for? That's what I said. That's what I amendment to keep in shuttle, but I don't know if these documents are ready, Chairman. I believe that the program had sufficient time to finalize the requested information. Chairman?
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay, we'll go ahead and have Office of Legislative Counsel, Ms. Lowell. Do you have the amendment prepared?
Thank you, Chairman Nez. This is Ms. Bob Ross, and no, we do not have the amendment prepared. As I have relayed numerous times, we have not received the underlying budgets, etc. So until we do that, we cannot prepare the amendment for Mr. Begay. I regret that, but we just can't do it without the documents. So that's where we're at. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Ms. Barbara, Honorable Begay, ato nal source ban data la data for your amendment. And Ms. Begay, have you heard or received anything?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I believe about a week or 2 weeks ago, well, the week after the document was tabled, which would have been like, the document was tabled on February 24th. or February 26th. I think, I can't remember what day it was. Let's see, February 27th. I could be wrong, 26th. But anyway, the week after that, or right soon after that meeting, I began assisting Kiel and Begay on gathering some of the documents. One was that he requested from BIA data, and we work on that. The request needed clarification. It was just a general request. BIA needed clarification on the type of information he was needing. So we got that clarified, and he received those documents. I believe that was what he was going to use as an amendment. I forwarded those documents to him. At the same time, I also emailed Leo Watchman and informed him that Mr. Begay would be requesting for some budget forms from his office regarding the farm board, as well as the grazing officials. And I also I CC'd Key Allen and told him that he needed to follow up on these documents when he had time. And since then, I haven't heard anything from either one of them until yesterday. That's when he began pushing to get these documents again. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Begay. Mr. Watchman, are you still on the line?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I did email you the request, which was sent by Honorable Begay back about a month ago. Have you been able to produce these documents that are requested, sir?
Mr. Chairman, and some clarification there. Yes, I did receive the email, and I believe the email, as it stated, it said that Legislative Council will be developing legislation in areas in which utilize the AIF fund. Upon looking at that, there was also subsequent requests of Legislative Council, can we utilize the fund? But if you look through it, and I think those have been shared, the documents have been shared with yourself and also Kiel and Mr. Delegate Begay. In a nutshell, the requests, there's about four or five requests within one memo. One is that hazard pay. I believe that Legislative Council addressed that, stating that hazard pay probably could not be utilized out of the AIF fund. It would probably need to be referred to UFFB. We have provided, we are working with Legislative Council, providing that for that document for the UFB for hazard pay. The other thing, what we found is the hazard pay, there is by the distribution of that, it's only 5% of a salary base. So say an official in which that was a target would only receive 5%, allowed 5% of their salary base. So our officials under the funding they currently receive, it's about 9,000, so 5% would be the allowance. So it comes out to about $400 and something would be the maximum we could budget for hazard pay. That's just a notation to that. A second thing that's in there was requested, Mr. Chair, is also looked at how we can distribute.
Mr. Watchman?
Yes.
Mr. Watchman, could you pause one moment?
Sure.
Everybody, please put your phones on mute. I would appreciate it. Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman, I believe we made clarification at the last meeting that I've indicated that I wanted to just focus on three of them. And I think this is just another excuse by the department to get ourselves more confusing. 3 areas is allocating, increasing the 4 million to 8 million was one. And then allocating $10,000 for each grazing officials for O&M, not stipend. Other $50,000 for each farm board organization. That's the only three we clarified, and I sent resent the information to him. Just yes, that was resolved by legislative council. This can't be done in Kitotnida, but not well, let's not deal with this one, but let's deal with the three remainders. What they need, what need, email. See, the thing is I never saw an email response back from Mr. Watchman saying that, can you clarify this? Why does he have to wait now to just have a say so on it? Yesterday, Mr. Fernand, Mr. No touch. Yeah, it or hello, yes, that statement, seat AO recommendation on no na. So the last three recommended budget proposal, so that's my clarification on his response, Chairman. Hazard pay stipend is not an issue here. That was already resolved and that was off the table. So the three main area is increasing from 4 to 8 million, getting $10,000 to each grazing official for O&M, and $50,000 for each of the farm board organization. Chairman.
Thank you for that, Honorable Begay. So when you say 50,000 to each of the farm board organization, are we talking about the 5 agency? Honorable Begay?
All the recognized farm board that is being administered by the Department of Agriculture. And I believe the Legislative Council was only asking for the information about getting the budget form to them to initiate the amendment language. Chairman.
Thank you for that. Mr. Watchman, Honorable Begay just made some clarification that his amendment request was focused on 3 areas. First, number 1, to increase the 4 million requested on this legislation to 8 million. And secondly, to have $10,000 allocated to grazing officials for O&M. Third, $50,000 each to each farm board organization, which is recognized by the Department of Agriculture. Mr. Watchman?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I was getting to the clarification on what originally started and what was amended. There was a memorandum, and I apologize again. We were receiving these memorandums second and third hand. It wasn't sent to us on what the sponsor, or I guess the delegate, was being advised on. What we found is that the 50,000 in terms of what was responded back from Legislative Council, that was going outside of the scope of the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. And so that was another, I guess it would be marked off as saying you would have to change, and how would you get back, and where would this money be going to? Is it still be administered under the current legislation, which is detailing the go-to from ag or the natural resources to community development? Second thing is that, so that was something we contend with, and I'll get to what we suggested, how we put into the amendments we have, or how we are suggesting this be funded. Moving on to the farm boards. There are 13 or 15 recognized farm boards out there, but the issue that with them is that, yes, they are funded for stipends, but when we're looking at setting aside dollars for them directly, the question comes back to, can we set up some form of 50,000 per farm board? The answer quickly is it goes outside, again, the scope of the AIF fund. The AIF fund is for individual or permit base, or somebody with a permit holder. So again, what moving on to how we would try to address that is what we're proposing. So we are taking into consideration from what the delegate Begay is saying, and I'll get to how we plan to answer those fully. Again, some of the questions are answered already with what the legislative council is responding to. Essentially, they're saying you need to clarify, and the mechanism, the current legislation essentially says amends the fund management plan to have community development administer these funds. So it's on contrary to trying to fund what is under natural resources under their budget. So that probably needs to be clarified, or it was clarified from a standpoint of how we fund this. So again, Delegate Begay's request within the document that we submitted, it's built in there under request dealing with trying to go back to the original document that looked at getting monies to our grazing officials and elected officials through an incentive, answering that original question of trying to get money on the ground to our officials. There's amendment, or excuse me, there's a proposal looking at how we can get there through the AIF. The confusing part is that the legislation starts off and it uses crop year 2021 as the base heading. That sort of puts in dilemma. Right now, there is no money in crop year or in calendar year 2021. So, you know, all of this right now, we're talking about amendments and so forth. If we're continuing to utilize fiscal year 21, there are crop year 21, there's really no money in there. So that also puts a dilemma on those questions. So when we're looking at developing budgets, what we have done is that following the pattern of the fund management plan, the fund management plan says we're designating the amount, and then we're going to authorize per project, and then later come back with a budget formulation. This particular legislation starts off in saying we're amending how this money is funded or funneled, and then we're going to require the Division of Natural Resources and Community Development to develop some mechanism. We haven't done that at this time. So as we move forward, the legislation already indicates it's going to the chapter, which is we don't have any difficulty in this, but what we suggest in terms of trying to gain use of the AIF fund, which is one thing is saying, all right, the $4 million is something that by distribution. What we're asking the committee to look at is look at it being a producer base. So, but the producer base also we can also send it to the chapters. There's also an explanation to why we're saying that. Under the Appropriation Act, it says that when you send money to chapters, you have to follow the 50-50 formula. Well, in essence of getting around that, we were saying that, like we've done in years past with funding, is that we're saying that we can probably be invoiced by the chapter for their purpose, and so then we're not subject to the Appropriation Act. We've done this with our herd incentives. We've done this with our feral horse incentives. So when you kind of flip it over and say, all right, if we were to identify more monies beyond $4 million, which at this point, the Comptroller Office, the latest statement says there's only $4.6 million. So all of the amendments that we're looking at are probably off the table, including what we suggest of $9 million to be expended. Within that, it does incorporate Delegate Begay's concerns and also Delegate Stewart's concerns they brought up. They talk about 4-H. Within there, we have proposals for 4-H recipients, as well as third-party chapter organizations, like in, say, Pinion. There's an organization out there that probably could utilize funds for direct services. And also we're looking at, within that, if you read through the document, the handout, you can see in their headings, it talks about everything in which, say, Legislative Council say we can't utilize this fund for, but what we have done is we basically are utilizing a language that we feel and is consistent with language that's been utilized for prior year funding. So with that, Mr. Chair, and the correspondence that have gone out and the concerns that Delegate Begay has, I believe Legislative Council kind of went over and basically said that the avenues in which you're funding, it is intermingled. In one case, we're saying everything goes to community development, and then some of the requests are looking at administering through agriculture under its current, responsibility. So, in essence, those are the amendments wouldn't work at this point for that particular suggestion. What we have done is we intermingled and have looked at how can we take in the requests from not only the delegate but also requests from the general producers to create a document in which we're moving forward. So, Mr. Chair, not to belabor any of the points, but we feel that we're answering Delegate Begay's question and also concern. Furthering that, we're following the fund management plan in executing these dollars for a purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Watchman. Ms. Barbara, could you provide some clarification on what Mr. Watchman spoke to as far as this 50,000 is going outside of the scope of the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, as well as also under the Appropriation Act that it states funding going to chapters that it will follow the 50-50 formula. So if it's going directly to the chapters, it's still going to go to the chapters under the recognized farm agencies, farm board organizations. Ms. Barbara? Ms. Barbara, you may have to press *6.
Chair, this is Dana. Am I on the Resources Committee?
Yes, you are. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I'm balancing 3 different calls right now in front of both yourselves and Hess. So I want to make sure I'm talking to the right committee. Okay, so the first question I think is that there was some confusion as to how much money was in the plan or was available in the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. And we first got notification from the controller, and that is attached as Exhibit D that in your legislation that there was 27 million. Unfortunately, that was somewhat erroneous of how it was presented. Right now, the only thing that has actually been fully recorded is from up to through, I believe it's 2018. So there is a difference in the amount of funds. And so this would be, actually, this plan is year 2. In some amendment provided to Mr. Freeland, that does change the crop year 2021 plan to year 2 plan. So that's a small amendment. Now, as far as dollars going to the chapters, the Appropriation Act does include language at, pulling it up right here, at just a second. Ms. Lowell, are you on the line? No. Okay. Just a second. I'm going through the Appropriation Act to find.
I'm on the line. I'm online,
Kristen,
sorry.
can you please, while I'm looking for other things, can you please explain to them about the distributions to chapters?
Ms. Lowell?
Yes. I think I'm being asked to just explain the distributions to the chapter in the Appropriations Act. Is that correct, Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Watchman had stated that under the Appropriation Act, it does state that if funding is going to the chapters, it must follow the 50-50 formula, and the 50,000 to go to chapters, it's going to them under a farm board organization. Ms. Lowell.
Okay, yes, Chairman, that the Appropriations Act does have a provision regarding distributions to chapters, and it reads that any appropriation that is intended for distribution to all chapters of the Navajo Nation, it's mandatory that it be distributed as follows, which is 50% of the total appropriation is based on the equal distribution. So it goes equally. And then the remaining 50% is based off of a percentage using the number of registered voters in each chapter to the whole registered voters throughout the Navajo Nation. So there's a proportion of the registered voters in a given chapter to the voters in the total registered voters within the Navajo Nation. And I don't know if there are any other questions on that, but I can elaborate if there are additional questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Bobroff, as well as Ms. Lowell and Shananta. The legislation that is before us requires supporting financial documents, which is not prepared yet. And also, as we just heard from our legal counsel, that it does state what it does under the Appropriations Act. So, Honorable Gay, would you like to respond, or do you have a question?
Chair, this is Dana. Now that Kristen has answered that question, I can continue with a couple of the other issues that Mr. Watchman brought up, if you would like.
Yes, please, Ms. Barbara, proceed.
Okay. As Kristen explained about when you're distributing to chapters in the 50-50 formula under the Appropriations Act, that would be the way it would need to be done. However, there is perhaps another way to bypass that, I guess, is lack of a better word, without having to go to council to waive that, and that would be providing the dollars to the instead of to the Division of Community Development to be distributed under the 50-50 formula. If the dollars were provided to the Department of Agriculture, and then the Department of Agriculture could disperse them to the chapters based on some type of number of permits, which really reflects, as Mr. Watchman was saying, reflects what the purposes are, and that is to provide funding to the livestock owners, and that could be done so that the dollars went to the Division of Agriculture or Department of Agriculture, and then the Department of Agriculture could distribute them out to the chapters based on
the number of permits and the number of livestock. However, and I know that they can work that out, then the chapter's responsibility would be to ensure that the feed, the hay, the feed, such is released to those permit owners. There's also a alternate route for those that perhaps don't have permits, or permits are in some type of leeway or unresolved right at the moment. One of the things that is, of course, we do have to remember, and I think, in my view, that this legislation is an attempt at drought mitigation. And certainly, my belief is that the way I read it is that will fit under the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund purposes. Just a lot goes into how the program is set up. As far as the amount that Delegate Begay has requested in his amendment is to allocate $10,000 for each grazing official for local use for operations and maintenance, not as stipends. That amendment could be done, but information is certainly missing, and the things that are missing that I don't have are really don't know. I need a number of grazing officials, whether that be by broken down by chapter or agency, and then need criteria and restrictions for the expenditures, accountability criteria, and then, of course, budget documents as far as allocations to the farm boards. Need to understand, I guess there's 15 recognized farm boards, but also need criteria and restrictions for the expenditures, accountability criteria. And accountability criteria is important because these funds retain their character as federal funds, and so they should be spent for the purposes that they're reimbursed for under the Farm Bill. I have not been asked, but one of the issues I think RDC is facing today is this legislation has already been tabled once. If you table it again, it is for longer than today's meeting, I guess. But if it gets tabled again, it will be permanently eliminated from the agenda. It will die, lack of better terminology. However, new legislation could be quickly drafted after we get these issues worked out, and RDC is the final authority and the only committee that this will go to, so it could be a quick turnaround. I hope some of that was helpful, Chair and Delegate Begay. Back to you. Thank you.
And also, Ms. Barbara, one other thing that was brought up, which is a concern, is also the legislation is written where it states crop year 2021, and we're just barely in crop year 2021. Could you make clarifications on that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. When originally drafted, it was based on some information from the controller that, and in the fund management plan, that there was to be an annual plan. So it was our office, unfortunately, we were incorrect, that it should be for this year. However, because the controller has not, I'm going to say, reconciled its books, got everything, all the indemnity payments in. The only year that is up to date, I believe, you're only on your second year of being up to date. So Delegate Freeland did request an amendment, which was provided to him earlier in the day. And the first part of that amendment does change out crop year 2021 to year 2. And that's the appropriate terminology. Chair, thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. Barbara. The requested amendment by Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. was for an increase from 4 million to 8 million and 10,000 to go to grazing officials for operations and maintenance, 50,000 to each farm board organization, which is recognized at 15 organizations on the Navajo Nation. We do not have any supporting documents for these at this time, so we probably will not have this unless if Honorable Kealan Begay introduces a new legislation where all these are requested separately. Sitsila, perhaps that can be done. Ms. Barbara, could Honorable Begay introduce a new legislation based on what we had discussed as far as the increase, which would probably only be a 4 million there? And how can we work it to where grazing officials have 10,000 to work with at the local level? And how can this farm board organizations be provided funding based on the 50-50 formula, Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and actually, it probably got buried in the mix, but when Delegate Kealan Begay first brought up his requested amendments, I did recommend a separate legislation to handle the grazing officials and the farm board distributions. That absolutely can be done. As far as raising the current amount and distributing it on the 50-50 formula, that can be done. An amendment could be made, but we'll need new budget documents. And because those budget documents are done on the 50-50 formula, they actually come from the Division of Community Development, not from the Department of Agriculture. So yes, you can Delegate Kealan Begay certainly do an additional legislation to address the grazing officials and the farm board. And if when he does that legislation, if he wished to raise current 4 million to 8 million, we could certainly do it at that time. It would just be separate distributions to the chapter. Back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. Honorable Kealan Begay, what are your wishes with your requested amendment?
Chairman, even if I'm being asked or if I choose to go with a separate legislation, what's the chance of me getting the supporting document from the department? So it's just going to be another delay after delay in developing that legislation. So, it's taking us almost a month just to get this document. And that today, I haven't received it. But that's beside the point, Chairman. How in the position, and I don't want to put my brother on the spot, Mr. Freeland. I believe he just asked for he's asking for an amendment not just too long ago, and I see that his document is ready for an amendment. But yet, this legislation so that and I'm beginning to feel that I'm being mistreated by the program. It's okay to allocate funding off the reservation, even though it is our land, but not directly to our Navajo people down at the chapter level. Because this funding, chose based on the nel. Chairman, and I'm not saying that you're not supporting me, but I believe that as a committee, as an oversight committee, request is not being acknowledged. Chapters then other chapter official, grazing official, farm board, but let's and I'm not sure what's the best approach in resolving this particular issue. Let the committee deliberate on it. Chairman, if another amendment is already being prepared with a short notice, but yet I've been asking this for over a month now, but mine isn't been acknowledged. Of course, Chairman, I believe that I'm asking the program through you as a chairman of RDC, and I believe that you did send some message to the programs and asking them to cooperate with the delegate requesting for these documents, but then need that. And that tells me that they're not listening to you as well. RDC member, but at the same time, I don't want to delay this particular legislation. That's a we need so that's it. Don't quite get to open that it up. What's the assurance that I'll get the document to sponsor a different legislation? Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable Begay, for that. Mr. Watchman, these documents have been requested a month ago, and according to the email threads, Honorable Begay did highlight 3 areas, and we would appreciate your cooperation, Mr. Watchman, in producing these documents for Honorable Kealan Begay so he can request a separate legislation for the local communities where the grazing official is going to need to work with these funding and operations and maintenance, as well as also the farm boards, and how we will move forward with providing them some resources that they can work with. So, Mr. Watchman, with that, I would like for you to respond, also to respond in writing to Resources and Development Committee, which is the oversight of your program from Department of Agriculture. Mr. Watchman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess in response to, a lot of the information that was provided, there's a recommendation, but I do agree that, and not saying that one legislation is better than the other, but the route in which Delegate Begay is basically suggesting is the route that we supported from the beginning. That would be going through the process, following the fund management plan, which we would create the budget, work with the community in which, or also the delegate. But as mentioned, even if we provided those, the information that we do have that available. And just to clarify, we did not receive any requests from Delegate Freeland from whatever amendment before us. We just received asked to comment, how is this going to be funded and where is it coming from? This about 15 minutes ago. So that's that clarification. What we wanted to do, and I don't know if this is in line, Mr. Chair, is that there's still an ongoing question about what's available. And even as we are speaking, the Controller's Office has issued, I think to yourself and also maybe a couple members, or this only the chair, stating that there's a certain amount available. That's really only around $4 million, which we dispute. We have some attachment to our reasons why, but even if we move forward, any kind of legislation beyond $4 million would not have, according to the last report from the Controllers of available funds. Again, we would like the opportunity to maybe, yes, coordinate with Delegate Begay on what he's looking at. Even if we were looking at this $9 million, which we present or we have as a part of an alternative, according to the controller, there's no money for that either. So, but then the $4 million itself, that's currently on the table, again, there's some discrepancies to that legislation. It doesn't really get to the intent, and it goes out the scope, and I'll give you the main reason why. These funds have been received as a part of an application for permit holders that have some form of control to land. The legislation is voter-based. So you can see why we're objecting. We're trying to say, well, we're going outside of who we put in the application on behalf of Navajo Nation. We didn't put voters. So, and there's a lot of communities out there that the chapter, they don't reside within the chapter. They vote there, but they don't reside. So to answer that question regarding how we were to track in terms of an audit, we probably could not. So you can see why we're saying that route in which the legislation before us, we really couldn't justify if asked how we distribute it, other than saying it's under tribal law, but for under the Appropriation Act. So I would suggest that we get a true amount from the Controller's Office. And this is another reason why our handouts, we suggest there's around $27 million available. There's some entries that we're disputing in which the Controller's Office is not recognizing. And with that being stated, maybe a more comprehensive piece of legislation that encompass what Delegate Stewart would like, also Delegate Gay, and I guess there's some other forms of legislation out there that Delegate Freeland has. Maybe you can go back and what I heard from Legislative Council, that can be relatively done very quickly. But I would like to maybe ask, if it's not at this time, that we refer to a memo that received by the chair on what's available, and also we have questions to the controller. It's been very difficult. We've met once, and they never gave us an answer, but they did give you an answer, Mr. Chair. It does delineate a certain amount, but it's far less than what we register. And again, for purposes of getting the most dollars out of this program to the Navajo people, we would like to look at more of a comprehensive piece of legislation, if possible. And I think that would be more prudent in enlightenment of the concerns we have over the current proposed legislation. And as you heard from Legislative Council, the amendments that are proposed would have to be, there's some striking of language that needs to take in place, also identifying certain years, and that also needs to be looked at more thoroughly in terms of how we are going to be reporting per crop year and how we're spending money. Right now, it's to suggest what's available, and that's not comprehensive, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Watchman. Controller's Office, Madam Controller, Kurt, are you on the line? Or Mr. Willie? Controller's Office, could you press *6 to unmute? Anybody from the Controller's Office on the line with us today? Ms. Begay, could you contact the Controller's Office, Ms. Kirk, as well as Mr. Willie? Ms. Begay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can do that right now.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions? Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, thank you, Chairman. And I'm listening in to this conversation. I do have an amendment, yes, but I want to go back to my brother's discussion, Honorable Kiela Miguel. You know, I think we all support you, brother. I happen just to work with the program directly. That's why we were able to get the documentation out and send over to OLC. How can we address his matter at this time, Chairman and my colleagues, without, and this is really a question to Legislative Council, without tabling it, can we withdraw our motion and our second and just defer this legislation under new business under the next agenda? Or would that be considered a tabling? If we were to utilize deferment rather than tabling. And I don't know if that's possible, but that's an option to consider. Just a formality, Chairman and my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Office of Legislative Counsel, Ms. Barbara, may you respond? Or Ms. Lowell? Legislative Counsel, press *6.
I'm sorry, Chair, and I apologize for not knowing how to use my mute button, but also I apologize for using this call to ask Miss Lowell to walk down to my office so I can talk to her about Ms. Delegate Freeland's question about rescinding the motion in the second. But while she's walking down this way, I will point out to you that right now you have from the Controller's Office dated March 17th, 2021, you have notice from them that the balance is $4,928,101 in the Agricultural Infrastructure Fund. So what that amount means until that can be resolved. And right now, because of the authorities and responsibilities of the controller, right now that 4.9 million is what we have to work off of. So making Delegate Kial and Begay's amendments today, it doesn't appear to me to be that there's enough money in the fund. There's also not enough money in to cover Delegate Freeland's amendment that he has pending right now.
Thank you for that, Ms. Bobroff. Shanant, the memorandum that was sent from the Office of Controller, Robert Willie, on the second sentence, second paragraph, it says the unaudited, unappropriate balance of the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund as of February 28, 2021 is $4,928,101 because we have this to work with. Even if we include the extra 4 million, we don't have enough money according to the controller's office. So the Office of Controller, are you on the line now? So Dihut Shanant, any other comments or questions?
Chairman.
Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Chairman. And this question goes to Dana and Ledge Council. So that would mean that my legislation, I mean, if I were to even propose it, would be considered probably out of order or insufficient or deemed not eligible. In that case, I would have to go back to the drawing board with the Colorado Ranch Enterprise then and look at alternatives because they're in need of assistance. They're getting hit hard by the pandemic as well as the drought. So I thought by providing an amendment to help them as well, that would be an option. But if there's not enough money, there's not enough money, and I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board myself. But I really want to. I was really supportive of my brother's amendment, the additional 4 million to the chapters too. We can probably work on a separate legislation for that as well. So, Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland, for that. So we have before us legislation 0021-21, and there is a motion, main motion held by Honorable Freeland and second by Honorable Daniels. Are there any other discussions or amendments to the legislation? Shanant? Honorable Begay had text and stated that he will just pretty much withdraw his request for Amendment 1. As well as Honorable Freeland. So we have legislation 0021-21 before us. Shanant?
Mr. Chairman, this is Leo Watchman. Could I also ask for a clarification if possible?
Yes, you have the floor, Mr. Watchman.
Furthering the discussion in reference to the letter that you received from, I guess it would be OOC, Mr. Willie. In that, he doesn't indicate the legislation that approved the fund also obligates, upon expending any money from the fund, we have to contribute to a reserve. The reserve is 2.8 million annually. So that would be in addition to what's available or added to what's available. Probably need some clarification. We were hoping to have Mr. Willie on and to kind of look at how they track and how they're meeting the tribal law reference to this fund, as well as what is actually available. Again, I think we're probably running into problems if this is passed, and I do need to get clarification. There's an annual reserve that has to be contributed, and seeing that crop year 3 there hasn't been money spent or paid against that. So we're in crop year 5 right now, and we're talking about crop year 2. But how they're assuming this available balance uses all of the years, meaning all 4 years of the indemnity payments. There's where we have the discrepancy. If they're doing that, have they equated the 2.8 in the year 19 and the year 20, which is 5 million? So that's where we're asking for more clarification. It appears if they haven't, this amount is not true to what is available, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. RDC, honorable members of RDC, on the memorandum sent by the Office of Controller number 3. This is how it reads: 2,833,658.85 cents, which is 1/7 of the CSN fund guarantee of $19,835,612. The purpose of this reserve is to ensure that a funding source is available to support the annual insurance premiums when the CSN fund guarantee expires after 7 years at the end of 2023. Office of the Controller, Ms. Kirk or Mr. Willie, are you on the line? Ms. Begay, is there any way that you can text Ms. Kirk or Mr. Willie?
Mr. Chair, I'll try again. I sent him a couple emails and
Mr.
let
Chair,
me see if I can.
Robert Willie.
Okay, Ms. McKay, Mr. Robert Willie is on the line.
Okay, can you watch this a second? Let me go talk to Ron and see where they're. Okay.
Mr. Willie? Mr. Willie?
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Willie. Could you explain your memorandum to me that was sent and March 17 Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, the balance as well as the reserve funds of $2 million? Could you explain that and make clarification, sir?
So the memo was the financials for the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund as of February 2021. The amount of $4,928,101 was available for appropriation. And it talks about how much was collected in this year and how much has been spent. There's a budget that Agriculture did submit to Office of Management and Budget of 19.2 for projects for year 2. I don't believe those have been set up by OMB yet. There are set aside provisions within the fund management plan, and I believe that was $2 million or so dollars, and over a span of 7 years, $2,833,658.85. Each year, they're supposed to set aside that amount for 7 years to build up a balance of $19,835,612. And that is going to be used to pay their premiums each year. Currently, the CIHASN is the one that's paying that back right now. At the end of September, there was a payment of $12 million that went out, $12,232,618. That amount needs to be paid back to the CIHASN fund utilizing these dollars. That's part of the fund management plan. So once that's done, there'll only be the amount of the $4,928,101 that is available for expenditure, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Willie. Honorable members of RDC, Any comments or questions for the Office of the Controller? And any questions, comments?
Mr. Chair, Leo Watchman here. Could I just ask for another, I guess, a clarification on the 2.8 million?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Watchman.
Mr. Willie indicated that there was an appropriation and there was a budget amount of 19 million. That's what I'm referring to, is that within that 19 million, the 2.8 is appropriated to I guess, feed the reserve fund. So that's what I'm indicating. So whatever's available and appropriated, the first thing is off the top, the 2.8 has to come out. And that's what was done in the first year where there was 17 million, 2.8 was taken out of there. In year 2, 19 million, 2.8 was taken out of there. So in this case, if we're appropriating again, 4.8 would have to come out theoretically. But if they're already, if that's what we're trying to get clarification, did the Office of Controller take out the 19, out of the 19 million appropriated, did they take out the 2.8? If they did, when are they going to take out the third year 2.8, the fourth year 2.8? So that's my question I have and clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Watchman. Mr. Willie, your response, sir?
Mr. Chair, the 2.8 is part of the fund management plan. So if Mr. Watchman is indicating that it's part of the 19.2 and it should be budgeted, I don't see that specifically. I know that in year 1, that an amount of 14 million, I believe, was budgeted, and it was originally 17. So if he's saying that 17 was supposed to be budgeted, but the 2.8 is actually taken out, we take it out of the fund balance. So for years 2018, 19, and 20, we've taken out 8.5 altogether, and each year it's 2.8. So those 3 years have been already taken out. And on top of that, there was an allocation of 19.2, but we don't see that because the budgets are not in the system yet. So I'm assuming Mr. Watchman's question is that the 2.8 is a part of the 19.2. If that's what he's saying, I don't see that because the budgets are not set up. If they could send that to me, or if OMB can set up those budgets, then we can actually see it within the system. But right now I don't see it. So a total of 8.5 is actually reserved for that Sihasan Fund guarantee. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Leo Watchman again here. Mr. Chair.
Honorable members of RDC, my call got dropped here, so I apologize. And I did hear Mr. Willie at the very end when he responded. So, Mr. Watchman, could you clarify what you were stating also for Mr. Willie and what you're talking about? And he's also requesting your amounts.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, year 1, the Nomination Council Resource Committee appropriated $17+ million. There's an outlined detailed budget that goes down what it's for. if you follow that, and it's been numerous handouts we've had with RDC, it indicates on there 2.8 as a part of reserve set aside. Year 2 also appropriates 17 or 19 million. Within that is 2.8 again. What Mr. Willie has mentioned that he has accounted for 3 years. What I'm saying is that we're in the 5th year, starting our 5th year. The 4th year, if we're utilizing these monies without reconciling, which we feel is more, then it is 2.8 would have to be appropriated into as what we've been following, but Mr. Willie is stating differently. It comes out of a different mechanism how they reconcile it. Nonetheless, you still have to account for the 4th year, and that's 2.8 million, and that would drop the balance down if they're currently using that to pay back, and if we appropriate today. That's my clarification. Again, there are documents, and we can provide that, but there's been handouts, and we did sit down with Mr. Willie, and we went down all of the deposits and all of the entries that apply against the deposits, as well as the obligations of the reserve. And our amounts are different. The problem we're having is that they have a fiscal year ending, which is in October, September. We have this as a calendar year ending, which we don't have. We know what we're getting in December, but the actual check doesn't come until March. So there's a discrepancy there. But nonetheless, to date, we show that we have 96. We'll have 86 million in the account, with entries that suggest that we've only applied. If we only applied what we're obligated, which is the legislation plus the reserve amounts, it should be a lot more than 4.4. I guess what we're also needing clarification is how they're reconciling this. The legislation basically states that the CSN is more of a kind of like a line of credit, and anytime you use it, you have to pay it back. So that's been done, but there's where we're having a double entry problem, because when we sat down with Rob, Mr. Willie, and said our differences are way apart. Can you explain? He didn't talk to us until he gave you that memo, which we went from 220,000 to 4 million, but we still don't have no clarification how it gets there. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that. Mr. Willie?
Mr. Chair, I believe a couple of weeks ago at the last Resource and Development Committee, there was a deposit that was pending, and Ms. Kirk indicated that we were waiting on that. And after the deposit was made, that there would be enough available for the appropriation, I believe, of $4 million for this legislation. As far as reconciling, I know that Mr. Watchman and Mr. Ferdinand Nota have brought documents over, and part of the fund management plan was paying back the CEJASEN and reserving these amounts. As far as appropriating it, I don't recall it saying appropriated. It says reserve in the fund management plan, so that's what we've been doing. But looking at the years, if you're saying it should have started in 17, I'd have to take a look at that to clarify that also, but that would take me some time also. So that's my response at this time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any comments or questions?
Chairman, this is Otto. So can I ask a question?
Honorable Otto So, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I've been on the line for Mr. Watchman, if you can give us a rundown on the parcels that had been selected and provide me that information in a written document, a letter from your office, the parcels that had been selected on areas that were affected by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. So, for instance, if any parcels were selected in Nahatli, how many sections? What is the acreage? If any parcels were selected on NPL, or any tribal ranches that were acquired by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act, or if any parcels were selected in the former Bennett Freeze area. Acreage numbers would be very instrumental, and and whenever you can get it, I'm okay, and forward it to me. Just get me that information, and I should be okay from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable So. Mr. Watchman, your response?
Mr. Chair, yes, there was also a request along this path here by Delegate Begay, looking at what grids we're utilizing, the performance. We do have that as a mapping that shows where the grids have been located, the performance of those grids over the past 5 years, as well as it answers the question what Delegate So was mentioning. In a nutshell, one grid is 17 by 17 miles. That equates to roughly around 180,000 acres, 84,000 acres. But as you may realize that not all of that is grazable land. So we're using probably a rule of thumb or average, about 30% has to be taken off. So we're roughly, in many cases, we're using about 135 to 440,000 acres of land as a part of a grid application. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions on legislation 0021-21? None? Atanya Shnantai. Are we ready to vote? Yes.
Chair, real quickly, two questions to Mr. Watchman. So when is the next Chairman, committee members and listeners, audience, Mr. Watchman, what RDC members, my colleagues, what they attempted to do was to introduce amendments to this legislation. So when will be the next opportune time to do that, to request funding from this fund through amendments? That'd be my question. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, and your question is to Legislative Council?
Mr. Watchman.
Okay. Mr. Watchman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Walker. I guess I indicated earlier, right now what the controller is stating, there's 4.9 million available. And I've hopefully understood that the department feels, based on the departments or the deposits we have with the controller going back to February of 2018, encompassing the whole year of 17, it's a crop year. We're basically saying that that amount should be a lot higher. So I'm not sure until we maybe get together with the controller's office and come to the conclusion that this is what's available, and we reconcile all the deposits. On our end, we got back with the underwriter, and we went through all the deposits, all the checks we got in indemnity payments, as well as what is obligated for premium. And there is a handout we have with the members that show all of that information, as well as pretty much a generic in and out of what has been used of the fund that we're aware of. So it's a substantial higher amount. That's a long explanation to your question, but as Mr. Willie indicated, he's not taking into consideration one of the crop years. So, and then also, he's indicated that it's the deposit ending in a certain date, which that intermingles with their overall report. He indicated that as of February 21st, and also the sheet registers and shows deposits that are missing again. There are one deposit we haven't done, we're aware of, it's a $6 million. So this depends on when the controller reconciles and recognizes all the deposits and expenditures against that, we'll have a true balance. So right now it's $4.9 million. We know we're going to be depositing in the next 24 hours $6.4 million. And this depends on when the controller recognized that. It took them 2 months for the last deposit, and then I guess it was 14 days on deposit before that. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, do you have a follow-up question?
No, sir. Aviva.
Okay. Honorable members
just a comment, I guess. Just a comment.
Go ahead, Honorable
Chair, committee members. So, in considering this legislation, we are receiving different information on the amounts referenced here. That is a concern. In principle, I do support the legislation. And then on the other hand, there's amendments that were put forth in good faith, for a real good purpose, a real good reason, and it's very much needed at the community levels. Because of the lack of information or accurate information, or mismatch in information from the different offices. Per our floor rules and per the law, we have to address this legislation, have to act on it, unless the sponsor again considers it and says, okay, there are a lot of questions, and decides to reconsider it and moving forward, meaning withdrawing it. But the legislation sponsor should get Delegate Stewart. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for the Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Stewart.
Chair, Nez Arosana, Keto Shizayaja, Arunda Mr. Watchman, though, Legislative Council, Kodoti Nachahagi, Dana Barbroth, and Kristen Lowell, and Mariana Khan. Aro Kodogi, so Office of Controller, that Mr. Woolley, so I hear Kunzo Albayadil here. For me, in speaking to this legislation, for this legislation, it was put on our agenda. It was developed. It went to the 5-day comment period over a month ago. Auto was brought before RDC. Auto table adelia, as stated, because there was not the money in there. There was no funding available with that amount of $4 million. There's that money there for $4 million. Auto Kwadogi Sotnanagi, yet the staff, speaker staff that have been assisting with this legislation. They have reached out several times to Department of Agriculture. Again, there was no response. I was looking for that email thread, but there's like 4 or 5 emails that were sent from the speaker staff. Again, there was nothing. Asking for an update, asking for a meeting. There was an email in my icebox from a personal email from an employee saying, oh, we're going to meet tomorrow at this time by teleconference. And this was the day after that I had checked my icebox. So with that going, I don't see why RDC is put in this spot to say, wait a minute. Be quiet. And then if there are questions, this should have already been presented by the director, Mr. Watchman, to say, here, RDC, this is what I'm presenting. This is what we have on the budget. On here, in your computer, in your phone, see what you guys see. This is what I'm talking about right here. So there's really no budget on that end too to say this is what I'm talking about. RDC to show us in black and white. He was asking for assistance as well, but nothing again. So this report again from Office Controller, yes, it came in today. We got it today through email. Stuff like that, that's documented. It's given to us to read, to review, to discuss, to say it's in black and white. This is what they see. This is how they see it broken down. This is where it's going. This is how much is available. So with that, I don't want to hold back on this legislation. It's just requesting for 4 million to 110 chapters. There are chapters that have given support to this legislation. Year 1, I saw there was funding set aside for water resources. When I talked to the chapters, I asked them, this is what was given in year 1. Did you guys get it? Did something get developed? And right now in the memo, it states that there is no fund management plan from OMB. There's no use on that money. So who has that? Where is that? That's a different discussion. But what we're talking about right here is this one, this 4 million that's there, that's ready to be voted on right now. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Honorable members of RDC, the sponsor is ready to move forward. He doesn't want to hold back the legislation. So, that there are certain things that are not being done. And I believe that what we need to do also, honorable members of RDC being the oversight, I believe we need to meet with the Department of Agriculture, as well as the Office of Controller and Division Director of DNR, and really find out what's going on here. There's a lack of communication going back and forth. Is what Department of Agriculture is saying. Controller's office so going back and forth, so as oversight, I believe we need to have a perhaps an executive session meeting as soon as we can within as soon as possible and really find out why. Also, that there's not any cooperation as far as responding to these emails, which are very important emails requesting certain documents. Why does it take a whole month to come up with a document? These are questions we need to ask. Is there someone that's not doing their job? If they're not doing their job, perhaps they need to look for other jobs elsewhere so they can make room for someone that can actually do the job there. And this is just not right. Is Dr. Shabala on the line? I'm glad the president's office is on the line listening to all this. Those are questions that we need to ask during executive session as well. So, Dr. Shabala, are you on the line? Then, are there any other questions or comments?
Mr. Chair, this is Delegate Daniels.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't know what not on Senegi. When that whole just legislation could only get that man so the call was table one. I don't know cut nana. Got table nana night over on it. It's not at all difficult. But yeah, over this case though. They and has so it could got and has the other at the local level. They has a hand on soy baby kite or was easy than the year but for you over bunch and the nash ego. I had neither they'll get out of so neither. So either that he host or I don't know had it either neither at the because you hot and no hot and could all the contact Nazi card go. So or you should but each don't other delegates than Linnicky according to this is the final authority called RDC. So you don't want this case later these nations so want this case or maybe rescind the motion in the second and delete it off the agenda. What are these nations so want this case and put it back on the agenda next week or the following week. What are the not on the meeting? But I know that legislation had it, but there's job amendments. So that your kid they go or you're to Bohanet at 4 million double anago debits in the leho. So that should say now your kid get additional 4 million. Say you don't be at an Halanaco. But the great delegate as Freeland your kid again a great to help Wolf Springs Ranch ADG. Either Bohanet on sort of a case about quite on a great Hajon the Nil Ishlon maybe other delegates I think but Ishl did so that even though over RDC we're the final authority that could do one thought about Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels, here Nidens Kitoba Heinzito Ani Mikadatis Anil Ako Kro Nikagat our attorneys let us know. The what all quite out of withdraw it lagi to Nakabe Bohana Zada. So quite out of niche. Oshi it's gonna die. We can't defer it, we can't table it because it's gonna die. So I'm still gonna haho ato kuibando in tobe lado segi aji il kisnahalan. Oh, Johan, that's a kiddo basal at then. There's only 4.9 million. A conel and goational. A course, why do we go having a press release for leaders holding a check of 27 million? Why do we do that? Where does it go? We're happy to receive this money, but yet there's no money there. Where did it go? What happens to it? But okay, I hope it's not just there to take pictures and say, no, I mean, this is some really good amendments that we're talking about. If we were to use 27 million, we could have had the opportunity to use that. Honorable Begay would have had the documents in place and nobody would have had a problem. The people at the local levels who were doing it for. You had to base a question on the 4 million non-hit on need an alt source nature to increase it would have been very good to 8 million. Case on that alt source but not the non-hit on so we have no other choice but to sponsor the legislation in his it does not want to hold back this legislation, so we just need to move forward. Are there any other questions, Nandai? I believe there's some technical amendments that need to be added. Ms. Begay, could you read those amendments?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, this is a technical amendment to the legislation 0021-21. On page 1, line 13 and page 4, line 16, delete crop year 2021 and insert year 2. And on page 5, line 16, delete crop year 2021 and insert year 2. On page 4, line 21 and 28, delete 2021, parentheses, 2021 plan, close parentheses, and insert year 2. On page 4, line 22 and 24, and on page 5, line 4, delete 2021 plan and insert year 2 plan. And then renumber or reletter succeeding paragraph, section, and or exhibits accordingly if necessary. And this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendments which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Ms. Begay, did you send that amendment to the honorable members of RDC? Ms. Begay?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I was talking to myself. Yes, I'll do that right now. I thought that Dana might have already sent that to you, but I'm going to do it right now.
Okay, thank you for reading that in for the record. Ms. Begay, these technical amendments, which would be Amendment 1 to the legislation 0021-21. I would like to say let's establish a motion, but I would like for you to read it before we establish a motion, Shananta.
Chairman, who's proposing this amendment? I got dropped, just got back online.
Honorable Begay, can you turn up your volume?
Delegate Begay,
Yeah,
this.
Chairman, who's proposing this amendment? I just got back online, I got dropped.
We were sent, and an email to this technical amendment to legislation 0021-21. We haven't made a motion or a second yet, but it's to change some like crop year 2021 and insert year 2 instead. So it was just sent out and I have it right before me on both. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Honorable members of RDC, did you all receive that email of the technical amendment?
Yes. I motion, Chair, if I can. Stuart.
Honorable Stewart, let's have the committee members make that motion. Honorable members of RDC, motion. Motion for technical amendments. None. Aye.
Chairman Kellen.
Okay. Honorable Begay, motions.
Second motion,
Second
Freeland.
by Honorable Freeland, seconds the motion. Any questions on these technical amendments? It's making corrections, none. Aye. No comments, no questions. None. We'll go ahead and vote on the amendment. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
May everybody please mute your phones. Honorable Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Kellen votes green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Chair, I'll vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting in reference to this technical amendments. Back to the main motion, Shananta. Any further comments or questions? None. Are we ready to vote, Shananta? If there's
Mr.
no
Chair,
comments.
this is Leo Watchman. I do need to maybe look at and ask for legislative council. There was a few other things they mentioned in there that make the legislation conflictive, as described earlier, in reference to how the legislation and the intent. Can we get some clarification? I think there's other amendments that need to be opposed, or it doesn't seem to match to what is being acted on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Watchman. Ms. Bobroff or Ms. Lowell? Ms. Bobroff or Kristen Lowell?
Thank you, Chair. This is Ms. Bobroff. Mr. Watchman will need to identify those.
Mr. Watchman?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I guess we're referencing the Appropriation Act, and the Appropriation Act lines out how to formulate funding. This particular doesn't. I just need some clarification, as I mentioned before. It seemed to not follow that, but if it does, then I guess that wouldn't be an issue. The other thing that we're also would be questioning again is that when you change the crop year 2, the handouts in which the controller has indicate 2021. If you refer back, I think the reason why we're expressing crop year 2 is that based on all of the crop year deposits is where the indication of money is available. So just want to have clarification there, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Chair. The change to year 2 was based on a request and a recommendation from Mr. Watchman's shop. So now I'm confused that he's questioning that, because it's specifically something he said it should say year 2 and not crop year 2021.
Mr. Chair, I apologize.
Ms. Barbara, are you done?
Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, I guess I'm referring to the handouts we had. There's where there's a difference between the Controller's Office and what we have indicated. The reason why we have indicated year 2 is that particular calendar year, we had deposits of $28 million. In that particular deposit year, we only spent 19. So in reference to using year 2, that has been reconciled. And what we're trying to get a specific number for controller. This has been going on since last February. So I dispute the information that we hadn't been referenced this. We referenced this in each handout we've had. So what I'm asking, and reason why we're asking for year 2 is that year 2 is where we say the money's at. But according to the Controller's Office, they're saying it's just like a bucket. Here's what's available. But we're saying year 2 is what we have in our handouts, but the legislation spoke to year 2021, which year 2021 hasn't been reconciled. And that's what the controller shows as it's unaudited, and here's what the amount is at this date, what includes deposits from 2021 or 2020, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Barbara?
Oh, boy. Chair, I have to throw up my hands and say that, so let's go back to the fund management plan. The fund management plan speaks to the fact that there will be an annual plan each year. If I am understanding it right, the only time there's only been one annual plan approved. So this would be the second year plan. I mean, that's now how I'm seeing it, not how I saw it at the beginning, because I believed it would be the fiscal year 2021 plan, but I was corrected along the way that it should be year 2 plan. So I don't know how to answer that question. I suppose if the controller is still on the line, perhaps they can weigh in.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. Mr. Willie, are you still on the line, sir? Mr. Willie from Controller's Office? Anybody from the Controller's Office? Mr. Willie, push *6.
Hi, Chair. This is Brett Wanika. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Wanika. Did you hear
yes.
the conversation? May you respond?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, I did hear. Mr. Willie stepped out for a moment. If you could just give us a moment to get back and collaborate, and we'll respond momentarily, about within 5 minutes or so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wanika. Nanda. There's honorable members of RDC. We pretty much covered a lot, and I believe this legislation needs to move forward. I believe that there was issues from the Department of Agriculture or from the Controller's Office. It would have been brought to our attention prior to this meeting. But today, it's before us for approval, and it will be up to the committee to decide. Nanda. Do you have any other questions? Nanda. Comments? None? Hakushila?
Chairman.
Honorable Walker?
Yes, just a comment. The Resource Development Committee has the final authority on this legislation. That's huge. That's a huge responsibility, and it's an important, critical authority that the committee has. To exercise that authority, we have to use, follow the laws and processes and exercise prudent judgment. In other words, do the right thing. They'll have all the information available to us at our disposal that relates to our concerns and how we want this legislation to be at the end of the day. That final approval, final authority, standing committees the record will show we had all these questions and we didn't have the fullest or the most the cooperation we were seeking from the offices, the programs, the division, the departments. And that's final authority thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Nedanati Kodo, Nihilchuit, the Kede and the Kone of Tola, Aquahunana, and Anhitani. Nibahatan, a co the mail, a co habe laose, Shananda, that Dota Goshi, Dota Ajo, Nagada. Nazago legislation has your hard liago. Hola in altos, and that your ehos and or late as ja no. from Department of Agriculture, as well as the Office of Controller and OMB. At enda quila niti bicht bella sen kita no donan agon bella se. Ade ha anant ahit jashin di de sabe tan hadit ahine ta rosel sosende. Nachas lachit aushin do leligi do koron nasko. Table osago she koda arachen. Itale arashin khanana lige goshin hasa hanadal netale ako edo da obe khahnos na goshin sto khodon ne sto khit ashin besos khala ne do negi e hat tenne ni hitne e ani bakan chon ego e hati koron hita rasal sos ako khorobe keden tan hisna chana ako e kui oyon his Nihilchana na Landila Bahat Dandila Koyot no Department of Agriculture Ada Kodea Controller's Office Day Elsa Ahalosh Lat Ahalzin Sanad no Ahna Ndahet Atin Elsa Adola Elwat Kodin on Hitche Anaharo St. Lan hit no on a hat Hanhalan Tidishan so Ashin Na Station Office of Control, are you there?
Mr. Chair, I'm here, Robert Willie.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Could you respond? I don't know if you were listening in on the conversation.
Mr. Chair, could you please repeat the question? I was on another call, so I just came back into the conference room. Thank you.
Okay. There was a concern brought up by Mr. Watchman. I'll have him reiterate that. Mr. Watchman?
Mr. Chair, I just clarification, and we want this money to be getting out there. I guess the question probably would lie, I guess, in twofold. One would be that the report that was given that says that there was around $4.9 million. There was one question asked early on that said, if we were appropriated, and the language is within the legislation to appropriate, and the appropriate includes the set aside of 2.8. So we're appropriating this money. Our assumption is that we would have to equate for the fourth year since we're on the fifth year. So that would lessen the amount. I wanted clarification. I thought that hadn't been clarified earlier. Secondly, the rollout in terms of the reporting gives dates in the 2020 calendar year. But we're citing that this is to be utilized from the crop year 2, which is calendar year 18. Ms. Barbara mentioned earlier that there was only 1 year that was appropriate. Actually, there was 2 years of appropriation. What all of our handouts have indicated, going back since last year, is that there was 28 million that was collected in 018. So what we've been indicating all this time and stating that there's unspent balance of 9 million. We're needing for the controller to authorize that. But there's an accounting difference from there until now, which is almost 3 years later, and we're still stating, right now we're saying there's money available. My question to council in terms of the amendment, we were saying calendar year 2018, and that should be where it comes from. But the controller's recommendation, or his last report, was the balances of 2020. So do we have to appropriate the 2.8 since we're in the fifth year? And for that, I just need that clarification, Mr. Chair. The other things that probably are related is that the controller has not answered as well, is that when is the cutoff date and when are the total deposits that are going to be reconciled? And that was a question posed by Delegate Walker. If we knew that, then we probably have a better idea of answering all of the amendments with legislation and more of have a timeline to that. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Willie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. According to RDC 100-18, the fund management plan for this fund, Section 4, the administration, before any indemnity payments are to be used for agriculture infrastructure projects, the controller shall first set aside or reserve the following amounts in the order listed. And the first one is any sehasen actually remitted for this, the insurance premiums. So 12 million will need to go back to the sehasen. And then number 2 is any prior year set asides or reserve shortages would need to be covered. Number 3 is the 2.8 that Mr. Watchman is talking about, which is 1/7 of the sehasen guarantee of the 19.8. And then number 4 is any increase of the current year's insurance premiums over the previous year's amounts. Item C says after all the annual set-asides and reserve provisions set forth above have been satisfied, then the net indemnity payment shall be eligible to fund agriculture infrastructure projects as approved by RDC, and that's kind of where we're at this point in time. So that answers that question. As far as deposits, it depends on when the actual check or payments are dropped off with the Office of the Controller. Usually it's a day turnaround. So I'm not sure if there are any other payments that are pending, but if you would let me know that, then I can go follow up on that and then have a specific date for whatever amount Mr. Watchman is talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Honorable members of RDC, any questions?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Leo Watchman, if I could just state and reaffirm what the controller has mentioned. He's mentioned that under the fund management plan, so what he's cited is that we would have to follow what that states. So what has been declared available is 4.9 million. So he also read through that. They would also have to dedicate the 2.8. So actually our available balance to what I got my answer on is 2.1 million, if that is correct. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Watchman, are you saying that the 4 million being available minus the 2.8 is therefore the balance is 2.1?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I followed what Mr. Willie had mentioned, because we are in the 5th year and we are going to satisfy what says it's available. So we declared 4.9 available. Based on that, we would have to satisfy the 2.8 somewhere, but right now that's been declared under what is read. That would have to be done first.
Ms. Bobroff, are you still on the line? Ms. Bobroff?
I am still on the line, Chair. I'm finding this very hard to follow. I think that the question probably to Mr. Willie would be, how much is available today in the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund to appropriate or to fund projects?
Mr. Willie? Mr. Willie?
Mr. Chair, hang on, let me find my memo here. I'm going back and forth right now.
Mr. Willie, in that question also, could you clarify what you stated that in the resolution that was passed, that OOC shall first set aside the funds for the insurance premiums, and the memo states 4.9 million is available. and then to the reserve is 2.8. So when you subtract that, we would like to know exactly how much money is available for the agriculture infrastructure fund. Mr. Willie?
Mr. Chair, according to my memo, which I sent out this morning, the balance available was the $4,928,101. The question in which Mr. Watchman is asking about the 2.8 for the 1 year, I believe that's included in the 19 million that was allocated back in November, which has not been set up. So if that's true, then all the years have been accounted for, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, as far as reserves. So if I could find the budget document that has the breakdown of that, if the 2.8 is part of that, then everything should be accounted for, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Willie, the 4.9 million is available, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So I would recommend you go with the amount available being the 4.9 million, as that came from the Office of the Controller. We have one more question that perhaps Mr. Willie could weigh in on, and that is the question: should the current $4 million allocation for projects that is in front of the committee now, should that be designated as year 2 funding, or should that be designated as fiscal year or crop year 2021 funding?
Mr. Willie?
Mr. Chair and Ms. Barba, the balance in which we're giving is as of current date, which is in fiscal year 2021. I would assume that it should be 2021. As far as crop years, I think if you're going by that basis, everything is accumulated in this fund. So I know year 1 and year 2 were funded, and that was 17 and 18, I believe. So we're 3 years ahead of that now. So I'm not sure if agriculture is going to do a year 3, and I believe that would be a part of this, but I'm not sure what their plans are or how they have their fund management plan set up to appropriate different years. But as far as accounting, it would be a fiscal year 2021 appropriation. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Ms. Barbara?
you. Thank you, Mr. Willie. So with that, I apologize, Resources Committee, but I think you can rescind, if you would, the technical amendment, and that should get us back in business. My apologies.
Thank you for that, and certainly appreciate the clarification from everyone. Honorable members of RDC, we'd like to establish a motion and a second to rescind the technical amendment, which was read by Ms. Begay. I'd like to have a motion to rescind.
Oh, okay, I gotta finish with these guys.
Freeland?
Honorable Freeland, second by
Daniel.
Honorable Daniels. And then I enable last technical amendments again, as I have told you, Hala, or what either our legal counsel. Are there any questions related to this rescinding the technical amendments? None? Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green.
Honorable Stewart? Honorable Stewart?
Green. Green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Callan votes green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Chair, I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. We'll rescind the technical amendments. And back to the main motion, Shanantai. Any questions, comments on legislation 0021-21? None. Hakushila Shanantai. This legislation's before us for a vote now. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Begay?
Chairman Callan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries for legislation 0021-21. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Stewart.
Oh, thank you, Thank you very much.
Honorable members of RDC, we're down to new business. Legislation 0023-21. Honorable Vince James, are you on the line, sir? Thank you. Ms. Begay, could you read legislation 0023-21 in for the record, please?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, you have legislative summary sheet for tracking number 0023-21. The date on it is January 15, 2021. Title of the resolution and action relating to Budget and Finance Committee, Resource Development Committee, Nabakia Committee, and Navajo Nation Council, allocating $2,644,380 from the CSN Fund to the Division of Community Development for the purchase of fire trucks and ambulance for the Ganado Fire District, adopting the CSN Ganado Fire District Emergency Vehicle Expenditure Plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 through 2508. Prime sponsor of this legislation is Vince James. You will note that the legislation has been assigned to Budget and Finance, Resource Development, Nabakia, and Navajo Nation Council. And the packet was posted on the council website on February 18, 2021, and the 5-day comment period ended on February 23rd, 2021, and became eligible for committee action on February 24th. The legislation will be fully read into the record when it reaches the final authority, which is Nomination Council. However, the exhibits that are attached to the packet are all attached and with the legislation packet that I sent to you all, and all of the supporting documents and supporting resolutions, they're all attached to the packet. From the these are supporting chapter resolution from the various communities. You will note that on page 50, 55, page 86, you have the Internet Public Review publication. And following that page, you have the Internet Review Summary, which will show that you have one comment received on March 1st, and that comment is attached to the packet. And then there's a second Internet summary sheet on March 4th. 2 more supporting comments were received. Those comments are attached to the packet. And then on March 5th, we received 10 supporting comments, and 5 comments were just comments and recommendations. All of those comments are attached to the packet for your review. And then it appears that some of those comments received were chapter resolutions. And
Ms. Begay?
hold on. I have another Internet summary sheet that will show that additional comments that were received. And those were all attached to the packet, Mr. Chair. There includes a chapter resolution from Ganado that supports the resolution. And again, those documents are all attached to the packet that were sent to you. Budget and Finance considered the packet on March 16th, with a vote of 5 in favor and 0 opposed. The committee report and the vote tally sheet is attached for your review. Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second. Motion.
Motion, Chair. Delegate Stewart.
Honorable Stewart, second by
Galli.
Honorable Begay. Thank you. Honorable James, you have the floor.
Chairman Nance, other non-members of Resource and Development Committee. A big heat. Other Shekahasi, Koisnot, Kodon, Hidaton, Nilsojigi, a legislation 0023-21. A Nachet, look on Tate, Arje, says has Anje, a Arjet, a peso. By any kid, Ado Arje, ye, Banana Shedis, Edolis, and a hot Ado. It's Eastern the Nidabaja and hotel, it's Eastern Benakihiki, ambulance Ben Chitahadiot is Adonana Coin Sesse Arjit Bar Chitin Lenina Rahiki Jokodat Ehidot Ben Chitahadiot is Benia Oko hot RAA Nihaja Hajo but in it so A. Nalsos Lenigin Hitaton Hiansolea Ako D Quaki look until has any ya ani a de coin says has anigi oh how you did a he can't not lot Kodona whole nation need Lenigi Eko Nihika Hozo Adonana Aquadon Hills Anigi Navajo Nation Aja ko incest because Anjado Navajo Nation EMS that Ahigi o Hayu did ni hika what's the name for Oko Hanza go shade hot Ibenan Shidis or ni hit hold just level Oko Konza the hold just ni hit Hajo Badi need Benina Nikit did the Chedeyos Enigik at na zinigi ye banan shidich enigi and the neskai adod ahadasti hod oko do yo na hot skinlo god skinlo na hot has link oko skinlo quite gichito isigi bebich na hot it's link oko there be has ani in his bahozin oko be has on hadated oko kodat ehiki ishta konzaten he holds the station he holds the shite be that enigi chita idolis jotan tadabaka da hot be has on itabaka oko nik ahan hiki kodolak antildo chitin lenigi yego Dennis Christine dod ashibe abe that is adod put end achita eko okonde in hidden and lenigi chita os gosh kwaiki don habi gata ni hitchete do yes hadastki ni hitchete chinil and hinanish be il and then his hadastki his hat needle hot end point gas hot end a kaida na ichiho hard the sheen chita hit the need de hard the sheen hotel hard the sheen na ki halia ni go kwaiki bedan ne shede on chiten lenigi gas jo ba go gas ko even in that in hitahi galo kwaiki na sos lenigi in sos don hitaton hies ko do ilak antil has anid yikedes in that ko le nahonel ade jedito hodes ado le kastan hopi line ade nahod ade in anahot hat neho ade bus all wase adon le ya kon le balk but sejiko adon ade hen nahonel le dan salane ade dot gonana le dan nazlene kote Ado under ade nana late summer go ado under ya go Pine Spring ado White Ruins ado na watch it ya nana the wizard be told ya ado lay down bit the hot chi Indian Wells flatan lay Delcon ado na has up the and na hot it hat ni go dan lay Delcon the kodolak antielo ade ya chiden the nesta that the shneba hashne konde ad etsa but azin konde ad etsa it's easy enough inkle ako ado and the hajoba ke do ta ka hot hashi hon telo you get there's tisto don't lay white cone don't lay jedito ado but the quick or sheet in nada ako kaya leni kita budget the whole nada oko steamboat do plagato do ganado kislichi ado wood springs the hot oko the hane land she page hot nalwo oko ado kwaiki ashwat kwaiki in here sa aden kisi lo aden hinan shilia koni lan hichen da to station de to nego hot kodon hika nalu konza ta hol jesho ye niya hajo pa ani ko kodo be chita ani ki kal chiten lenegi aje chite yo to lehi ki jo kot ni hechen ye atse case le ko she ben hike ndo kato ben hike so zon she aje be ni chita di yo ko hala do an hi kwai kin hisen ani yata ko ado hane land she additionally chita off eko chita benil eko aje has anigi aje chita il ni hista hoel jish eko ko hot a the neck achet a hojo pa lini ki ben hit na is condo ben hit ha si to list ado shi kodo ajbenat aslan lini ki look on tail coin says has anje a ado has ani ki large it's in lini ki to like here on that that's a dado banana she did I see a kodo ba hu dish ato ashi ben hit da hodo lako ko kodo she da Mr. Marcarlo Roanhorse a quite a horse ato lishinale chairman nes kot ad it's ba hasti to list
Thank you, Honorable James. Mr. Roanhorse, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Delegate James, for the information provided. Auto Yate, Mr. Chair, Auto RDC committee members, good afternoon. She'eya Marcarlo Roanhorse, I'm the administrative assistant for Ganado Fire District, and I do have Fire Chief Dwayne Woody present with us to interject and have responses for any questions that may come from the committee today. And I also have Lieutenant Jeremy Begay, who is also here to provide additional information that the committee may have. So the purpose of this request for this resolution to be approved for $2,644,380.00 from the CEJASIN funds is to purchase emergency vehicles for Ganado Fire District. In doing so, the fire district will have reliable emergency response apparatus to continue rendering emergency services to customers and to the Navajo people. It will also provide and improve response time and emergency apparatuses to be stationed at each of our substations. We have a total of 3 stations. One's located in Ganado, the other 2 substations, one is in Steamboat Canyon, Arizona, and the other one is going to be in Clagto, Arizona. Again, the fire district here are in need of these tenders and the emergency units to provide fire suppression, emergency medical response, special rescue services, and we also have our emergency dispatching. We do provide, a number of services here. So Ganado Fire District's firm mission is to achieve life safety for all, and I just want to make it known that the district's priority is to ensure that we have life safety for all residents, but more importantly, for all. So the emergency and professional services that the fire district provides, I'll give you a little bit of history here. Ganado Fire District was established in 1982 to render fire suppression and rescue services. The fire district rendered emergency medical care as firefighters and EMTs since 1982, but the district began emergency medical transports utilizing ambulance services starting in 1982. In 1982, Ganado Alarm, the fire district's dispatch center, had started in July, and with a total of 5 dispatchers. In 2004, the fire district started our public education certification program, which consists of first aid, CPR, AED certifications, basic life support for healthcare professionals, and our fire safety extinguisher training program. So today, the fire district continues to provide these services at a low and affordable fee, or depending on the nature of the situation, or it's usually free. So what are the benefits of having Ganado Fire District? As we know, Navajo Nation covers a total of 27,000 square miles of rural and treacherous land, which overlaps Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico, and Utah. Ganado Fire District renders emergency services to 5 chapters: Ganado, Steamboat, Clagato, Kinslachi, and Cornfields, but not limited to the 1,000 square miles here on Navajo Nation. The fire district does render services to Wide Ruins, Greasewood, Nazlini, and Jedito chapters, and beyond through mutual aid agreements, MMAs. Navajo Nation Law Enforcement Window Rock Police District Communication Center also relies on Ganado Alarm, our dispatch center here, as call takers and as secondary communication center here on Navajo Nation. When law enforcement officers with the Window Rock District does not have direct communication with their dispatch center in Window Rock due to being out of range or the repeater is down, Ganado Alarm is there to step in to provide assistance. Some of the services, and I'll just kind of quickly go through our listing here, that we provide. We do fire suppression, structural, and commercial firefighting. Our secondary is urban wildland interface firefighting. We also provide emergency medical services, emergency dispatching. We have an Explorer program. It's a youth program for 16 years and older. And we also have a rescue and special services that we provide, search and rescue, rope and high angle rescue, swift water rescue, ice water rescue, awareness and operational hazmat, and vehicle extrication. Other community services that we provide as a district, we do vehicle lockouts, vehicle battery jumps. We provide escorts for community events, funerals. We also assist with state of emergencies, assisting the chapters and CHRs with food deliveries, waters, wood delivery. And we also provide, again, our community training. We do building inspections. We also do traffic control, and we provide our EMS standby services for special events. For example, JMI, parades. And we do sports events, basketball, football, wrestling, and rodeos. And we do community outreach through fire prevention, school presentations, and open house. And community events that we get involved with here locally is community Easters, and we usually sponsor these events. 4th of July fireworks display shows. We also provide Santa and Elf services around Christmas time. And we are usually judges for science fairs and school events. We also do animal rescue and welfare checks. So a little bit about what the type of a little bit about what we did in order to get to this point. We went out to the local chapters and local bodies around the area, and we did receive supporting resolutions for them to allocate fundings for the fire district. Initially, we went out for a CARES fund, but as we realized that the CARES funding had been allocated for higher priorities and also higher needs, that's when it was recommended to change for CEJASIN. So we do have our proposed recommendations, which is before you under Exhibit D for our proposed fire apparatus and medical transport units. So for the medical transport units, we're asking for a total of 4 Type 1 ambulances. This will be a total of $4,980. And we're also asking for 3 4x4 300-gallon mini pumpers, fire trucks. And for the 3, it'll be a total of $1,050,000 and $1,050,600. And we're also asking for an additional 3 4x4 200-gallon tender trucks. And this is going to be a total of $988,800. So overall, the grand total, that's where it comes up to $2,644,380.00. So with that, committee, our goals and objectives in receiving this, we would like to obtain, these fire apparatus and medical transport units. This is our immediate goal. We're planning on achieving this within today to the next 2 years. In doing so, we're going before Navajo Nation to assist us. and if we need to, possibly go to the state of Arizona. And this benefit will also be assisting Navajo Nation emergency response personnel in responding to emergency and medical responses. And currently, we're currently battling the pandemic COVID-19 coronavirus, so this will also be a supporting contribution at this time. Future goals and objectives, number 2. Additionally, we would like to get a substation and increase our emergency response personnel and seek additional living space. So that's more of a future short-term, 1 to 5 years, but that we're looking into seeking bonds and additional property tax revenues through the state of Arizona, and also looking into grants. Our third goal, and this is a long-term goal, 3 to 5 years, we're looking into extending our fire district to neighboring chapters to render services through MMAs. So again, right now we're looking into to expanding our district, and that would also bring in revenues through the Transwestern pipeline, and also through grants as well. So again, this is the purpose of this goal, is to provide a quicker response to these, what we consider gray areas, where
2 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. So and that's to cover the areas where a lot of people are not are considered not being taken care of by other agencies. So that's where we step in. Just a little bit of history about our district. We do receive our revenues from the Transwestern pipeline as property taxes. That's about 80% of our revenues, and then we receive 20% from the FDOT, what stands for Fire Department Assistance Taxes. And that's where our revenues come from those two sources. And if you look at Exhibit C, you'll see the district's annual budget before you. 86% of our budget is dedicated to personnel and salaries, French benefits, etc. 28% is to our operational expenses to maintain the 3 stations, and 4% is for administrative costs. I will also like to, just inform the committee here before I close out that the district is planning to comply with the Navajo Nation regulations set forth by the Controller's Office and working with a DCD. We are hoping that this continues further up and to go before the Navajo Nation Council because of the number of units that are going down here. Here's an example, our 2002 fire apparatus that is currently down. It's going to cost us roughly about $50,000 to repair. So if we could convert that to utilizing it towards maintenance and for new. Oh, thank you, Chair. With that, thank you, Chair, and also committee for the time. We're available for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rowan Horse and Honorable James. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions or comments? This legislation goes to Nabikiat and then the full Navajo Nation Council. Any questions or comments?
Chairman.
Honorable Freeland, you have the floor, sir.
Chairman, thank you. Honorable James, thank you, brother, for this very important legislation. I do support it. I was just out in cornfields the other evening visiting my Masana, and I know the area and the specific need that you all have out there. And I always recollect the fires that happened at Klagetoh, wide ruins, and I always remember convening at the station there at Klagetoh. And I can understand that you all
probably go down as far as I-40, maybe go even as far as Lupton. I'm not too sure, but maybe back towards Window Rock, up north towards Chinley, and then back west towards Steamboat. So, I just want to say thank you to Honorable James for this legislation, and to the first responders as well. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for everything that you all do out there in protecting our people. So, yeah, Chairman, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back to the sponsor, Honorable James.
Honorable Martin Freeland. On the I-40 Arden den kenal keda lo ako in da lo to chida abajo pa and adi gasle ako ado anile Lupton Pine Spring Arden has Arden de Arden na lo ako ado quite get need with these client down Wood Springer and see toje adi with these cla hot ed anidigi ako edo. They were the first one on the scene, and they were trying to do what they can with the resources that they had in that rigid area of where the fire started, where the lightning started. They were there themselves for a while, for several hours first, before BIA showed up and other entities showed up to assist with the fire, but eventually it went out of control.
Thank you, Honorable James. Honorable members of RDC, any comments or questions?
Mr. Chair, this is Delegate Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Kudo, the RDC members. Yeah, kudo. Kudo, kudo. Legislation kudo, get that in souls, kudo. Your agents, so kudo. Look at kid, Aja. Coin, I don't know, dam. Ambulance. They should have thought if just I could have not forced to go to them. Since an Azabeto from Miliki, 2.6 million. A cocoa, we're about this case. Throughout the Navajo Nation, at the Huis Ago, the last to go with Agita. To shut out Dago. A cocoa. I know that public safety as a basis of Nelne the Quila Sun Lansoy with that just sit down public safety but this is with our fire department. Mr. Larry Chief as the fire chief. So a cocoa could have asked by yesterday, you could have the dash town has that Navajo Nation. I don't know, coins, Tessa. As a in Nishiki. I stole the dash in Nish. Nagay, not Shahade, Nagay Tabit Fiske. As a hello. That's under San Juan County. San Juan County, they had a leggy smell. Fire trucks. That Hagi, I don't see the question in this. I don't know, she gave voluntarily in darkness. I could never cut it. I don't get it. Lot or days in the stand off. That in this as well. I call Khalid Ellen for you. I've been here when it gets to council. Shako had a me. Shisha. Hat me hako. Though like your horse dead. I thought I hat me. I call, yeah. We don't see that when it gets to council. Adonana D. Basis from the Legate 554 million. Age or could I now a nation. Queen of Hayan Shabit, which Honalia is that for never base out there. So that he host ego never base out there. So quite it where you were. But night the skid the called but the night the skid away about it's just a comment could a call could all yeah. Should this idea could all them. The way that was Argo. Edo and that's the Edo. I don't know that this would have been a good one. Could all the great cares that great the time because this is a great COVID related to maybe in a great ambulance stage or that El Chadao, the great COVID. You can't snaggy or that eggy them, but they don't that El to the car the ambulance that eggy. So this would have been good. So let them try to look on so very about this case for your area, the way that look at cage. Same with the fire trucks. Go there go. So it is the Hunstoba seat or let go. So then do a could a year by night kitchen or let and nothing gosh go on a way down. The Namki at the council for the Sharia Nana seat or let go. I support the legislation, but at the same time, the way Shazogi Zaid about this case. Shazo about this case. What is it good on the way down council? Never not just long as that he host ego a Shanti case like he host ego. A Senate against the message of a mother regional. So that I could have 80 years. One so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
We lost you there for a moment. Go ahead.
I want to forward actually, Mr. Chair. Idiot, Baha Sigita, Hadbahaji cut off it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Daniels, honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? Then, yeah, we'll go ahead and vote on this legislation. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Begay?
Green, Chairman Callan.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Daniels? Honorable Stewart?
Shania, green. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Honorable Daniels?
I vote green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries for legislation 0023-21. Thank you, Honorable James.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, B, legislation 0033-21. Honorable Seth Damon, are you on the line? We have the co-sponsor on the line, Honorable Stewart. Abiga here.
Oh, Abiga.
Honorable. Okay, good. Ms. Gay, could you read this in for the record, please?
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, you have legislative summary sheet for tracking number 0033-21. The date on it is March 5th, 2021. Title of the resolution: an action relating to Resource Development Committee, confirming the Speaker's appointment of Bitta N. Becker to the Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission. Mr. Chair, can you call to see if Ms. Becker is on the call as well?
Ms. Becker, are you on the call, please? Answer. Ms. Becker, push *6 to unmute. She was on the line earlier. Ms. Bitar Becker. Ms. Bitar Becker, are you on the line? Push *6 to unmute.
Mr. Chair, I'll continue reading. Maybe the sponsor can reach out to her. This particular legislation is assigned to RDC. RDC will have final authority.
Ms. Begay? Ms. Begay?
Co-sponsored by, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you
Chairman,
now.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Can you?
Ms. Begay, we can hear you. Can you hear me? Honorable members of RDC, can
Chairman.
you hear me?
Yes, Chairman. Chairman.
Okay. Yes.
Chairman Delegate Freeland. I think Ms. Becker's on the line, but can't get through.
Ms. Iacco, could you help us? We're having technical difficulties here. Ms. Bitar Becker is trying to get on the line.
Chairman Nez, this is Melinda. Yes, she is on the line. She just needs to press *6.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Becker, could you press *6? See if that helps. Ms. Becker?
Shana, she said she was going
Yes.
to hang up and then try to call back in.
Okay. We'll just wait. Ms. Begay, can you hear us? Ms. Begay?
Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, I'm sorry, I got knocked off the line again. Okay.
Ms. Bitar Becker, Ms. Begay, Ms. Bitar Becker is on the line. She's trying to unmute, so we'll allow you to go ahead and continue reading.
Okay, all righty. Hold on. I just lost my page again. Let me go back to prime sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Seth Damon, co-sponsored by Wilson Stewart Jr., tracking number 0033-20, an action relating to Resource Development Committee confirming the speaker's appointment of Bitar N. Becker to the Nomination Water Rights Commission. Be it enacted. Section 1 authority. A, the Resource Development Committee is a standing committee of the Nomination Council to NNC sections 500. B, the Resource Development Committee has final authority to confirm the appointment of members of the Nomination Water Rights Commission to NNC sections 501B9. C, according to the plan of operation of the Nomination Water Rights Commission, NNWRC, Speaker of the Nomination Council has authority to appoint 2 members to the NNWRC GSCAP-07-04, Sub-Exhibit A, Article 5A, attached as Exhibit 1, Section 2 findings. A, each NNWRC member shall serve for a 4-year term pursuant to NNWRC Plan of Operation approved by GSCAP 0704, Sub-Exhibit A, Article 4C, Exhibit 1. B, the Speaker of the Nomination Council is authorized to appoint to the NNWRC one commission member from the Fort Defiance Agency of the Nomination, GSCAP 0704, Exhibit A, Article 5C, Exhibit 1. C, Bitta N. Becker fulfills the requirement for appointment as the Fort Defiance Agency Commissioner for the NNWRC Exhibit C, Exhibit 2. D, the Speaker of the Nomination Council has appointed Bitta N. Becker as the Fort Defiance Agency Commissioner of the NNWRC C, Exhibit 3. E, it is in the best interest of the nomination that Bitta
Ms. Begay? Ms. Begay, you're cut off again. Ms. Bitta Becker, are you on the line now?
Chairman, can you hear me now?
Well, thank you for that, Ms. Becker. Yes, we can hear you now. So, Ms. Begay, go ahead and continue.
Thank you.
Ms. Begay, go ahead.
Oh my gosh.
Ms. Begay, we can hear you now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear
Can you
you.
hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm on under let's see if it's on page 2 of 2, line 24.
Ms. Begay? Ms. Begay?
The last page on 45, section 3, appointment. The Research Development Committee of the Nomination Council hereby confirms the Speaker's appointment of Bitta N. Becker to the Nomination Water Rights Commission for a 4-year term as provided for in the NNWRC Plan of Operation. All of the exhibits that are referenced in the content of the legislation are attached to the packet. You will note that the packet was posted on the council website. Okay, before there was a letter that went out to the Ms. Becker, February 18th, the letter from Speaker Damon informing her of her selection to serve on the board, the commission. The packet was posted on the council website on March 8, 2021. 5-day comment period ended on March 13, 2021. There was no comments received. Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you for that.
Oh,
Ms. Begay?
okay.
Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Motion, Daniels.
Honorable Daniels. Second by Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart, you have the floor, sir.
Question Shania. They got a nana, Shania do, Shania ke, dosh, Yaja dosh, Mayaja ke. And Ms. Becker, this legislation, it's for the Water Rights Commission. Commissioners are looking for the water rights. We haven't had a representation from Fort Defiance Agency. With the Assistant of Speaker's Office, we asked Ms. Becker if we could put her name into the selection or recommendations. But based off of that, that's how this legislation came about, to request for approval. We work with natural resources and covers water, that we don't have representation from all 5 agencies on this commission. Now we are moving forward as a legislative branch to request individuals to be a part of this representation for Navajo and for the nation as well in the respective agencies. We had asked Ms. Becker to do that. With this chair, I'll turn it over to Ms. Becker to introduce herself and give a little history of what her thoughts are on this. Shania, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Ms. Becker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman and Delegate Stewart. My name is Bitta Becker, and I am very, very honored that the legislative branch is considering my nomination today. I have dedicated 19 years of my life to protecting and developing the natural resources of the Navajo Nation, and with a particular focus on water. Currently, I'm working with the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, and we are going to be operating and maintaining the Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project that one day will serve the Fort Defiance Agency. I bring to this position a breadth of knowledge of the water needs of both the Navajo Nation and the Fort Defiance Agency. In addition to clean drinking water, there's a strong desire to improve livestock watering needs for farming, and just overall water needs of the watershed in the Fort Defiance Agency. So again, I'm very honored to be with this distinguished committee today, and I thank you for the consideration. And I pause for any questions or further comments.
Thank you, Ms. Becker. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions or comments?
Chairman.
Honorable Freeland, you have the floor.
Chairman, just a comment. Committee members, staff, and Bitta. Bitta, thank you for stepping up. Really and appreciative of you taking on this very important role, and want to encourage you and the commissioners to really always do best. I know you will. We know you will, but always continue to strive to make that difference for our people. And water is life, and water is essential. With recent Utah water rights, and we have water rights in New Mexico. Now we have to really focus on Arizona, and if we can get Arizona done, it's going to be even that much more of an achievement. I know you guys have that ability to make it happen as a commission, and want to encourage you and really emphasize, just making sure that we continue to put our people first always, no matter what. Yes, there's going to be differences. Yes, there's going to be situations that we find ourselves in, but at the end of the day, what it comes down to the most is how do we make that difference continually for our people, and how do we continue to strive to enhance livelihoods. So, Chairman, I just wanted to say that and wish Ms. Bitta the best. She does have my support, and I'll be voting green for her. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? None. Let me go back to Ms. Becker.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate Delegate Freeman's comments. I will always put the people first, and COVID-19 has shined a light on the fact that drinking water is a human right that Navajo people are entitled to, and I will fight day and night to make sure that Navajo people get the water that they need and are entitled to.
Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions? RDC has final authority on this legislation. None. Hakoshila, we'll go ahead and
Chairman,
vote on.
Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and committee members, our staff also. Ado sponsor, Delegate Stewart, Ado Speaker Damon, Ado Ms. Becker also. Appreciate you coming forward and taking up this, what will be your task and your work and your responsibility and a duty to the Navajo people, Navajo Nation, and then to my constituents out here in Western Navajo Agency. I represent the communities along the Little Colorado River. So we have we are direct stakeholders in claims for water rights, water use, and everything from A to Z as far as water is concerned. I want to just make that statement there that I represent these communities and constituents, and I feel that the pandemic has also brought opportunities for our community members. Earlier, we had a group from Tulani Lake who started a number of projects focusing on developing water, in this case, water wells, all along the Little Colorado River. And I think that demonstrates that our community members are really also taking up responsibilities in working towards bringing about water, a good source of water supply. I think that concept of relying on yourself, the concept that's about self-reliance, concept taught by our elders and stressed by leaders, in the past. So today we're beginning to revive the concept of taking our own, effort, making our own effort, taking initiative, and finding the resources to do it. I just felt that this goes hand in hand. At the end of the day, we want to make sure there is that water supply for our people as well as future Navajos. So if you're up for the challenge, certainly it is a huge challenge. I know the work you've been doing for the Navajo Nation several years, more than several years. I appreciate the amount of experience and knowledge and skills you're going to bring to the position, that of being a water rights commissioner. So I just wanted to make these statements here on the record, speaking for my communities and speaking directly to the future water rights commissioner. So we'll be here, and I think Resource Development Committee. I think meetings with the Water Rights Commission is probably in order. Certainly due. Water Rights Commission. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Back to Ms. Becker.
Vice Chair Walker, I very much appreciate your kind words. I know you also have dedicated many, many years to serving the Navajo Nation. I did hear Ms. Hall and Mr. Saran's report this morning, and I was very happy to hear that Tulani Lake is moving forward. They can be an example for the rest of the Navajo Nation on community-led farming. Tulani Lake has successfully restored a lot of their grazing areas, and they have done some very good work working hand in hand with the nation and with some federal agencies, and always letting the community drive their issues. And finally, I hear your request for a meeting with the Water Rights Commission. I understand that as well. And I also understand both your comments and Delegate Freeland's comments about the focus is now on Arizona and making sure those Navajo communities are served. Yeah, for all of your words and guidance.
Thank you, Ms. Becker. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? None. Hakoshina, we'll go ahead and vote on this legislation. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir? Honorable Freeland? Honorable Stewart?
Green, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Honorable Freeland?
Green, Chairman.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Honorable Stewart?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Shnaka. Thank you, RDC.
Congratulations, Ms. Becker.
Thank you for the vote of confidence, and I look forward to continuing to serve the Navajo Nation.
Thank you. Next, C, legislation 0034-21. Ms. Begay, first of all, Honorable Brown, are you on the line? If you are, push *6 to unmute.
Oh, yeah, Deshana, I'm on the line.
Thank you. Ms. Begay, could you read the legislation?
Okay, you have a legislative summary sheet for tracking number 0034-21. The date on it is March 2nd, 2021. Title of the resolution and the action relating to Resource Development Budget and Finance Committee. Approving a change in project and change of funding year in resolution CAP 3518 for Canada chapter. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this matter will be moving forward to Budget and Finance Committee until it reaches Budget and Finance Committee. They will read the matter into the record. Prime sponsor of this legislation is Delegate Nathaniel Brown. The packet was posted on the council website on March 10, 2021. The 5-day comment period ended on March 15, 2021. And the exhibits that are referenced in the content of the legislation, they are all attached to the packet that I emailed out to you. And at the very back, you will note that there was an internet public review summary that was attached. There was no comments received when the 5-day comment period ended. Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Here, I'll motion. Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, thank you. Second by
Kealan.
Honorable Begay, thank you very much. Honorable Brown, you have the floor, sir.
Shana, Chair Nez, Ado, Vice Chair, Ado, Resource and Development Committee. Well, first of all, I think of all the committees, I want to commend RDC. I think you guys win for the most meetings, and to the staff who are really putting all of this together and notifying us also. So
Good job, RDC. And you are truly exemplifying the leadership role. But this is my legislation 0034-21 is for the Kayenta community. This is coming from the CHSN funding, and we first allocated the funding to be used to work on the Kayenta diversion dam, and we were hoping that the cost estimates would be out by now. We're working with the Army Corps of Engineers, as well as Soil and Water Conservation, and many entities, including the Kayenta Farm Board. They have been diligently on this, but also my LDA, Renee Hoshnik-Shanale, actually has more information on this. She has been working directly with Army Corps of Engineers, with the engineers from Sacramento, Phoenix, Albuquerque, and Denver offices. So they did come out to Kayenta a few times, and they're also working on the Denahutso diversion dam also. So Renee, my LDA, was able to secure $250,000 each, and with Army Corps. And Army Corps, they did their phase 4 of the study. Now we are working with getting the cost estimates. It started with Navajo Nation Water Department, and now, since we don't have the cost estimates, we are moving the funding to a more shovel-ready project, which is the El Capitan power line project. So that our people has voted with a chapter resolution to make this change, and it is to bring, and since the pandemic, we have realized that our people, when we're asking them to sanitize and to clean, the basic utility was required. So that was another huge factor in changing this. Changing it to people's homes also. And also with this particular project, we are working with University of Utah, and we're writing additional grants. Since this is moving to this, the other grant that we're writing for, and we hope that we get approved, is to bring Wi-Fi connectivity to our children who are taking online courses, and soon they might be going into hybrid, which means that they still have to go to school from home half of the time. And also to parents who are working, doing teleconference, they also need the Wi-Fi connectivity. So so looking at with this new pandemic, working from home, school from home, and all of that, the chapter has made a decision to switch. Excuse me. So that is the reason why we are changing. So the chapter resolution should be attached. And again, Shananta, this is to bring power to our Navajo families. To this day, they still do not have power, and these families also are waiting for water line. So they're still hauling water on their really rough roads, and this is just going to be a step closer to bringing our Navajo families up into the 21st century as far as sanitation. So we hope that, so we do have our electricians that are out there also. They are working on this. So Kayenta chapter has been very active with Kayenta NTUA office also. So idea, so that the change in that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. And do you have any comments or questions? Naidos Kidishan and none. Atenya Hakushila and we'll go ahead and vote on it. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green, Chairman.
Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Honorable Begay.
Chairman Gale votes green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries for legislation 0034-21. Thank you. Honorable Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Resource and Development Committee. Oh, yeah.
Next, legislation 0042-21. Honorable Elmer Begay, are you on the line? Honorable Elmer Begay, push *6. Ms. Siako, is Honorable Begay on the line? Elmer Begay? Honorable members of RDC, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Chairman.
Chairman, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Siako, can you check to see if Elmer Begay is on the line?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairnez. We have Melinda looking in the system right now. Give us a moment.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Elmer Begay was on the line this morning. It's a shame. Honorable Elmer Begay. Thank you, Honorable Begay. We hear you. So your legislation is next up on RDC meeting. Ms. Begay, could you read the legislation in for the record, 0042-21? Honorable Begay, stay on the line with us.
Mr.
Ms.
Chair,
Begay.
members of the committee, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, you have legislative summary sheet for tracking number 0042-20. The date on it is March 10, 2021. The prime sponsor of this legislation is Elmer P. Begay. The legislation is assigned to Resource Development, Budget and Finance Committee, Nabakiatik Committee, and Navigation Council. The packet was posted on the council website on March 11, 2021. The 5-day comment period ended on March 16, 2021. Again, this legislation will be fully read into the record when it reaches its final authority, and that will be at the Nomination Council. The pack that I sent to you all this morning has made mentions of the exhibits that are attached. It makes references to exhibits. Those exhibits are not attached to the legislations that I sent you earlier, but because of the confidential and privileged nature of the supporting documents, I send that document to you under a separate email, providing you that information. I know that Nomination Department of Justice requested that this matter be presented to the committee in an executive session. Should there be any questions on the supporting documents. And I don't know whether if Mr. Elmer Begay requested for an executive session, but the packet was posted on March 11th, 2021. 5-day comment period ended on March 16, 2021. There was 2 comments that were received that were just comments and recommendation, and those comments are attached to the packet for your information, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. When did you send those documents, Ms. Begay?
Oh, about
Ms. Begay?
maybe, Mr. Chair, I sent it about maybe 20 or 30 minutes ago. And that would be the last document that I sent to you all.
Chair, this is Legislative Counsel. I will also need that document, please.
Okay. Ms. Begay, could you send the documents to our Legislative Counsel, Ms. Lowell? Okay, I got it. I see that you resent it. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second. Honorable Elmer Begay, are you still on the line?
Oh, I'm here, Chana.
Okay. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Chairman Freeland.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Second by?
Yeah.
Honorable Begay. So, Ms. Begay, we need to go into executive session for this legislation.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, you may want to ask that question to Elmer Begay and his agents, unless you just want to refer this legislation and move it forward and have the executive session presentation until it not be a council. Well, that all depends on your call, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Honorable Elmer Begay, do you wish to have an executive session for your legislation with your agent?
Good afternoon, Chana, Chair Naz, and the members of the Resource Development Committee. And I have water units on the line to Cecilia, and then also Michelle too on the line. So I'll let them see what they want to do with the confidential information that they have. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Thomas?
If you don't mind, Chair, this is Michelle Brown-Yazzie. I can address that issue of confidentiality.
Please do so.
Okay. Again, my name is Michelle Brown-Yazzie. I am the AAG for the Water Rights Unit. If the committee would like to hear the details of why we're making this request in order to continue our litigation efforts, I would recommend that we go into executive session.
Committee members, this legislation is going before RDC, Budget and Finance, Navigate committees, and the full Navajo Nation Council. Do you wish to listen to Department of Justice? If so, we can go into executive session. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, I'll go to you first.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman, committee members, though sponsors, though your agents, so the delegate brigade. Nabigiyaki ade yahat got the legislation executive session with the we'll be hearing that for the second time as a committee or as delegates, as Nabigiyati committee members. Each of those that the and it's not recommended as a must-do. I think it's kind of like left up to us if we want to. In that case, I would prefer that we wait till the NABI meeting. Shananta, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, Shido, I concur with my Che, my most honorable and distinguishable Che. I think maybe what we could do is, as a part of the RDC report, attach a recommendation for executive session to be held during a full committee presence rather than oversight. That way we can all be involved in this discussion. I understand this legislation. I appreciate Honorable Begay as well as the DOJ team taking part in this, but maybe a recommendation, Chairman, from the committee, RDC, to hold the executive session during the full Nabakia committee session. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. With that, we can also have Honorable Begay just provide a summarized introduction right after we concur. Honorable Stewart.
Yes, Shania.
Go ahead.
I concur to do the executive session with the Nabigiyat as well, with and then just wait until then with the full Nabigiyat committee in attendance.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Honorable Begay.
Chairman, I don't have a problem moving forward, moving legislation forward and discussing the confidential information until at NABI, if not the council session. Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Chair, Abiga, what's out? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We concur that we'll have the Department of Justice do a presentation in executive session at Nabigiyat committee meeting. Therefore, I'll give some time to Honorable Elmer Begay to just summarize briefly, not the sensitive areas. Honorable Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Here had Chairman Naz, and then also members of the Resource Development Committee. Here for the motion and not only that, referring to Nabikiyatki for the full explanation of the why it's confidential again. But this legislation is requesting for UUFB unreserved funding for an amount of $2 million for water rights units for attorneys to continue litigation. And right now, I'm pretty sure that they can probably mention it somewhere that these water rights are coming up. They've been very successful, so they need fundings for it. So this my request goes a brief on this legislation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, and thank you, Michelle Brown Yazzie, for that as well. Honorable members of RDC will go ahead and vote on this so it can move forward. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kale, votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries for legislation 0042-21. Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Chairman.
Oh, if you don't,
Chairman.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman.
Honorable Freeland? Honorable Freeland?
Chairman, before Honorable Begay goes, can we make sure that a recommendation was made? I guess I forgot to ask that on the report.
Honorable Freeland, can you restate that?
Can we ensure on our committee report that a recommendation was made to have an executive session during Navigated Committee? Chairman, thank you.
Yes, it'll be all on the committee reports. Ms. Begay, it'll be on the committee reports, correct?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, yes, it will. I'll insert the language and then move it forward to BNF.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable members of RDC, down to E, approving to schedule a joint RDC Law and Order Committee meeting to have some discussion in reference to jurisdiction enforcement and other related matters. Tishi, Adola, Department of Resource Enforcement that we had a meeting with. So we'll just have this meeting with LOC. Recommended date, March 23 or the 30th. March 23 is on a Tuesday. The 30th is also on a Tuesday at 9 a.m. We can go with the 23rd, Ashbiga. If there's no objection, would like to have a motion and a second.
Chairman, I'll motion.
Thank you, Honorable Walker. Second by
Freeland.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Shananta. We'll go with the first Tuesday, the 23rd at 9 o'clock a.m. Are there any objections, any comments? None. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kale, votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. We'll have this meeting on the 23rd at 9 o'clock. G, A, B, C, E, F, yetla. F, schedule a site visit at Wolf Springs Ranch in near Alamosa, Colorado. Shananta. Let's have a motion and a second.
Chairman, Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, second by is there a second?
Yellen.
Honorable Begay, thank you very much. Shananta, this site visit will most likely be better to have it like on a Friday and a Saturday. So, Ms. Begay, do we have any available dates? Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, colleagues, thank you. could we maybe look at the first week in April? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee,
Yes, Ms. Begay, go ahead.
you have the first April Fool, second Good Friday open, and the 8th and the 9th open as well. But that's when you all have your chapter and planning meeting.
Honorable Freeland, Easter is on the 4th, which is a Sunday. Good Friday's on the 2nd. The following, the 9th, the 10th, and the 11th. We might be able to do that. It depends on how many chapter planning and regular meetings we have. Do you have any dates?
That'd
Which
be great.
date?
The 8th and 9th.
The 8th is on a Thursday, Honorable Freeland. Normally, the 8th is the second Thursday, which would be in the unless if we travel the following weekend. The 15th could be travel day, meet there on the 16th, which is on a Friday, and stay there on Saturday as well, the 17th.
Come back on Sunday?
We could do that.
You go.
Okay, Ms. Begay, we'll schedule it for travel day on the 15th. Meet with them on a Friday, the 16th, and meet with them also, and tour on the 17th, and we can probably go home that day or the following day on the Sunday, the 18th.
Okay, we'll do that. I'll submit the memo.
Okay, there's a motion by Honorable Freeland, second by Honorable Kealan Begay. Any comments? Is there anybody else that we need to invite to that Wolf Springs? Should we invite DNR or anybody? Honorable Freeland? BIA?
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, just
Ms. Begay?
Mr. Chair, just for our correspondence purposes, what would be the purpose for traveling up there?
We have been talking about meeting with the Wolf Springs Ranch, all the folks there. We wanted to see it, have a site visit, and listen to them and understand what it is that they all do. All we hear is that they're raising buffalo and other livestock there. We could see all that is happening to help us better understand how they operate there as well. Honorable Freeland, would you like to add anything?
Chairman, thank you. I think that's a very important point. Also, to get a better understanding on the impact of the drought as well as the COVID situation, what impacts have taken on the ranch itself and the operations. And I also believe it's calving season, so they'll give us maybe somewhat of an orientation on how they process or how they work with calves on the bison side as well as the Boyer side on the cattle side. So just something to consider, Chairman. Maybe we could also include, maybe recommend HPD because there is a lot of traditional plants there. It would be great to get an understanding from HPD on orienting how culturally that there's those plants tie into herbs and medicine. I always remember going up there with the late Stephen Begay, Honorable Stephen Begay, and he was like a kid in a candy store in Nahala. And he was identifying all these plants that he says that were there that he didn't see anywhere else, like in the Chuskas, or there's that part as well. Maybe have a orientation or a presentation made by HPD on what plants are there. Just understanding, Chairman. Thank you.
I believe that's one of the four sacred mountains there. Sisnat Jini Holiga has Aquagi. So, Ms. Begay, we have heard from
Okay, we got it. We got it. So I'll make note of I made note of all of that and we'll submit the memo. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable RDC, any other comments or questions on this? April 15th through the 18th. The 15th is travel day. Friday the 16th, we'll meet with them and perhaps site visit on the 17th as well, and then we head home on the 18th. Any other questions, comments? None? Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Begay?
Chairman Caleb, green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker? Honorable Vice Chair Walker? Honorable Daniels?
Chairman, I vote green. I vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Okay. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. And we're at the conclusion of our committee meeting. Any other announcements? Honorable Kealan Begay, you have the floor.
Chairman, I forwarded an email earlier during the last meeting. There was a request to have a meeting with the BIA and Highway Administration at the federal level. And Mr. Begay, Carlo Begay, had provided a recommendation with communication with the Highway Administration, the Coco 2 dates recommended. So I believe Ms. Advisor has made a recommendation for a date in April. So I'm wondering if we could be able to add this onto the agenda and schedule that meeting if possible. This is the deliberating and continue to advocate for additional funding of the annual allocations for road construction based on Chairman, that's my request.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. I believe we approved that meeting. Ms. Begay, did we approve that last Wednesday?
Mr. Chair,
Begay?
I believe that is a separate meeting that Key Allen might be requesting for, and that is to meet with NDOT, BIA roads, and the Federal Highway Administration, and we have that set for Monday at 9 o'clock. That meeting, Speaker Damon said that he was gonna have his staff coordinate the meeting with the Washington official, and I don't know if we were able to contact the federal administration. This second meeting that Key Allen is talking about is from a message from Carlisle Begay saying that the U.S. Department of Transportation Office of the Secretary, they have confirmed availability and to have a meeting with the Navajo Nation Council either on March 31st or April 1st. And I'm not sure if that's the same meeting that Key Allen was proposing to have on Monday. If this is going to be the meeting that we're going to have in April with the federal official, then I already responded to Carlisle saying that April 1st is and the only open date we have now. But we do have a meeting on the 2nd, on Monday.
Okay, Honorable Begay, is this a separate meeting? I'm trying to look for my email that you sent. What time did you send it?
What time I done later? Hold on.
It was about 10. Mr. Chair, it was about 10 o'clock around there, 10:08 maybe,
Okay.
or even might have been at 11 o'clock.
Okay. Ms. Curley from BIA, what is your clarification? Ms. Curley, push *6.
Okay.
I don't think,
Good
Mr. Chair, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, good evening. I'm still listening in on the call, RDC Chair, RDC members. Yeah, Naidadesh Chicken. So this meeting for Monday, Aishi, BIA Navajo region, are they being requested to participate, or is this more Washington level? Naidadesh Chicken. Yeah.
I believe our local BIA is involved, Ms. Curley. So contact Dr. Curley as well as Regional Director, Mr. Lester Sosi, and yourself. I'm still looking for the email, Honorable Begay.
I just received it, Chairman. Chairman, can I further clarify?
Yes, Honorable Begay, go ahead.
Is more of an internal meeting. Remember, we've asked the Arizona, the Navajo Nation Department of Transportation, providing us an overall picture of how we can strategize in these roads construction. Niniki, Joe, council, our colleague down Nisha, he was in Lagos a lab in prospective region. No, a coco a large certain agency not the bayat a coco give us a whole picture of how the Navajo Department of Transportation is coordinating with others, such as the BIA roads, the county roads, or even the state right-of-way. The Navajo Nation still needs the unmet need of road construction, the actual road construction. And then a lot of our chapters request for us to have these roads to be allocated, to get on the tip listing at the federal level. And then you got the bridges. What will be the strategy in making the pitch to the federal government to say that, okay, the Navajo Nation, all you do is give us $52 million on an annual base. There needs to be a revision to say that, okay, it's long overdue that you kept giving only $52 million to the Navajo Nation. I believe that it's a time that there needs to be an increase, or further, there's a transportation or some type of an infrastructure stimulus is going to be discussed at DC level. If we were to add more funding. I mean, a request for more funding for all the road projects in the on the Navajo Nation. So kishi mande ko chini beniache ni bi tole. What's go the di and add on a dollar the syndicate the proposed meeting either on March 31st or the 1st nindicate to cut last Washington Carl Begay and Nego. We're talking about Mr. Buttigieg, the newly appointed transportation director, secretary of transportation at U.S. level. The administration is allowing us, for the Navajo Nation, to speak with them. How to, at the same time, how will we strategize to say that the out how to eki konka bi hui na no go tashi asto ye go kodo e ben ye meeting ki electo list for add on the list the. So Monday is more an internal. The one that we want to propose the date for the DC level is more of asking for additional funding and also provide more information. Again, probably even educate them as far as Navajo Indian tribes. Basically, how we as Indian tribes are kind of like put at the back burner that even maybe the state receives funding, but we don't get funding directly from the state. So that and maybe have a listen in from the Department of the Interior, J budget. Maybe invite the Liago go hit that is because these are basically didn't take it, and then even one of our own Navajo is at that level. Travel liaison. That should be titled that. Representative Teller. I mean, he's at that level. And even Mr. Gishi, he's a Navajo, that he's the BIA Transportation Director. So we have several Navajos that are at the DC level that could really help us advocate to get funding for transportation, road construction on the Navajo Nation. So, Chairman, I don't know if I was clear on this clarification. Chairman?
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I remember looking at my notes that when we scheduled that meeting for Monday, the Speaker's office was supposed to reach out to the federal level and invite them to this internal meeting on Monday. So the two dates that we have open, Senator Begay sent us, is the 31st, which is on a Wednesday. Wednesdays are RDC's regular meeting dates. The next day is the 1st, April 1st. What we can do is have an RDC special meeting on the 30th and have the meeting with the highway on the 31st or April 1st. Because if the date on Wednesdays are usually RDC meetings, and we don't know how long the agenda will be. Just like today, we had 6 legislations, but one was deferred, and we had 4 reports. So it's currently 6:04 at Ibn. So if we say Wednesday afternoon, we don't know how long the RDC meeting is going to happen. So it might be best to have it on April 1st.
Chairman?
Yes.
Chairman, this is Shami. When I responded to Carlisle, I told him that RDC has their regular meeting on Wednesday, and the committee is busy on that day. So I told him that April 1st would be the best time for us to meet with them. So Carlisle has made note of that already.
Okay. Thank you for that, Ms. Begay. Honorable Begay, we'll just set it for April 1st, which is on a Thursday. And what time, Golabiga, what time did Carlisle say?
Chairman, so we don't need to add this onto the agenda to schedule it. It's just a matter for us to say that we'll schedule the meeting.
In order for it to be a meeting, Honorable Begay, we have to add it on to the agenda for approval. It will reserve the date of April 1st for us.
I guess that's my request, Chairman. Could we add this onto the agenda to schedule the date and then prepare getting the meeting? Remember, there's a 2-hour difference between DC and Navajo Nation. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. What we'll do is amend the agenda to add this on to today's agenda so we can approve it and know for sure that we have set a date that is solidified. So we'd like to have a motion to amend the agenda.
I'll motion, Chairman. Keelan.
Honorable Begay, second by?
Freeland.
Sir, Honorable Freeland, thank you. Any questions? We're going to amend the agenda to add scheduling this discussion that we had. Any comments or questions? None. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Begay?
Chairman Keelan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels? Honorable Daniels? We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. We'll amend the agenda to add scheduling a meeting that we discussed with the Federal Highway Administration and the email that we received from Senator Begay. We'd like to establish a motion and a second for that for April 1st. Motion for that?
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, second by?
Chairman, I'll second Keelan.
Honorable Begay. Thank you. We establish a motion and a second for the scheduling this meeting on April 1st. What time, Golabiga, Sananda? Honorable Begay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just approve the date and I'll coordinate the time with Carlisle Begay, and based on that, we'll submit the memo and I'll email you all on what time it'll start.
Okay, thank you. I just received a text from Honorable Daniels. He voted green, but we already made a motion and a second, so we'll have to keep that amendment to the agenda as is. A new motion to set the date for April 1st by Honorable Freeland and second by Honorable Gay. Any comments or questions? None. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Begay?
Chairman Keelan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Ms. Begay, could you send us an updated schedule also? I know you had sent one earlier. Thank you. We're at the conclusion of our committee meetings. Any other announcements? Ms. Siako?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Nez and members of Resources and Development Committee, announcements. One item is that we did reach out to some of the federal representatives for transportation, and we were just awaiting a date of when they would be able to meet with the committee. So working with Carlisle and Shami, it would be good to solidify that with them as well.
Adonana Benachit, I just wanted to mention that the Zoom call meeting with Congresswoman Fernandez has been confirmed with her office for Saturday. And this is a follow-up from the leadership meeting that took place yesterday. It is set for Saturday at 11 o'clock a.m. Mountain Daylight Time, so that would be our time here on the nation. For 2 hours, the agenda was finalized and sent out to everyone this morning. If there's anyone else that needs to be included, just please let us know. But that would be my announcement so far today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Siako. Honorable members of RDC or Ms. Begay, any other announcements? We do have Northern. Honorable Begay, go ahead.
I apologize, Chairman. The other area that I know we're putting a lot of action to do on our advisor, but earlier there was a response on the ranger position discussion at the other day. I believe that I think the only way that we can get things going is that we get a memo out to them and asking for I sent an email or an email sent out to my recommendation of what and how we need to move forward. I don't know, as chair, again, with the consensus by the committee that we move forward in those areas that I've talked about. The rangers, the salary base, because a lot of these will need to do will be reviewed. I mean, not need ICC shape on this. So the only way that we can start with this particular progress is that start asking the administration, even the Office of Personnel that do peso hada hato nisto hada peso dit public hato and what will be the salary schedule that we will be dealing with. Jo that hakishin that jo public equity listo initiated to leave, but it will only happen, I believe, that if we submit a request memo to these departments for the rangers to be commissioned. Mr. Delmar, maybe get a response as well. The commission and then the other one is that again, this will be at the level of the BIA. Maybe send a letter to Mr. Cordell Shorty asking him if there's a move for the Navajo Nation to put all of the rangers position through a 630 contract. So if the rangers are commissioned, then they're at the same level of a police officer. In that donation, so additional chairman. So, but I think there was 3 or 4 it's in it. But the main one is increasing the salary. So additional chairman. So I don't know when will be the best time to submit a statement to the program. So it is still chairman. What email recommend now?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Ms. Begay, go ahead.
I was in receipt of a copy of the memo, the email that Key Allen has mentioned. The meeting with Delmar on the police academy issue and the certification, that falls under the oversight of law and order. And that is the reason why that is part of the reason why we're meeting with Law and Order. And we just approved that meeting. And so once I get the memo out, and I'll list on the agenda certain matters that we need to discuss with the Law and Order, because we also will probably have to invite the Office of the Prosecutor as well as the District Court, because there are concerns at the adjudication level as well, aside from the certification enforcement. So all of those issues will be discussed with Law and Order when we meet with them. Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you, Ms. Begay, for that. That meeting will take place March 23rd, which is on next Tuesday. So, and also we do have to include Department of Personnel Management when we have that meeting also. So, Honorable Begay.
Mr. Chair, the meeting with the Department of Personnel Management would have to be separate, because you're going to be talking about personnel, salary matters, and I think that needs to be a separate meeting with DNR, Department of Resources Enforcement, as well as DPM. There was some correspondence that were sent to me. There are some hiccups in the Department of Resource Enforcement itself, and those needs to be discussed. And I think that those discussion needs to occur in executive session, because we're going to be talking about personnel issues. Mr. Chair, members of the committee. And the other thing is that we really need to be careful when we talk about personnel, because we are going to be on the fine line of micromanagement. So just caution, those are some of the issues. And so that would require a whole separate meeting from the meeting with the Law and Order.
Ms. Begay, the meeting that we just scheduled is strictly for RDC and Law and Order, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Begay, anything?
Chairman, the personnel, we're not going to go into who's making how much money and so on. We're going to be reviewing all those pay scales that are already on the website of the Human Resource. Are the Rangers' positions. We're just going to be talking about the positions in submitting and refining a PCQ and so on. Separate from who's working now and who's making how much. We're not going to be talking about that. But we just want to have an increase based on and what we've done, Chairman. The reason why it took us almost a year the reason why is that I believe we could move forward in the same fashion of what the former LOC had done in giving a drastic increase salary of the police officers, our Navajo Nation police officers, a drastic increase, a starting salary of $10,000. I'm not saying that we're going to do it at that level, but what we've done is that we've asked surrounding communities or the states and maybe other tribes how and how much they're paying their rangers, and even the 638 contract. Okay, what's their salary? Based on so those will be something that we have to start working on. Yes, this will not happen overnight or it's a month. It will happen as we go along. But the sooner we start, the more information that we can get to get this going, though. So, Chairman, I appreciate the coordination.
Kushila, Iga, we'll start with Tuesday's meeting and start moving forward on these issues for the Rangers and also from Department of Resources Enforcement. Thank you. Any other announcements? Honorable members of RDC? At the motion to adjourn?
Motion, Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, second by
Keelan.
Honorable Begay. Thank you. Any questions, comments? None. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart? Honorable Begay?
Chairman Keelan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Daniels? Honorable Stewart? Honorable Daniels? We have a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. It is now 6:22 p.m. We will adjourn at this time. You all be safe and thank you for hanging in there with us.
Thank you, Chairman and colleagues, panel staff, and Senegi.
Have a safe weekend. See you Monday. Take care.
Thank you.